My mic is on. I am broadcasting. I'm just going to double check that I can hear myself. Can I hear myself? I can. Okay. So this is the first time we are starting B-Sides on time. We normally have a little while to make that all work, but now I'm just going to find out where I'm hearing an echo of myself. Just give me 1 second. Where is it coming from? So maybe we're not going to start on time. This means I probably have the live stream open. Oh, here it is. I had the live stream open. So, okay. I cannot hear myself anymore, which is great. That means I can talk and not go crazy. There we go. Okay. So there is a bit of a delay between when I say stuff and when you hear stuff. So I think I finally have it figured out now. And this is B-Sides Portland, and we're only 2 minutes late, which is great. So welcome to B-Sides Portland. This is obviously a very different B-Sides Portland from any previous years. So, sorry. So somehow, somewhere, I hear everything. I'm just gonna wing it. So, I apologize. Hopefully you can hear. I'm looking at the screen. I see the mic levels are good. I will hope that all the sound is good. And I'm sure someone will yell at me in the Discord if that's not the case. So, welcome to B-Sides Portland again. I have a few slides to show you about the event, about what to expect before we go and actually have the event. And hopefully this will be quick. Let me make sure I don't blow everything up as I switch everything over. So here are some slides. Welcome to B-Sides Portland. Similar logo, different motif for the new year. Hopefully it's appropriate. First, I'd like to share with you what my kind of vision of B-Sides Portland is. I basically ended up in this role because a few years ago, the prior organizers had kind of expended all their energy and were ready to take a break from B-Sides. And I hopped in to help find a venue because we didn't have a venue last minute. And then, like, oh, thanks, Joe. Go ahead. And I'm like, So I fell into this. And so, we've got what my vision of B-Sides Portland was, which is what I've been kind of aiming for. My goal was to basically run a free admission annual conference. I wanted it to be accessible to hobbyists and professionals. I wanted to bring new speakers to Portland. There are plenty of national events, but there is not a reasonable expectation that everybody in InfoSec is going to go to Black Hat and DEF CON every year, or even to other events like regional events and stuff like that. So we want to have something that the local InfoSec community can enjoy and experience. We want to bring well-regarded national and international speakers to Portland for people to meet and talk to and ask questions of. We also want to help the local community and have people who are from Portland get the opportunity to practice and give their first presentation at a conference. I have presented at dozens of conferences all over the place. However, my first conference that I attended was B-Sides Portland 10 years ago. My first conference that I presented at was B-Sides Portland 9 years ago. So this is what B-Sides is for. This is my experience with B-Sides, and this is what leads to my vision of what B-Sides should be. So what is B-Sides Portland? So B-Sides Portland is a 501c3 organization. The mission statement is that it's founded with a mission to cultivate the Pacific Northwest information security community by creating local inclusive opportunities for learning, networking, collaboration, and teaching. So basically, what we've done for the past 10 years is run B-Sides Portland, the main event. We've run it in the fall each year, and until this year, we've done in-person events that have grown every year. Now, of course, everything changed this year, so we're doing things a little differently. However, BSides Portland also has changed in the recent past. It was only a few years ago we got the 501c3 designation, and since then we've also kind of expanded our scope a little bit. Instead of just focusing on the one event, we've kind of made our charter work so that we can handle other events as well, which includes now Hackboat, which we did. Dean ran an inaugural one last year. We plan to do another one this year, but April disagreed. We hope to do one in the future. Who knows whether it will be next year or beyond. But yeah, basically we're here to run InfoSec events in Portland, create the opportunities for all the collaboration, networking, teaching, all that stuff. So we had some challenges that we deal with every year. So BSides Portland, again, we've tried to make it a free event. We have opened up registration. Anybody can register. Anybody can come. Anybody can be watching this stream straight on our website without even having joined our email list or without even joining the Discord. But because of that, we are a growing event. And as a growing event, more people attend every year. We went from under 100 people our first year to possibly over 1,000 unique people attending last year. This year we have gone down a bit because logistics and reality of a virtual event. We didn't want to aim for something too big. We didn't want to promote it too much because then we might end up with something too big. But how do we keep this growing event local? One thing we did this year is we included in our call for papers a question. Are you associated with the Pacific Northwest? This is not intended to exclude anyone. This is basically because we wanted to have the opportunity to make sure that we were given the opportunity for local speakers and local researchers and local enthusiasts to go and present their work locally, in addition to making sure we bring in some wider people. We didn't actually use that parameter in much of the deliberation, but it was a good reference for us to know after the fact, how we did and how we are serving our objective. How do we adapt to an online event? As soon as we become an online event, we are suddenly inviting everybody in the world. So we've got this stream, we've got the Discord chat, and we have not too broadly advertised it. Everyone is welcome. We just don't want to start posting this on every single forum and get, sees of people just jumping into our Discord chat. We want to make sure this remains a BSides Portland, a Portland event. Another question that often comes up is balancing sponsors and attendees. We have actually had an interesting dynamic where every year we end up with more and more sponsors, but we also end up with attendees that opt to donate a lot more money. So first, thank you for that. Thank you for contributing. Second, thank you for the sponsors. We'll talk about them in just a moment. But we need to balance those objectives. One way we do that is we kind of have a cap on what the max a sponsor can sponsor. Some of the larger events will get sponsors to sponsor tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or more. We are not a big event like that. We actually have sponsors who would like to sponsor more, but we kind of cap it. We want to cap their expectations. This year we actually turned away lots of sponsors who asked for speaking slots. Well, we don't offer speaking slots for hire. We have a CFP. They're welcome to submit to the CFP. The fact that they work for a sponsor does not really have any bearing whatsoever. This year was especially easy because we did everything so late that we started the sponsorship process after the CFP was closed. So there was even no negotiation. There was no yeah, we'll sponsor. We'll see how the CFP goes. Oops. So let's talk a little more. So how to participate in BSidesPDX Online. So the first is just go to the website, BSidesPDX. There's a link to bsidespdx.org/watch. If you've gotten that far, you're probably already watching this, so that doesn't really help. There is a Discord for chat. And now we are not broadcasting that Discord on the website. We sent it out to the people who registered for the event. If you're curious, you can just kind of look in your email for the Discord invite. If you are not registered for the event, you can just sleuth around and likely find a place where we post our email updates on the internet and read those and find that Discord invite. So no, we're not locking down that leak. No, we're not requiring you to be registered to join, but we are making sure that it's just not trivial to go and hop into our Discord. Once you join the Discord, the first thing you're going to be asked is to join the, accept the code of conduct. This is the same code of conduct we've used in previous years. We need to make sure that as we move into an online event where we have a different format, we haven't had issues with code of conduct, which is great. And that doesn't mean that we're going to be complacent on that. When we open this up and suddenly have lots of people who we don't know, who handles we don't recognize, there is a risk that we're not going to have the same experience that we have. Our objective is to deliver that. We've got the code of conduct. We've got active moderation in Discord. There's also ways for you to flag and report things should you have an issue. So if you would like to take part in the workshops or the CTF, those are both inside the Discord. So join the Discord, find those channels, and see the details from them. So brief look at the schedule, right? Now we have got three basic tracks. The primary track is what we're going to see here. This is going to be this whole presentation track. We'll start out with a keynote, and then each of these sessions will have a pair of speakers followed by Q&A, and the Q&A session will be moderated by a different host each time, and then we'll switch over for the next hour. We'll do 2 talks back-to-back followed by Q&A in a conference format. This way we are going to stick to 20-minute talks. I think this is a really big advantage when we have an online event because the smaller event, the single track nature of this means that we've got this one view of things, and we don't want you to get too distracted. We want you to see enough of the information to get the point across, ask some pointed questions, and know where to find more information. If we did an all-day conference of hour-long talks, it might be quite intimidating by the end of the day. Meanwhile, starting at 11 o'clock, we have workshops and walkthroughs. The workshops are a little more longer and more complicated. The walkthroughs are kind of more passive, more like watch someone work through a problem. We kind of added the walkthroughs this year because we found a lot of people were intimidated by the workshops, both for attending and both for submitting and presenting them. So we kind of deferred that. We made this walkthrough track, which is like a low effort, minimal obligation workshop. So hopefully you enjoy those. The way to get into those, each of them has a channel in Discord. Just join that channel and there will be details for the video conference link to join. And depending on the one, there will be either a pre-recorded video that you watch, a Discord, Jitsi, Hangouts, or Meet meeting link, and there will be an opportunity for Q&A. And as we go through the rest of the day, we have pretty much more of the same process. And in the afternoon, we have some wild card where we have some talks that didn't fit into buckets, so we just will have talk, Q&A, talk, Q&A, talk, Q&A. And then finally, we'll have our closing keynote. There are some things that we hoped to do that we didn't get done. Let's talk about thanks first. So thanks. We had a lot of people who did a lot of work to make this happen. I've been kind of the primary organizer of the event itself for the past few years. The way this works is I request from the board authority to spend the money to run an event each year. This year, because things were a little different, we basically proposed to do an online event. Scott Elam has joined me with that, and so we've been kind of co-coordinating this year, trying to get the event to happen. We have a board. This is the BSides Portland nonprofit board. They are the ones that set the financial direction for the organization. We have the review board. These are the ones that will go and review all the talks and accept them or give them feedback on whether they work or not. We also have a CTF this year. Again, just like the workshops and the walkthroughs, there is a CTF channel. Go into Discord. You'll see the CTF category and just hop in that. The CTF is going to run for 2 days. It's going to run both Friday and Saturday. So we won't have that conclusion by the end of the day, but today, but they'll continue on tomorrow. Discord is new to me. We had a couple people in the organization who have had a lot of practice managing and organizing Discords. So thanks Shady Project and Falconspy for working on that. In addition, we have some all-around volunteers that have added documentation, help, organization, basically filling in all the blanks of things that I have forgotten to do or meant to do and didn't do or did too late, so they kind of covered over for me. Shady Project has been our volunteer coordinator, and Lacey Karankawi, she has run the sponsorship. And basically, she single-handedly went through and collected sponsors who were interested in contributing to the organization. She rebuffed the ones who asked for speaking slots and asked for all sorts of things that we just don't do. Again, we are We are a low-cost event. We are a free event. We are here to give you, the attendees, what you are looking for, not here to serve the sponsors. We are here to ask the sponsors who are interested in what we do to support our mission, because we think that what we do is helpful for them because it is helpful for them and their employees, and is helpful for the InfoSec community in the area. And as I mentioned before, Scott Elam has helped me greatly in actually organizing and getting this whole event started. We also have a ton of sponsors. And as I mentioned before, we started the sponsorship process pretty late this year. One thing we did was we restructured. We had planning on restructuring it in the past, but instead of asking sponsors to sponsor this conference, we're asking sponsors now to sponsor BSidesPDX, the organization, the nonprofit. What this means is we have a little more flexibility with saying, oh, hey, yeah, we're going to give you perks that involve a table at a conference if we have an in-person conference. We don't. So it seemed weird to give out a sponsor contract that was offering tables at a conference and stuff like that when we weren't going to have a physical conference. So again, these sponsors are sponsors for the nonprofit. They have all come up in previous years. Many of them are previous year sponsors that came back. Many of them are local businesses that have supported us in the past, which is great. And these sponsors basically support the event. Of course, the reality is that the sponsors in many years are not even the majority, in some years are not even the majority of the contributions. This is a free event. You are welcome to join and take part and participate in all of it. Despite that, 60% of you chose to contribute. And the contribution is optional. It is a donation. It is if you feel comfortable or financially capable of doing it. This lets us get more people at this event, a wider range of people at this event. And despite that, like, you are donating lots of money. And actually, I'll talk at the closing a little bit more. One of the dilemmas we have this year is our costs are way less. We didn't have to pay for a venue. We didn't have to pay for any AV equipment. We didn't have to pay for food. So we basically managed to run this event on the cheap, but you people still gave us lots of money, and we need to figure out what to do with it. I meant to have a slide in here to mention swag. We have t-shirts. We have men's t-shirts, for those of you that pre-ordered them. The women's t-shirts are en route and will arrive next week. We have some other, we had some other swag ideas, that were appropriate to Portland. So the ones that we actually got, though, are these cool BSidesPDX masks. And perhaps I can put this on so the audio sync doesn't mix people up. But yeah, BSides Portland masks with Sasquatch wearing a mask that says BSides Portland. Because that's how we roll. So we will communicate the plan for distributing that stuff. We will deliver. We will have pickup options, and we will have the option to ship, mail your t-shirts and other stuff to you. I apologize for not getting that done before the event, but some of that was our failure to get things done early enough. Some of it was our not realizing how delayed some supply chain things are working these days. So, with that, I think it is time for us to get started on the first talk, which is Maddie Stone. So Maddie is, let me get this all queued up. So I met Maddie 3 or 4 years ago at Recon, and she has since in that time moved from where she was working on to Google through Android into Project Zero. I run into Maddie a lot. I see her presenting a lot. And actually, it was at Black Hat this year that Rootkiller Mike and I and Topher were watching her presentation. We're like, oh, we need to get Maddie to keynote B-Sides. And so we got Maddie to keynote B-Sides. One of the great things about, my favorite thing about running this event is getting to recruit keynote speakers. I travel a lot, and I run into a lot of people, and I'm always meeting people who are amazing technically, and I just want to know more about how they got where they are, and I want to know more about them. And keynotes are great because we don't need to have you get a chance to hear more from someone who is deeply technical and hear more about like how they're applying this. And so I think what Maddie chose to present to us is perfect. She's got her 10 life lessons I learned from hacking. So I am going to start the video. I am going to cross my fingers that everything works. I am going to make sure the audio levels look good. and then I'm going to disappear. So.
Hi, I'm Maddie Stone, and I am coming to you not live for BSides Portland from San Francisco. I'm so sad that we can't all be in the same space together, but that's this year. And I really want to thank, though, the whole BSides Portland team for putting together this virtual event, so at least we can have a little bit of community and sharing some fun and information. Also, I'm honored they invited me here. So hopefully in the coming years, I will see y'all in Portland, but for this year, I'll take it. So this is just sort of a 20-minute, hopefully a little bit fun, silly, but also serious talk that I put together of 10 life lessons I learned from hacking. Switch sides. But first off, hi, I'm Maddie Stone. My pronouns are she and her, and I am a security researcher on Google Project Zero, where I focus on all things 0 days exploit in the wild, analyzing them, seeing what we can learn about from them, sharing that information, coming up with new ideas for detections or systemic mitigations, all of that fun stuff. But the commonality through all my career in different things, from Project Zero to working as an Android malware analysis to working on embedded in hardware, has been, I just really like the puzzles of reversing all the things. Twitter is where I'm most active and would love to connect there. But first, we've got 20 minutes, so we got to get right to it. Life lesson number 1, working hard does not always equal success. And I think this comes from growing up, I always heard of just put in the effort, or if you work really hard, you'll accomplish it. But what I had to come to terms with when it comes to hacking is I might set out of, I'm going to find a vulnerability in this component. And it doesn't matter how much effort I put in, how much time I devote to that project, how good my skills are. If that vulnerability doesn't exist, I'm not going to find it and meet my goal or have success. And that sucks. It's not fun to not accomplish the goals you set out for a project. Yet it happens over and over again because we are always trying to do things to push the bar forward. And so what that's had to teach me is resilience. We have to be okay with working hard, being willing to put everything we have into that project, doing our best, and knowing that sometimes it's not going to turn out. I think that's why we call this vulnerability research, malware research, security research, is because it is that we have a hypothesis and we have to prove it. And we have to keep coming up with new hypotheses and new projects and showing up again, even when we have a series of failures. And I put success and failures in quotes because just because you didn't meet the goal, that doesn't mean that you failed on that project. I know that I tend to fall into the camp of wanting to internalize it of, oh, this was a failure, I didn't find the vulnerability, or, oh, I really thought this sample would be malware and I was looking for the evidence and I couldn't find it because the sample turned out not to be malware. And we don't always want to share them because we like to succeed. We like to share the wins. We like to share the excitements. But negative results are still results. They're still a success. You've still proven the hypothesis. We need to share them. I have started trying to share via blog posts or conference presentation times when I went all in a project. I did my best and it still didn't turn out the way I wanted. And I learned a lot from it. And so I shared that. And I might have made mistakes, but it was my best at that time. And hopefully what that allows is, one, other people don't have to duplicate the work. And so we can continue moving the bar forward for security and helping people. And also you can help other people learn. You didn't like making those mistakes or not having that success. So it's nice to help others come up with other ideas so they don't have to fall into that too. Number 2, cut and paste in Vim. It took me almost a decade, but I got there, and it's a true proud moment and a life lesson. So I'm going to share it with you. 1, you press V to select the text. Then you can use D or Y to cut or copy and P to paste. You're welcome. Number 3, there's something for everyone. Information security is so broad. Some of us here may be working in this field as professionals, others as hobbyists, some as volunteers. And it can be easy to think that, oh, security is this niche field of tech. But it's so much bigger than that, both in the different technical domains and technical skill sets needed, as well as all of the other skill sets that are required for the technical work to have impact. You know, our lawyers, our managers, communication, everything. And there really is something for everyone if they want it. For me, I've learned my life lesson that for me, it's assembly and reverse engineering. And that makes me happy. I get excited to go to work every day. I love the process of solving that puzzle. But that's not for everyone, and that's okay. I was once training a guy in reverse engineering at a previous job, and after we had gotten through the process and he was ready to jump in to Aire for his first little task on the project, I laid out a couple tasks, asked him which one he wanted to give a shot. He chose one and started working on it. The next day he turned to me and he was like, so when do we get to the fun part of reverse engineering? And I was like, what? And he goes, when do we get to, the fun part of hacking? And then it clicked and I was like, oh, this is the fun part. He hadn't realized that to get to those end goals, it really is just staring at disassembly all day, hoping that your brain somehow puts together the pattern and you figure out what the function is doing or what the code base is doing. And that was okay for him to realize that skill set's not for him. That is not how he wants to choose to spend his days. And he wanted to work on other tasks then, once he knew that he enjoyed and got excited about. And we needed those too. So there's something for all of us. Number 4, pursue that fear in your belly. I hope we all know and experience it. The time when you get a new role, you get a new task, you say yes to a project, and you have that just deep down of, oh my goodness gracious, I don't know. Can I do this? Do I know how to do this? Do I have the skills? Am I going to be able to figure it out? Pursue that fear, because that's what tells us that we are pushing our boundaries. We are challenging ourselves and forcing us to grow in whatever different skill set we're taking on. Another thing I tell myself is do things that scare you regularly, both in personal life and professional. And I think that really helps us just expand our horizons. Maybe you find new things that you enjoy, and it also makes us keep our skills up with this constantly moving tech, industry, something that's constantly changing. So if we're not changing with it, if we're not growing too, then it's going to leave us behind. So pursue that fear. And because every slide deck needs an inspirational quote from Instagram, courage is not the absence of fear, but continuing despite it. I thought, in the beginning that I was the only person on the teams who ever got a little nervous or scared. So if you think you're the only one and thought, why does everyone else have it all together? We don't. I'm still constantly scared and worried that maybe I'm not going to be able to figure it out, or maybe I don't actually know how to do this. We just keep doing it despite that. And yeah, so I already said this. Challenge yourself. 5, trust your gut. Another, probably could have had an Instagram quote for this one too. But I think a lot of us in the engineering side of security, we like formulas. We like science. We like being told that if you do A and B, then you can expect C to happen. But it turns out that hacking is not just science. Unfortunately, sometimes it's both art and a science. I get asked a lot of when I'm doing sort of coffee chats or talking to people starting out in hacking or reverse engineering is, how do you know when to stop looking at the thing? Or how do you know how much time you should put into a project. How do you know when there's not going to be anything there? And the answer is, doing this over and over and over again. You're building up each data point. Each time you find something, each time you don't find something, your brain starts to put together of oh, I saw this pattern, and then this ended up being the end result. We can't always rationalize and put together and say, oh yes, I have these 4 data points, and thus my gut, my intuition is telling me that I should continue with 5 because it mimics these other things. No, most of the time we have a feeling. And a lot of us don't like to go by feeling. I'm one of those, feelings. But our intuition and our gut has been learning from all of our experience, and that it's telling us something, even if we cannot rationalize why we're making that decision quite yet. And this sort of goes into another thing as well, is when I was first talking to Ben Hawks, the TL of Project Zero, about maybe joining the team, what the project might entail. He was talking to me about some of my previous work. And he asked me how I found one of my previous malware families on Android. And I said, oh, I guess I got a little bit lucky. And he stopped me and he said, it's not luck, it's experience. And that has stuck with me clearly. It's over a year later since we had that conversation, that why am I dismissing this as luck? Our intuition, those gut feelings, and the ability to trust that is coming from all of our experience, everything we've learned, everything we've done. So we should trust it and use it because we've put in the work already. Number 6, if you need to read the firmware off of a one-of-a-kind, very, very expensive chip, and you're going to read it for firmware, and you're going to accidentally hit the erase button instead of the read button, then I highly suggest putting the chip in upside down, because then it can't be erased. So yes, this comes from actual experience. About 2 months out of college on my first job, I was given that task. They said, this is how you use the chip reader. You want to press read, save off the file, you're good to go. I hit erase, and I saw the bar go across and it goes erased. And I panicked. I full-on was completely sure, as every 22-year-old is, that I was going to be fired. $50,000, that is an enormous amount of money. And this was one of a kind. I ruined the whole project. How are we going to tell the clients and things like that? So I go tell the TL, biting back tears. He comes in and he was like, okay, let's take a look. And he just looked at it and goes, you're fine. I was like, what? He's like, look at most chips have a notch to tell you which pins are which and which way it goes in, and goes, you didn't line up the notch. I did not tell him that I didn't at the time know that I was supposed to line up the notches. I didn't really know much about chips at that point, but yes, so I did not erase it. And I was not fired. So yeah, just a quick tip, put the chips in upside down if you're gonna hit erase. Number 7, none of us do this alone. We might be the one who does the final find, the final writing of code for a specific project that gets attention, or we might be the one that comes up with the idea to write a new tool or a new detection. But we didn't do this alone. We've had people who mentored us multiple years ago, who helped brainstorm different ideas for the project that led us here, that told us that one random fact that we put to use in that project as we put together. We have teammates who encourage us when we were ready to give up. All of the work, because that's the way it is, just like authors on a book, you're going to see oftentimes one name, two names, but all of us do this together. Make sure you are being that for other people, and you are building those communities around yourself with your people. And remember to always give credit, and we're much, much stronger as a team. Number 8, ask questions until you understand. And that is how I learned what a server was. My second semester of computer science, I'd gone into college never having any coding experience. And I was sitting in intermediate programming, and the professor was talking about a server. And I just couldn't conceptualize, what is a server? The only computers I knew about was a desktop with a monitor, keyboard, mouse, or a laptop. I hadn't really understood, what is a CPU, and that makes something a computer, and what's a server, and those more abstract concepts. So I raised my hand and I asked, what is a server? As you can imagine, you could hear a pin drop. All the students turned and looked at me. The professor was sort of incredulous. And I don't remember what the professor said, but I do remember that they told me something like, and what stuck was the server doesn't have a monitor. I was like, how do you possibly use a computer that doesn't have a screen? So I asked that. I was like, what do you mean it doesn't have a screen? And I just kept asking questions until I could fundamentally understand in this tactical, practical realm of, oh, that's what a server is. That's also how I learned what the cloud was too. It helps to understand what the cloud is once you know what it's a server. But I'm someone who I ask a lot of dumb or basic questions because that's how I learn. So I keep asking until I understand. And, definitely at different times I've gotten embarrassed and tried to bite my tongue, but I'm always better off when I ask, because then I can actually go do the work, capitalize on that. So don't be afraid to ask. No, you're probably not the only one. I know we say that, but hey, I had to learn what a server was. Number 9, in a similar vein, don't be afraid to say, I don't know. There's no way all of us know everything, even just everything about the security field. It's so vast and moving so quickly. Like, what even is Kubernetes? But be honest and just say, I don't know. And you can follow up that with questions, or you can be like, but I'd like to learn, or I will get back to you after I figure the answer out. But that's going to set you up as a more trusted member of the team because you are honest and you didn't try to, pretend for looks. But also, it's also going to give permission to the people around you to also say, I don't know. And finally, number 10, we have the power to create change. I did talk earlier this year that was much more deep and serious than this one, but it also meant a lot to me of really reflecting how if we have the power to make the choices of who is secure and who is not, or who is secure, then that means we also are making the choices of who is not. And it's really easy, and I get into it too, of I'm just an individual contributor, out of hundreds. I am not a tech lead. The executives have made this other decision, or it's way above my pay grade. But we, as the people, as individual contributors, we're implementing those ideas. We're actually making them happen. So we therefore have the power to make everyone secure, to set up new norms of this is how this is the right to privacy, and this is the right to having digital security. And so I think it's important that we all remember that we have that power, but we also have that responsibility. And so we are required to speak up, to question of, oh, why are we only offering this security feature for a price, rather than as the default basic level required for, a minimal viable product. And so I think that's exciting. And, when each of us are doing that, there's a heck of a lot of us. And that becomes the norm of advocating for and building things that make things better. That's really cool. And so, yeah, we're powerful. And because there's a bonus one, a pink terminal makes a hack better. It's just science. I have found all of the 0 days I've ever found in my life through a pink terminal. So if you want to find 0 days, clearly you just have to use a pink terminal. And, I think a speed round of 5 things I'll never learn, because humility and all that, with the first one being endianness. Which little endian means the byte is where versus big endian, the byte is where. And then what about the network swapping? Yeah, I don't know. Look it up every time. It doesn't matter how long I'm in this industry. I will never get it. I will also never learn that my con talk is actually going to go well. Yeah, I've done a lot of these at this point, yet I'm still 100% certain every talk is complete crap. It's going to be terrible. And every time my teammates and friends are like, Maddie, you say this every single time. And I am 100% convinced that, no, this is the exception. This is the time it's going to go bad. So we're just learning to accept it. This talk was no exception. Also, we'll never learn the arguments to SCP. Does anyone actually know how to check out different versions of a kernel tree without having to delete the repo and clone a new one? I really don't think anyone actually knows how to do this besides Jan Horn. Like, you can't use checkouts and branches. Like, it doesn't even make sense. And lastly, who knows how to debug JavaScript? All I've figured out is you can use alerts for at least like a worse version of printf. Like, I didn't know printf debugging could become worse. Like, but how do you do the break? Oh yeah, I don't know. But with that, I hope you enjoyed this semi-lighthearted, but hopefully serious, hopefully relatable keynote. And I'm really excited to hear the rest of the talks. Thank you for, I guess, tuning in. Always weird to do these, alone in a room. But yeah, so bye. How do I stop the recording?
Gone. Maddie, can you talk a bit? Let's see. Get your audio on. Maddie, try again.
Hi.
Okay.
Hello.
I can hear you delayed. I hear myself delayed. I think we're good. And we'll see in 30 seconds when the lag hits Discord whether everyone is able to hear us as well. So, how's it going?
Oh, it's going well. Thank you all for having me and putting on this whole conference.
One thing I want to ask you, do you hear me double or just once?
Just once.
Good, good. So we've got like a 2 or 3 second delay between us and a 30-second delay to them. So, if everything goes bad, I'll just pull the plug.
Perfect.
So thank you for the keynote. It seems like the biggest response in the Discord chat was about Vim. So you want to tell us about your relationship with Vim?
My relationship with Vim is that it has been what I've been using since, we were forced to in computer science classes starting out. But I still basically know how to exit and type, and anything else, I will then open a GUI a text editor instead when it needs to get more difficult. But I did finally learn cut and paste this year.
So it's funny, Vim is my go-to text editor for decades now, and I watched your talk and I was like, oh, that's how you do that. I always keyboard around and DD and YY and all that stuff, and like, oh, you can just press V to do that. So thank you.
I still had to look it up a few times since then. It doesn't seem to want to cement in the brain, but I know that it's possible now, and I know where to look it up.
See, I figure that if I get one new Vim feature every year, by the time I retire, I'll know the whole. I won't know the whole thing, but I'll actually be proficient in it.
See, I'm not confident I will ever be proficient, but I can make it work.
There we go. So, I appreciate the well-rounded amount of tips and application of hacking to everything. How do you balance what you do?
So if you mean balance, tech things versus or what type of balance? I'm not very graceful, so I do trip and fall.
Tech and non-tech. How do you draw a line there?
So I have said this before that hacking and tech has never really been my hobby. I think it's become a little bit more in the last few years when in conferences I've met people, but I really do this stuff, one, to get my degree, and two, to be paid. And if it's also someone's hobby, like that's awesome. It's just not mine. So instead, in my free time, I like to balance all the hacking I have to do for, 8 to 10 hours a day, which I love to do for that time. But then getting outside and going hiking or backpacking, I like to go to, I have a gym where we do a lot of Olympic weightlifting and sort of gymnastics-y type of things. Hanging out with friends, even though that's become much more difficult in this time, so finding new ways. And then I read a lot. I love to read. So yeah.
So you would contest the claims that frequently show up on Twitter that you can't be an InfoSec pro, you can't be a keynote speaker, you can't be on Google Project Zero unless this is your lifeblood hobby.
Yes, I do contest that because it is not mine, yet somehow I am still here. I have never really participated in a CTF. I don't really have any personal projects. I love what I do on a day-to-day basis. I wake up excited to go to work, but I'm also perfectly happy with having my weekends and my evenings be things totally unrelated.
That is reassuring, I hope, for lots of people. And I had another question that dropped out of my mind. So, sorry, there's an echo and it's just driving me crazy. So, presenting at conferences, how long have you been doing this?
So actually, the first time I presented at a conference was when we met at Recon in, I guess that was 2017. So that was my first time presenting. I had done an intro to RE workshop at the Women in Cybersecurity conference a few months before that, but that feels a little bit different than a conference presentation. To me, it felt like so. But yeah, 2017 was the first time.
And so I guess the lead in that goes to is, how do you feel that form of presenting your work benefits you professionally or personally, or doesn't benefit you and is just what you want to do?
I think it's both. One, I love it. I'm an extrovert. I don't think we're supposed to admit this, but I love being on stage and getting to share these things that I'm passionate about that I think is really cool. But then there have definitely been job benefits. After my Recon presentation was the first time Google called me, to ask would I be interested in roles with them. And then I think some of my conference presentations is what introduced Ben Hawks, one of the leads of Project Zero, to some of my work too. And so putting things out there publicly, trying to connect with people and communicate. And it's also led to breakthroughs on projects, because I share something and it turns out other people are working on similar things and they have the piece of the puzzle I didn't have, and I have the piece of the puzzle they didn't have. And we didn't know that. So by presenting it, something like, oh, let's team up and work together because we can help each other achieve this goal that, we had in common.
It's funny, I kind of can relate to a lot of those things. Something that I previously was very worried about and have kind of eased off on. I was worried that I needed to have all the answers to give a presentation. And what you mentioned is, you have a piece of the puzzle and you talk about that piece of the puzzle and you share the work you've done. And suddenly everybody gets that puzzle piece that they can work with.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been recently going back and watching conference presentations from early 2000s. And because those were presented at conferences, the recordings were saved, I can now have this insight of like some early Windows kernel hacking that if they weren't sort of saved off, like people might have thought they are baseline, it's already been done before, we shouldn't write or share, and then everyone has to duplicate the work. But instead, because it was shared at a conference, we can all go back and see it and learn these foundations to then build upon and expand.
Cool. So I think another aspect of what I really appreciate at so you said you're an extrovert and that's why you like presenting. I'm an introvert, and people will not believe that, but trust me, I am an introvert. I have been so at home not having to go anywhere for the past 8 months, literally and figuratively. And what I like about presenting and what I like about InfoSec is... Oh, sorry, this echo is just making me forget what I'm saying. It's an environment I'm comfortable presenting, I'm comfortable sharing. I know that the information I give out is useful to other people, and it's also pretty neat how you go back and see all this prior art, and sometimes find out the prior art is exactly what you did, you just didn't know about it. And sometimes the prior art is very similar, and you just picked up on one thing.
Yeah. And it's also, I found it can help create connections too, of just reaching out to people, because now you have this sort of knowledge in common or interest in common, besides just walking up to people or shooting them a message being like, hi, I'm Maddie. Do you want to be my friend and find something to talk about? It's like, cool, let me ask you about this talk you gave, or this work that I saw you did and you wrote a blog about. So it's just a fun way to get to know people too.
Yeah, it's funny. That's another thing I was thinking of is when you go to a conference, you present, and then after, or you watch a presentation, and then you have this opportunity to interact and network with people. And sometimes that networking is like, let's talk about your talk. Sometimes that networking is like, let's talk about what led to your talk. Sometimes it's like, where did you go backpacking last week?
Yeah.
And that is actually the part that I enjoy most about events. And hopefully we're replicating this to some degree with the Discord chat. But it is, I'm looking at the Discord chat, I'm looking at the screen, but Maddie's on this computer over here, so it goes. So we got a couple minutes left. Is there any closing thoughts you want to leave people with?
Thank y'all for having me, and just, if you want to do this work, there's a place for you to do it. And like, there's no one way to get involved in InfoSec hacking. There's plenty of work. We need all of us here. Be a kind person, and let's have some fun and hack on stuff.
And actually, something I often think about with what you're saying is, you look at the medical field and you've got like doctors, you got research doctors, and you got like physician's assistants, nurses, techs. Like, you have this whole hierarchy of people all working in the same field. And you can argue the hierarchy is in either direction because there's so many different roles and there's so many different skill sets. And InfoSec is the same way, and I think we do a poor job of trying to make a very steep hierarchy without realizing that every single one of these spots in the hierarchy has to be filled for the whole system to work.
Yeah, I mean, like, we all know that there's this weird, almost classism based on how technical you are in this field of, more worthy, the more technical, whatever that means. But like, none of our technical work would have any impact, managed to get done, if we didn't have the ability to communicate it well. We didn't have managers organizing everything. We didn't have lawyers keeping us out of jail. Like, all these other types of skill sets are 100% required for any information security project. To secure someone, secure people, protect people, requires way more skill sets than just technical.
Well, Maddie, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for opening up our conference. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to the rest of the talks today.
There's no applause that we get to hear, but thank you, Maddie. And have a great day.
Thanks, you too.
I will switch over to an sponsor slide for just a second, and then we will go straight into our next presentation. That's going to take me just a second, though. So... there we go.
From San Francisco. I'm so sad that we can't all be in the same space together, but That's this year. And I really want to thank, though, the whole B-Sides Portland team for putting together. Hi, I'm Maddie Stone, and I am coming to
Hi, I'm Patrick Sayler.
Cool. Am I on TV now? Hooray! Yeah. Welcome everybody. It's BSides Portland 2020 quarantine edition. This is exciting. My name is Dean Pierce. Kicking off the breaking into InfoSec track. We've got the other speakers here. This is going to be great. Super excited. I'm going to keep my intro short. We got Adam coming up. Oh, yeah. Oh, I hear myself in the Jitsi, so let's not do that. Cool. Okay. Now let's start Adam's talk. Yeah, can you play? Yeah, let's play Adam's talk. We're hearing our.
Hi everyone, my name is Adam, also known as Falconspy to some of you within the information security field. And it took me 7 long years to become an offensive security engineer. I had to jump through a number of different hoops, network with a number of different individuals, and even after failing my OSCP certification twice, I finally succeeded in May of 2019. I'll be discussing with you my journey from when I started at Rochester Institute of Technology to working at 2 Fortune 50 companies doing web and middleware services, and finally becoming a penetration tester. It's 2013 and I'm a freshman at Rochester Institute of Technology. I actually wasn't always in the information security field. I was originally a computer science major. Partway through 2013, I had realized that computer science just really wasn't for me. And there were a number of high-profile hacks that were going on at the time, and I found it really interesting. I wanted to learn what these hackers were doing, but I also wanted to be one of those individuals who would try to stop them. RIT's information security program was just starting, so a lot of the courses I were taking were teaching very basic concepts. They didn't really cover going over methodologies, different tools to run depending on services that were there, and other things that you might think of related to the InfoSec field. Some of my courses was basically just, here's a backtrack system, here's a Windows XP machine, and go ahead and run this tool called Armitage and run a Hail Mary and see what happens. It's my junior year at RIT and I have an internship lined up with JP Chase as an infrastructure engineer specializing in voice and PBX switches. Now this isn't ideal because it has nothing to do with my field, but it was a job opportunity nonetheless. And upon completion of this internship, JP had actually extended me an offer to work full-time upon graduation, which is amazing because now I'm a senior and I already have a job offer lined up. JP Chase started giving out their placements to all the new hires, and this is actually when I find out I'll be doing web and middleware services as an infrastructure engineer, which isn't what I had asked for when they were asking me if I'm interested in doing something new, or if I want to continue working on the team that I was on previously as an intern. So a few months have passed now, and I've been in my web and middleware services engineer role, and a new opportunity comes up where I can actually deal with something within the InfoSec field. This revolved around doing file at rest encryption, reviewing Splunk logs, and making sure policies are in place and being enforced. So I've been in this new role now for a couple of months, and I realized that I'm not really enjoying my time at JP Morgan, and I'm not really enjoying the role that I'm currently in. So I wanted to seek a new opportunity. It just so happens to be that I had a fraternity brother working at Intel who also happened to be a hiring manager at the time. And he tells me about this role, which happens to be in web and middleware services. Now, I know what you're thinking, why would you take this after finally somewhat getting into the security field? And for me, I really just wanted something new, and I wanted a different scene. So I accept the offer at Intel, and I'm now the team lead for IIS on Windows and Apache and Nginx on Linux. And while I'm working at Intel, I expressed my interest to my manager to let him know that I wanted to do something within the InfoSec field, specifically red teaming and pen testing, and they kept this in mind. I've now been working at Intel for about 3 years in my web and middleware services role, managing or at least leading these teams, and my manager comes up to me one day and he tells me that the Intel Red Team, which I had no idea even existed, was doing an engagement against our business unit. And this was my chance to get my foot in the door. and he tells me, hey, we're going to have you join them to give them some kind of background information about our business unit and also give you an opportunity to kind of fulfill one of your career objectives. I helped the red team perform an engagement against my team, and this goes on for about a month before our directors basically call it off because we've owned everything within that business unit. And I didn't want that to end, so I reached out to the red team lead and asked him if there's any way I can continue volunteering my time and gain experience. And this is when they opened what the Intel calls as a DOT, which is kind of just a way to allocate some of your open cycles to another team and work with them on any projects that they have. So I start to volunteer my time with the Intel Red team. I give them about 25% of my time during the week, so it's about one full day of work, or 4 hours if you split it. And the team there was incredibly helpful in helping me learn things that my university didn't really teach me. The red team had taught me things like methodologies, tools to run depending on what services are available, and kind of just general knowledge. While I was learning all of these new skills with the red team, I was actually working on some Cobalt Strike scripts for them. So I got really proficient with writing sleep scripts, which is basically Java and Perl combined, and aggressor scripts, which is what helps run the Cobalt Strike automation. And I'd created a number of different scripts to be used on engagements. And during this time, while working on all of these scripts, I really enjoyed my time at Intel. The core members of the Intel Red team were actually trying to get me to go after my Offensive Security Certified Professional Certification, or OSCP for short, and this actually wasn't my first time hearing about it. I'd actually attempted to go for it back in 2013, my first year at JP Morgan as a web and middleware services engineer, but I didn't really get too far. This also happens to be when it was called penetration testing with Backtrack. It is now penetration testing with Kali as the course name. But in that time, I only got a couple of machines because I didn't really have the skills or the knowledge that I do now. And something had come up where I couldn't really allocate the time that I needed. Plus, you could probably attribute some laziness on my part. At this point, I basically restarted my OSCP journey, and I would spend about 5 or 6 hours every weeknight and about 8 or 9 hours on weekends going through the lab exercises and the lab hosts. Now, bear in mind, this is back in 2019, where they had maybe about 60 or so servers and a couple of different lab networks. The materials have since been upgraded early in 2020. While working through all of the lab machines, I got about maybe 48 of the 50 in the student network, and I got a couple in the other networks, but I wasn't too concerned about those ones just because it revolved around doing port forwarding and SSH gymnastics, which wasn't on the exam. Now, it comes time for my first exam, and I didn't really know what to expect. And I go to take it. I know there's a guaranteed buffer overflow system, and then there's a couple of other systems on there that they give you the point values for. Now, in my first exam, I spent about 10 hours on that first host, and I didn't get anywhere. After those 10 hours of feeling completely demoralized, I finally popped my first shell, and things started looking better. But in the end, I ended up failing with 55 points due to poor time management, and I actually didn't get any sleep during that first exam. I stayed up for the full 24 hours. So after failing my first exam attempt, I waited about a month before scheduling my second attempt. And in that time, between attempts, I signed up for Hack the Box and signed up for their VIP service, which gave me access to all their retired machines. And I would go through all of them that I thought were similar to OSCP machines based on a list that I had found. And I would also follow along with some videos created by a YouTuber known as InfoSec. He would go through all of his methodology that he would normally follow on a machine. He'd go cover any tools that he used on a machine. So it was a really good supplement to the course materials and everything that I learned from the Intel Red team. So it comes time for my second OSCP exam attempt, and I felt pretty good about this one because I took all of my past shortcomings from my first attempt and applied that to this attempt. So I actually made sure I got a couple hours of sleep. I would take frequent breaks, probably about a 15-minute break every 2 hours or so. And if I got stuck on a machine, I would go to the next one and come back to it. So I'm 30 minutes into my first exam attempt, and I decided to start with the buffer overflow in that time, and I had completed it within 30 minutes. I already had 25 points under my belt. I was feeling pretty good. While I was doing the buffer overflow, I'd actually had all my scans going. And in the end, I ended up actually failing this exam attempt also, but I had 55 points, similar to my first attempt, but this one, I had gotten those points much quicker, and I just realized that I was weak in privilege escalation. Similar to my first exam attempt that I had failed, I waited another month before scheduling my third exam attempt. And in this time, I actually had found a service called Virtual Hacking Labs, which offers about 40 or so servers, all mostly Linux based, and I wanted to work on my privilege escalation there. I had also found a workshop called the LPE workshop, or Local Privilege Escalation Workshop, by Sagi Shahar, and I might have butchered his name, but you can find it on GitHub, and he has scripts that help prepare Linux machines and Windows machines with the various privilege escalation paths that you could possibly encounter. So between the local privilege escalation workshop and the 40 or so machines that were in virtual hacking labs, I felt like I had given myself enough opportunities to improve on my privilege escalation. So I'm on my third OSCP exam attempt, and I take all of the shortcomings from my first and second exam attempt. So that includes making sure I get plenty of sleep, taking frequent breaks, and moving on whenever I get stuck on a machine. So I started with the buffer overflow system similar to the second exam attempt, and while that was going, I had the scans of the other machines going at the same time. So within 30 minutes, I already had 25 points, and after about 7 or 8 hours into the exam, I already had about 80 points, which is more than enough to pass the exam, as long as all the required objectives are within the report. At this point, I got some sleep, and upon waking, I tried to solve the last machine, which was worth 20 points, and I didn't get anywhere within an hour or two, so I decided to use that remaining time to work on my report and make sure everything that offensive security was looking for is in there. Because there are people who have failed for not including an IP address or the root flag in the screenshot, and offensive security has really strict guidelines on what they want in the report in those screenshots. So after spending about 24 hours making sure everything on my report is up to offensive security standards, I go ahead and submit it. And within 48 hours of submitting my exam, I'm up at 2 a.m. and I finally get the congratulations email from them, which is amazing because this is what I was striving for all the way back when I was in JP Morgan. This is what I was trying to make sure I had acquired because it's a great entry-level certification within pen testing to have, and it would help open some extra doors within the field for me. So I finally acquired my OSCP certification after 3 attempts, and I was ecstatic. But while I was doing all of this, while I was working on the Intel Red team and trying to go for my certification, I had networked with a bunch of different people. Some of these people actually run fairly large Discord servers, and one of them is actually called InfoSec Prep, which I started out as a normal user, worked my way up to become a moderator, and now I'm actually one of the admins that help run the server. This server actually has about 12,000 people. It mainly focuses on offensive security certifications, but we also have some other certifications from eLearn Security. In addition, we both have the offensive security and eLearn Security staff on the server answering questions. In addition to being an admin on the InfoSec Prep Discord server, I'm also one of the senior moderators on the Hack the Box Discord server. And on that server, I'm in charge of making sure everyone is following the rules. I'm also removing any spoilers to any of the active machines that you might encounter while using the service, and generally just asking questions. So if you remember back when I was talking about my OSCP journey and I failed between my second and third failed attempt, I found the Virtual Hacking Labs. I was actually also a moderator for the Virtual Hacking Labs Discord server, but I have since stepped down as I didn't really have the time between these two fairly large Discord servers to help manage all the different users that I'm interacting with. And now for how I actually became an offensive security engineer at Oracle. So after doing all this networking and finally obtaining my OSCP certification, I started job hunting with the InfoSec field, specifically looking for anything that had to do with red teaming or pen testing. Now, my journey for applying to different jobs was long and honestly pretty brutal. I had a bunch of companies that would no-show me for phone calls. I had people that would give me a challenge and then either never send me the challenge, or they would send me the challenge really late after I'd already taken a couple of days off from work. And it was just not a very encouraging experience while looking for jobs. Thankfully, through all of my networking, I had one of my old peers from when I was volunteering at the Red Team. His name is Topher, and he's actually one of the board members here for BSides Portland. He reached out to me and asked me if I was still looking to break into the field, because he knew I'd actually just obtained my OSCP certification recently. Topher had let me know that Oracle was hiring a couple of junior pen testers, and he was asking me if I was interested, and I told him yes, and I sent him my resume back in January of 2020. It took a couple of months due to a couple of miscommunications from me and Oracle, but in March of 2020, I actually kickstarted my career as a pen tester, and I've been here in Oregon ever since. So I've been with Oracle now for a couple of months as a junior pen tester, and I've learned a lot. And a lot of what I deal with is the Oracle Cloud infrastructure and dealing with new region launches, performing assessments against core services to make sure they're not vulnerable, and doing report outs. I've been at Oracle now for a couple of months, as I started back in March, and everyone on the team that I've been working with has been incredibly helpful. They've been teaching me new things, and I've been striving to make sure I learn at least some new skill or some new tool every week while I've been working here. And everyone that I've worked with has helped me do that. So some of my short-term goals are to acquire at least 2 certifications related to web app pen testing. The first one is by eLearn Security. It's the web app pen testing course or certification. It's supposed to teach all of the basics, the methodologies, and the skills that one would need to actually perform engagements and assessments against a web app. The second one is also web related, and it's by Offensive Security. It's the OSWE. It's a bit more advanced. It does require having some knowledge about different programming languages and the nuances of what's good and bad in them. But those are the things that I'm looking to acquire next. With all of that being said, I hope you really enjoyed my journey in this talk. All I can really recommend to any of you who are looking to break into this field is don't give up on it. As cliche as it's going to sound, and it's actually Offensive Security's motto, try harder, because you'll eventually get there as long as you keep persisting. I just wanted to say thank you to all of the people who've helped supported me in the past and in my current role. This is actually my first talk for BSides. This is actually also my second hacker convention ever. My first one was in CactusCon in Arizona. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on Discord, or reach out to me on Twitter. Thanks.
Oh, all right, Sasquatch time. Cool. Yeah. So we live on this thing? Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Thanks everybody for coming back, and yay, very good talk, Adam. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. This is all working. Yeah. Yeah. That was really good. We're excited. A reminder to everyone, if you can find the Discord, jump on the Discord, ask lots of questions. There's a lot of fun interactions. Everything's blowing up. There's notifications everywhere. It's good stuff. Next up in the Breaking into InfoSec track, we have Jeff and Daniel. Their name of their talk is From SysAdmin to InfoSec, How to Make the Jump. Excited to see it. So we'll see you all back here when the time comes. And the Q&A is going to be great.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to From SysAdmin to InfoSec. Hi, I'm Jeff McJunkin, and I have with me my co-presenter.
Hello, friends.
This is Daniel Pendolino, and let's go ahead and dive right into our topic. So we're going to talk about us a little bit, because we both have the from general IT into InfoSec background. We'll talk about what IT security is in a nutshell, and why the path of general IT, it doesn't have to be exactly sysadmin for the record, to InfoSec is great and gives you amazing powers, how there is no normal path, so you should just embrace the path that you have. We'll also talk about forging your own destiny within IT security, and have a little conclusion and some time for questions at the end.
So now it's my story. It's my path to information security. So I started out doing computer science at Rutgers, and kind of hating Java, kind of not being super into the software engineering path. I love to code and I love all things technology, but just writing bits of web apps all day was just not something I was super interested in. Thankfully, after that, through a friend, I got to meet Ed Scotus and interned for him, doing all kinds of weird things that let me take screenshots of SANS Sec 560 for a while, learning Netcat and SSH relays and port forwarding, that stuff that I still use daily. And that was a lot of fun. But moving on from there, like I didn't want to do software engineering exactly. And that led me to kind of intro tech support, getting familiar with Tomcat web apps, unfortunately, the worst parts of the web and Java all smushed together. And I got into deploying applications and learning the tech stack. And that was a lot more interesting to me. And that led me to doing sysadmin work. I got to work for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, doing high performance computing stuff. And that was just super, super neat. And at the end of the day, I was still at a terminal at a Linux machine. It was a really honking big one, but it was still the same bash. And then I got a call from Ed one day asking me if I wanted to come back to CounterHack. And I said yes. And I've been super happy doing sysadmin work, doing DevOps, doing some challenge dev, and a little bit of pen testing. And I've been there ever since.
Excellent. My own background, fairly similar. We like to joke that Daniel and I are the same person, just on different coasts. So I got my bachelor's computer security, information assurance, a bit of a forensic focus as far as the coursework goes. Had come from a regular IT support, so like computer repair in high school, to working for my school districts, to systems administration, software packaging, deploying software packages to hundreds or thousands of machines, Windows migrations, and then got into being the catch-all admin, which I really enjoyed because you don't get as much of a comprehensive view for a larger organization. Whereas a small organization, you can at some point literally replace all of the desktops, all of the laptops, all of the servers, all of the network and routing equipment. And I liked IT. I still identify as a sysadmin, but I wanted to do something beyond that. And I started being interested more and more in IT security. And then this talk happened for me right between sysadmin and my next job. My next full-time engagement was web and network penetration tester. Then I got an amazing call one day from the illustrious Ed Scotus as well. Started working for CounterHack, building things like these SANS Holiday Hack Challenge and a couple of versions of Core Net Wars Tournament/Experience. And then I was there for 5 years, got to work with the illustrious Daniel Pendolino there as well. Then went out in my own organization, Rogue by Information Security, do pen tests, red teaming, ransomware resilience. And by the way, I also teach for the SANS Institute, mostly the penetration testing course, the one that Daniel has troubleshot a lot of labs very thoroughly for, taken a lot of screenshots, and also author the 2-day Metasploit Kung Fu lab.
And this is us.
Yeah.
I think that sums us up pretty nicely. We got to hang out one DerbyCon, which, we'll miss you. And we've been friends and colleagues ever since, and I hope we continue to do so.
Yep, absolutely. I think we're always scheming for how to get our various companies to work together, right? Now, kids. Yep. All right. One of the major topics of this presentation is that your sysadmin background gives you overpowered, OP, InfoSec powers, right? The average experience in the sysadmin network admin world is having a poorly documented world. So figuring out the information, having nothing more than the account privileges to do so, or maybe to do account resets on your way, turns out that's the average pen test as well, right? And there's far more to InfoSec than just pen testing, but it's an easy thing to talk to, right?
Yeah, but seriously, I want someone to tell me if they actually find good documentation.
Oh,
out
yeah,
in the
yeah.
wild.
I can't
Like,
prove that unicorns with good documentation don't exist, but I haven't seen any unicorns around, so I find it rather unlikely. Making remote machines do your bidding, right? Using valid credentials after you have them to make the world conform to your desire, right? Make it so. That's a really useful piece. We're talking about PSExec, or I like PDQ inventory, PDQ deploy, or parallel SSH, what I hear Daniel's use a time or two.
Oh yeah, absolutely. When we do like challenge exercises where there's a simulated red team or a real red team, after the initial exploitation, it's kind of IT administration, just kind of evil.
It turns out our Daniel was the evil one the whole time. But yes, after you've gotten that initial endpoint, it's more about like sometimes privilege escalation, but more about discovering and making your own documentation for the environment and getting the job done, which feels a lot like sysadmin worked as well. You've probably been through automating some tedious process. That is a useful power. Instead of manually interacting with 20, 30, 40, 50, or 1,000 machines by hand, automating that. Understanding that small details can really, really matter. Whether it's, oh, I forgot that I have SMB v1 enabled and therefore have a bunch of vulnerabilities to worry about, or network layer authentication for remote desktop, or SSH v1 is somehow in place, right? These subtle details really, really make important differences. Oh, I forgot to change the permissions on this service, and therefore there's a local privilege escalation on every single desktop image. This is important. You've probably also used existing binaries in creative ways to accomplish whatever your goal is, because you don't always have the best of tools to resolve your issue. In the InfoSec realm, we call this LOL BAS, living off the land, binaries and scripts, and it's a regular course of business because you blend in better to the existing systems administrators when you're using the same software that they are, just in a more nefarious way. It's the same idea, just with the evilness going on.
So why InfoSec? And I think that's the crux of why we're talking to you today. Like, what are the reasons why you want to take the kind of IT general kind of knowledge that you have and transition that into something that might feel a bit scary, even though when you really look at it, it's not as different as you might think. That curiosity, that drive, that keeps tinkering, that keeps trying to figure out how things are built and why they're done that way, that mindset really makes doing the work that much more rewarding, but also much more feasible.
Absolutely.
There's been so many times where we've had to come up with a solution to some technical hurdle on the fly, and the only reason we were able to figure it out in time is because that one time I read, something on Slashdot or Y Combinator, and I looked into it for 20 minutes, then went back to what I was doing, but it stuck in my head.
Yep. I like to joke that I don't store facts anymore. I mostly just store pointers and like, hey, I read about this once on Hacker News. Now all of my Hacker News time is billable hours. It's not quite how it works, but I think there's a lot of job satisfaction to imposing your will that helps the business across a set of systems. And in the traditional admin world, you mostly have the same set of systems over time. But if you want to scale what you've learned, imagine when you go from learning IT admin really well to applying IT admin again at a different organization. And there's so much you can apply so very quickly, right? What would normally be like a year-long project, you're like, give me 3 weeks and stop bothering me, and I will bring us up to speed so very quickly. You can do that in the consulting realm as well, and not to change employers for that. There's more to InfoSec than just consulting, but you can apply your knowledge very quickly and help more organizations. So more job satisfaction as well.
Yeah, and that community around kind of learning and exploring is just one of the best parts of information security.
Oh, absolutely.
And just maybe getting a coffee or some other drink with fellow colleagues and friends that much more interesting, because it's like, oh, what have you been working on? It's just such a
what exciting new thing are you working on that nobody else in this industry has at least talked about publicly, and it's all at your fingertips, because all it takes is working on one little lab, and investigating a little bit further. Sean Metcalf is amazing for Active Directory security, and Sean Metcalf's lab environment, no offense to him, is not that many machines. It doesn't take that long to put together Active Directory with a few forests and a few trusts and figure out a lot of edge cases that way. Again, no disrespect, but I think a lot of people would be underwhelmed by the breadth of labs because you can answer a lot of very interesting questions from life in relatively small lab environments, but don't test in production, right? Your first time using a tool or some exploit should not be somebody else's production environment. Oh, go ahead. Adding InfoSec flavor to your own position. This slide is all about how do you transition without making that scary leap? Because I think there's two major kind of gotchas before people make the jump into InfoSec. And one is, should I jump? Is it worth going over there? And two, that looks like a big scary jump. So we talked about like why it could be useful to you. Job satisfaction, always be learning, all right? A good community. We have our problems, don't get me wrong, but a good community to work with. But now let's talk about the baby steps. So it's not just one big terrifying leap into the unknown. You can add InfoSec flavor to what you already do. If you work in desktop world, auditing the standard desktop image or making a standard desktop image.
Yes,
and
please.
There's an applicable word for this. Daniel, what's the word for standardization of builds?
I don't know, maybe Packer.
Oh, Packer, all the Packer.
Anytime Jeff or I can get to automate an image via Packer, we take it. And
yeah, absolutely.
I don't feel bad at all.
No. Start from ISO, result in IT ready image, good to go, is pretty awesome with all the package you need, all the customization, and I don't know, maybe some like Puppet or
Ansible.
Python based. What's that?
Ansible
Along the way. I just do stupid bash shells because if it gets the job done, it still makes me feel better. Anyway, so adding InfoSec flavor to your own position, building and testing labs, getting work permission to do so, saying, hey boss, I just heard about this big breach from someone else in our industry. And it says that the major part of their flaw was this ramification. It was that they had not they thought they'd patch, but there were some boxes that fell out of patching. So let me research some of those questions about what boxes are falling out of patching. And I want to do 2 hours every Thursday to answer these list of questions. That's really easy to say yes to. You've stacked the deck in your favor, and now you've justified InfoSec learning in your current position.
And it's super valuable, both yourself and to your current organization. That's a win-win.
Win-wins are the best, right?
Yeah.
Light consulting. My first penetration test was for my college, where I knew a couple people that worked in IT there, and I said, hi, I like IT security. Can I pretty please do a pen test and not get sued and give you a report at the end so you can improve? And the answer was yes, right? Made it a little easier to say yes to that one, and it got me my start. That's not wrong by any means. Or friends in InfoSec, Daniel mentioned the coffee or virtual coffee or some beverage, but I think there's a danger of limiting yourself, gatekeeping yourself. Say, I'm not 100% ready yet. You will never be 100% ready for any major jump or leap ever. But between resume workshops, mock interviews, and real interviews, all three of which give you valuable feedback, you can iterate and improve. Because what's the phrase? Perfect is the enemy of good. And as I like to say, perfect is the enemy of better. Focus on being better and improving and learning, but you could probably make that jump earlier than you think you can. And I love the graphic for imposter syndrome here. We commonly think that what I know is a strict subset. Somebody else knows way, way more. But your background is a unique set of experiences, a unique set of hard-won pieces of knowledge. Nobody has all of the knowledge you do, and vice versa. You have no more.
Super smart people. I work with some super smart people, and it's amazing the stuff that they teach me, but also the stuff that I thought was, oh, they must know this already, and maybe not. You don't know.
Yep. When I hear of like the illustrious Mick Douglas saying, oh, I built my own desktop in the cloud with Amazon EC2. It took me a few hours. I learned more about guacamole, and then I found that Amazon workspaces exist. They just have another product for this, and he may have flipped a desk at that moment, right? Nobody's knowledge is a strict superset of another, right? And we had when we tweeted about this upcoming talk, there was a lot of community response.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was floored when Jeff tweeted, and all of these amazing folks, Derek Rook, Joff, Spudkin, John Gorenflow, Brian, like all of these awesome people echoed the experiences that, you know, we have bits of. Like, it's not exactly the same, but there's a whole lot of commonalities.
Absolutely. And I admit I'm slightly biased. I like the offensive realm a bit more because, hey, shells are awesome, and it's hard to replace that rush of Interpreter Session 1 opened or whatever C2 of choice. But I admit some bias here. And for the record, nothing is wrong with a normal systems administration or network administration career. That's not wrong by any means, but InfoSec is exciting too, and it might be the right fit for you. And look, the talk is titled SysAdmin to InfoSec, but of course, QA to InfoSec, or a network admin, not just SysAdmin. If you have web and application development background, we need more people who aren't afraid of a compiler, who are able to answer a question in the form of code.
Hello, help desk being on the front lines.
Yes.
Like, you now know how
Yes.
to talk to people and triage. Like, that's super helpful.
Yes, and identifying commonalities. Oh, this is not an exception because this is the third report of this I found this morning, right? Teasing apart your mental model of an organization through limited information is how help desk works. And that's a pretty darn useful piece of information. Of course, even database administration, there's a lot more to database world than take the user input raw and toss it into a database query raw. There's a lot more to security you can do. Parameterized queries have been a thing for a while. And I do like I admit some bias here. InfoSec is this combination of some body of knowledge plus the adversarial mindset. So QA, you all know where the bodies are buried on average. That's a pretty important skill. And we had so much of a response that we had to have some more tweets in here as well. With George Orchilis, I recognize every name on this list, right? Andrew Krug, James LV, because nobody can pronounce his last name. Eric Conrad, curriculum lead over at SANS. Rich Farfarik, amazing, amazing people here, right? If you want to be in this field, welcome, you belong, you are one of us. There's enough gatekeeping going on here. Some people say, oh, you can't go straight into IT security. That's just wrong. You need to serve your time in the field first. No, there are some advantages, right? Some overpowered experience that you can get in sysadmin realm or network admin or many others, but it's not wrong. And I know some great folk that went just into IT security directly.
Yeah, there are absolutely no wrong paths. There's just less common ones and maybe less convenient ones. And that leads to just the fact that all of those different paths end up in very varied places, because there's within information security, there's a ton of specializations that kind of line up nicely with places you can come from, like network, like, you know, being a network admin, doing network stacks and sysadmin work involving packets and stuff leads really nicely to doing network pen tests. I really respect anyone that can do like Active Directory. It's mind-boggling to me sometimes what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
And there's
essentially everything that you know and understand, you no longer fear and you no longer think is impressive, but every single body of knowledge is scary and impressive to somebody else. And that's great. That means that your set of knowledge is absolutely applicable and people will fear and respect you for it. Don't encourage the fear, but.
Yep. DevOps is near and dear to my heart. Incident response can be just this mismatch of everything. And yeah, it can be super stressful, but if you don't want to have to pick that, there's an option for that too.
Yep. Now, it's okay to dive into one topic and specialize there. I'm thinking of like Ian Coldwater. They're an amazing, amazing information security professional, and they have laser focused on Kubernetes. And they should probably also be verified on Twitter, by the way, but we only have time for so much here, right? It's okay to laser focus, specialize, and it's okay to a little bit more ADHD style, want to do all the things all the time, right? Incident response, that huge mashup from offensive mindset. What would the attacker do here, to forensics at scale remotely, right? Triaging, the sysadmin, network admin response, and then even some of pen testing to check if your mitigations are working properly. incident response is pretty awesome. The downside is, of course, sometimes living out of a hotel or having your go bag, and there are some downsides as well, absolutely. But there is no normal path to IT security.
Nope, we're all weird.
We're all weird. Come be weird with us, right? Probably the most common path is a general IT admin realm into information security. But there are many paths, and yeah, the long tail, as they say, like the lots of exceptions, the lots of weird paths, is probably the majority of people in IT security. There is no normal path, and if you want to be here, we absolutely welcome you. We need more inclusion. We need more diversity. We need more than 2 more white guys giving a presentation, right? We need more backgrounds as well. If you're excited to learn, if you want to help others, if you want to apply your knowledge with great job satisfaction, InfoSec is probably a great fit for you. And as it turns out, there's a huge need, and that does reflect in potential for some great pay and great job security.
Yeah, which is just really nice to have.
Yeah, and even more than just job security, career security. I don't expect myself or Daniel to get laid off anytime soon, but honestly, if we do, we won't be unemployed for long. And that's a really nice thing to be able to sit down in the night and be comfortable with, that you know that you're desired in the industry. If you don't feel you're getting the proper level of respect where you are and you have some knowledge, excited to learn, excited to share with others, InfoSec will be great for you. We need more people. Please come join us.
Yeah, being a productive member of the community is just super rewarding.
Absolutely. We have time for questions. We'll both be in the Discord hanging out. We have lots of other resources, whether it's on building your own lab.
Below.
Go ahead.
I said we have some links below, like your mock interview link, and apparently Sans does a holiday hack challenge every year, and I get to help make that happen, and it's a ton of fun, and we'd love to see you there.
Absolutely. I mean, you can also spend some time hanging out with others inside a video game and chatting and solving problems together in December. That makes for a pretty awesome December. I know some organizations will like block off IT security for a week and say, no, we're going to together submit our response. And it's hard to beat that camaraderie, which is amazing. These slides are online, by the way, bit.ly/sysadmin2infosec, and we'll be around for any questions inside of Discord. But let's go ahead and wrap things up. Thank you so much for joining this talk, and have a wonderful day, afternoon, evening, morning, whenever you saw this presentation.
Yep, and we work for places. They do pen tests. Reach out if you want. We'd love to hear from you.
Absolutely. And there's our advertising for the day. We're good. Thank you very much for joining. Cheers, everyone.
Bye.
Hooray! Good talk, Jeff and Daniel. I think we're up. I think we're live. I think we're doing our Q&A session now. Cool. So thanks for stopping by the B-Sides Portland, and we got Falconspy also. And let's see, do we have any fun questions from the Discord? Oh yeah, holiday hack stuff. Yeah, I was gonna ask. Yeah. How yeah, can you give any spoilers for holiday hack stuff? I look forward to it every year. It's a fun project.
Not if I want to show my face around the office again. But it's going to be probably bigger than last year, and coming up, and I think it's going to be fun. I'm excited.
I should reveal all of the plot to this year's holiday hack challenge. It'll be fun.
Oh man, no, it's always good every year to like the fun little games and everything, going around with all the puzzles. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
A pointy clicky game that other people can be involved with. It also has InfoSec, so if you want to explore a little world, you can. If you want to dive into InfoSec, you can. If you want to phone a friend, you can. Yeah. Holiday hack challenges. Oh, and this doesn't ever get enough recognition, but all prior holiday hack challenges are still online and still have amazing end-to-end walkthroughs. So if you want to learn about some of the prior skills that are tested and taught in prior holiday hack challenges, those are all still available. There's 15.
And that's super helpful for this year's challenge.
Hit tough.
Oh.
I said I couldn't do spoilers.
Wow.
Hints don't count as spoilers. It's fine.
Yeah, right. That's totally how it works.
It's legit.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, so we keep an eye on Discord. There you go.
How's Discord going? I know Topher had asked a question earlier on how many times you rehearsed this, and you gave a fun answer, so I'd like to hear some expansion on that.
I think it was 4 runs, but Daniel probably remembers better than I. Just figuring out the transitions was the big piece of when we're going to talk back and forth.
So were you doing it all in one shot, kind of a thing?
Yep, all the way through. For a 20-minute talk, like the transitions all the way through and the flow of it is the thing that you can't really improve upon unless you're going all the way through it.
Yeah, we basically got down, set some time aside, started recording, winged it, and then we just kept doing that until it was good enough to submit.
Yeah, sounds good. Falcon, you want to talk about your process?
Yeah, so I originally had gone all the way through in one go, and my first recording was about like 28 minutes long, which is way too long for this based on limitations that we had received. So I kind of went back and cut down most of it. I had like a really good 10-minute section really talking about my OSCP certification journey. Realized I can cut out a ton of stuff. So I went back and recorded a bunch of small short clips and then kind of just did some really crude video editing because I suck at it. And kind of did the small transitions and clip things together. But yeah, so it took me 2 good tries.
I had one question on the background. I'm not in a basement. This is a spare bedroom that is the office. And it's moving blankets on the walls, which help for the sound, and a DEF CON banner that appeared mysteriously.
Somehow, legitimately or otherwise.
Like Matt.
I saw a question about what should your first certification be, and perhaps despite my my current employment, I would say I'm not as focused on individual certifications so much as the knowledge that you build and your ability to convince others that you have it can sometimes be helped by certifications, but it depends. Your audience is going to drive which certification they care about, whether it's a GX side or OSCP or eLearn security or whatever. But I think we have, was it Sky, if you want to talk to certification in particular.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I have purchased a number of books, even training books for even CISSP and all sorts of other wacky certifications that I'm probably not going to be getting anytime soon. OSCP was really fun though, and there's a lot of really fun ones that are good to go after, and those are kind of neat. But yeah, definitely a lot of more resources coming out all the time. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Other questions from the Discord that I'm missing?
Joe's messaging me.
There's a great question from Brim, whoever this mysterious Brim is. Do you recommend making a home lab these days or just learning the cloud? I am a huge proponent of a thing that you can iterate on and build locally and understand end to end. And if somebody else installs the OS for you, then you've missed out on some of that learning. So I am strongly biased towards a home lab that is actually in your home, because whether it's a laptop or desktop, you can bring it with you. You don't have to be online. You can install FreeBSD, OpenBSD, Android emulated devices, or Android x86, whatever. You don't have to worry about the server-side support or cloud-side support for that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you can call it building your own home cloud, and it's the same.
Yeah, when people talk about, we have our private cloud on site, you're like, oh, you have a server closet that you like referring to as a private cloud because you own the whole thing.
Oh yeah, that was such a level up moment for me when I overtook a bit of my basement and made a server closet out of an old closet.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree on creating your own home lab rather than using one out in the cloud. At least then you can learn how everything gets set up. You can learn networking a bit better as well if you didn't already know how to network. So I definitely recommend it.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I'm seeing there's a question about pivoting from software engineering to security. I kind of did that. I think I was classified as a software engineer a lot early on. Rather than the IT path, and it was mostly QA, software QA, engineering QA stuff, and then more and more security-ish as that goes. But I think all of you took mostly like an IT kind of path, right? Is that?
I went to school for computer science, so
Cool.
I kind of figured I'd end up as a software engineer type role. But I interviewed a ton around the 2009-2010 timeframe, which wasn't super fun, and just writing tons of enterprise Java didn't really appeal to me. And once I actually I liked learning the stuff, but just the roteness of it was just really tiring. So I enjoyed the building of infrastructure more, and that's just what I've mostly done is kind of go towards where I just enjoy doing the work.
Yeah, and software engineers are always useful for tool development because there's always a need for more tools too. So even like cleaning up old tools that were written by people who are terrible software engineers, like I am and other people. Because a lot of those old abandoned DEF CON projects are like, not necessarily put together super great and can always use a good scrub down from seasoned software engineers. So that's good. I know, Falcon, you got a computer science background. I guess you talked a little bit about the aggressor scripts and different other things that you developed, but.
Yeah, so originally I was a computer science major, like I said in the talk. I was kind of just trying to really follow like my father's footsteps since he was in computer science when he was in college, and he does a lot of work within the field. But yeah, I kind of realized it just really wasn't for me. It wasn't that I wasn't doing all that great in my classes. Like I was getting A's, no problem. I just realized that I didn't enjoy, I guess, developing, or I didn't think I would enjoy developing on a day-to-day basis. Rather, I wanted to do it, I guess, when I had a need for it or it would solve an issue for me. But writing those aggressor scripts was kind of enjoyable, but kind of also completely miserable for me, just because I know where I work, but I don't like Java, but I do like Perl. So, and I'm sure a couple of you are like, ew, Perl. And the other half are like, ew, Java. But yeah, it was still a lot of fun to try and do all of that because it was a combination of the two. But yeah.
Yeah, cool. Any other fun stuff from the chat? Let's see. Yeah, I always have trouble when trying to set up like a cloud lab, trying to figure out expenses. So there's some mention of GCP and different things. Yeah, a few of those have like free tiers for different things, but like I was trying to set up an AWS lab recently, and it just, I don't know, like all of a sudden you start getting like $50 a month bills and like $100 a month bills, and it's like, ah, crap, like gotta like spin those down and figure out all the budgeting and everything. But it's definitely nice to have your own home lab though, to just play with weird servers and stuff.
Yeah, having the home lab is obviously definitely helpful, but each of those, the various cloud providers out there, each have some kind of promotional deal where they give you X amount of dollars to play with their, their environment for however long. And then some also provide like always free tiers or something that you can just set up 1 or 2 machines at any point in time and, do things on there.
Cool. I got recommendations for DigitalOcean, Linode, Vultr. They're a little bit.
I've had a couple of Linodes around for since like 2015 or something.
Sure.
They're super handy at like $5 or $10 a month.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, they offer a lot of new stuff now too, like having large storage, because that was always the thing that frustrated me, is like running out of disk space and having to go to the next level. But now you can just like buy storage directly. And so what I've been doing for a lot of my little side projects. Oh, cool. Is Joe breaking in at some point? Or yeah. See, Joe's moving a mouse around. That's exciting. Cool. Yeah. Lots of fun paths, lots of good different things. Let's see. Hey, it's Joe. Should I talk about the next track now? I can talk about the next track. We got the
okay, so now
I don't hear Joe yet. I don't know if we're supposed to, but it's fun to watch him walk around.
Maybe you're not going to hear me.
but
everybody else can hear me.
What?
We're going to wrap up.
Stay tuned, everyone.
Switch back
this
over
is exciting. And at 11 o'clock in about 5 minutes, we're going to have the end users track. It's going to be hosted by Malcolm, and remember to check out the Discord if you can find it, and tweet a bunch of stuff. Follow all of these amazing people on Twitter. I think you'll find Twitter handles around. Get, lots of interesting things going on here. Thanks, Joe, and thanks all the B-Sides people. It's doing really great this year, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Thanks,
so
everyone.
Malcolm will be on in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, everyone.
All right, I think I'm live. Hello and welcome everyone. This is the second session in the talk track. This is focused on end users. I'm Malcolm Heath. I'm a BSides board member and former president of the organization. I'm really happy to be welcoming you to the talks here because I think we have a couple of really good ones. And also we have a cat. So we're going to be having two presenters, two different sessions. The first one is going to be Sydney Brazeau, who is soon to be graduating from, or have you already graduated, Sydney?
I've already graduated.
Great. Okay, so has also just graduated from the American Public University with a master's degree in cybersecurity studies. And she's also looking for a job. So if you have anything that you might want to talk with her about, please do. You can find her on the Discord channel for the End Users Talk track. Additionally, she's going to be putting some of the links to resources regarding her presentation in the chat there. And then we're going to be also having a second talk about persistence and tracking cookies in a little bit. But I should actually introduce Sydney's talk first. Her talk is Protecting the Elderly from Cybercrime, a Community Education Approach. And if that is it, Joe, if you're ready, I think we can take it away.
Hi, I'm Sydney Brazeau, and today I will be talking about protecting the elderly from cybercrime, a community education approach. A little bit about myself. I was born and raised in Alaska, but now I live in Maryland. I have two beautiful golden retrievers, one of which you can see there covered in mud. In 2018, I received my Bachelor's of Emergency Management in Homeland Security and Emergency Management from the University of Alaska Fairbanks with a concentration in cybersecurity management. I just recently finished up my MS in Cybersecurity Studies, and my Twitter is @BrazeauSydney. So this presentation is my capstone project condensed. So I looked at cybercrime victimization of the elderly and looked at why the elderly are at the highest risk for being defrauded online. I also looked at computer and information communication technology use by the elderly, and what they mostly use it for is connecting with family and friends, to obtain banking information, and to obtain health information. I also looked at generational communication styles and found that generational values are shaped by historical events, and that plays into generational communication preferences. Also, the available technologies during early adulthood influence communication preferences. Looking at cybercrime victimization, in 2019, for adults over the age of 60, in total, they lost over $800 million to internet crimes that were reported to the FBI. They are 5 times more likely to lose money to tech support scams than any other age group, and on average, they lost over $600 per incident. Looking at the most common fraud types, there's phishing, spoofing, tech support scams, which is where a person will call and say you have a problem with your computer. They will run fake diagnostics and then require payment in the form of gift cards or require that you wire them money. The lottery scam is where a person receives an email or a telephone call or a pop-up saying that they have won the lottery, but they must pay upfront taxes or some sort of fee to obtain the prize. And this will happen even if a person hasn't purchased a lottery ticket. Big red flag there. Also, romance fraud is where for an online dating website, a scammer will pretend to fall in love with a lonely elderly person and then continuously ask them for money and be like, I have a sick relative, please send me like $2,000. and they'll exploit trusting, lonely senior citizens that way. And then there's government imposters, where a person will receive a communication saying it's from the government, such as the IRS or the FBI or something like that, and say, you must pay us money or we will arrest you. And then last but not least, credit card fraud. So why are the elderly more prone to fraud victimization than any other age group? Well, part of the reason is the fraud victimization cycle, as you can see here. Victimization of senior citizens occurs in a self-reinforcing cycle due to a number of compounding factors. So a senior citizen experiences fraud and then they feel shame from being victimized since they aren't a perfect victim. And then they fear their loss of independence, which then causes them to withdraw from family and friends, which then causes loneliness and depression, which then puts them at a higher risk for fraud re-victimization. It's also caused due to the aging brain. Cognitive decline is the single largest factor of senior citizen fraud victimization. It's all due to the part of the brain right here. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex, or VMPFC, is the first part of the brain to decline with age-related decline. It is responsible for decision-making, and it helps people filter out good and bad information. It's also responsible for keeping a person safe. It's essentially the risk management center of your brain. VMPFC decline is linked to poor financial literacy and poor financial decision-making. And if a person reads a section of information and they have VMPFC decline, they will pick out the positive, good pieces of information and ignore and toss out the warning signs, the red flags there. And this is called the halo effect. So how can we help senior citizens with this? Well, one of the ways is through community education programs. And this is a way to help senior citizens both spot and avoid cyber fraud. It fosters ways about thinking around personal information. It challenges preconceived notions about information security, being like personal information isn't just your bank account, credit card number, or social security number. It can include details about a person's workplace or addresses and past addresses, present addresses. Can also include information about birthdays and also information about family members. Spear phishing emails can be used to confirm these details before committing a fraud. The community education goal is to help individuals develop concrete skills to prevent and mitigate identity theft and fraud. They should be tailored to the generational and cultural learning preferences of the audience. And while older adults have a lower level of confidence in their computer skills than their younger counterparts, they are both willing and able to learn safe practices. Little note, in-person classes help us develop a sense of community and address loneliness. Obviously, that's not an option right now because of COVID, but maybe someday in the future, that will be an option again, hopefully. Looking at how senior citizens prefer to learn, they prefer lecture style as opposed to exploratory learning. They like bulleted lists, they like having one way to do things, and they prefer written lists of instructions. They like having an authoritative teacher. And when teaching to senior citizens, you should use a microphone, and graphics and videos should supplement text, not replace it. As you can see on this slide, I have little icons next to the text, and the icons are supplementing the text, not replacing it. When presenting to senior citizens, also when presenting in general, a person should think in terms of accessibility. So you have to plan for low vision participants, deaf and hard of hearing participants, participants with mobility issues. So is the space you're renting out accessible to those individuals? And you should also prepare for generational, geographic, and cultural differences. What is in this curriculum packet that I developed? Well, it includes a lesson plan for a 1-hour class. Part of that lesson plan is a 30-minute PowerPoint that covers how to identify and avoid common cyber scams, and it also has basic skills building. I also include a little beginning of the class quiz and the answer key, and the quiz challenges common misconceptions. For example, I have a question that's true or false. If you don't use a computer, your personal information cannot be exploited by cyber criminals. This would be false. But in some of the research that I read, senior citizens believe that if they did not use a computer, their personal information could not be exploited by cyber criminals. So it kind of challenges those preconceived notions and gets them thinking about how personal information exists in the cyber environment. I also include a 1-page quick reference handout, and it covers common cybercrime types, how to avoid and mitigate cybercrime, and what to do if you're the victim of the crime. So the idea here is that they can have it next to their computer and reference it if they're just hanging out online, surfing the net. I also include a step-by-step skills handout, which covers how to update your computer, how to update your antivirus, how to set up online banking, how to set up a credit freeze, how to set up a fraud alert on your credit, and also how to report scams and identity theft and cyber crimes, and what to do immediately after you've been victimized. I also include a framework for curriculum updates. The framework for updates recommends that you draw information from trusted sources like AARP, NIST, the FTC, and the FBI's Internet Crimes Complaints Center. NIST can be tapped for password and authentication recommendations. The Internet Crimes Complaints Center has data on cybercrime trends, and it has alerts of new and emerging trends and threats. And also you can get the scam trends from the FTC. The next step is to analyze cybercrime trends by both frequency and impact. And the Internet Crimes Complaints Center presents the data that way. So you can look at both the frequency, how often certain cyber crimes are taking place, but also their like how much people are losing per scam. So when you have to prioritize what information you want to cover, if a scam is really popular, but they're only getting about $20 out per scam, do you need to cover that, or do you need to cover something that's a little less popular, but the scammers are getting $600 per scam? You also need to be mindful of cultural differences, such as rate of speech, and your materials need to be presented in an accessible format. So that means using large print font, using a microphone, providing handouts, and making sure that the location of the class is accessible to the mobility impaired. Looking at national level resources, AARP, the American Association of Retired Persons, everyone gets that card and they're like, oh no, it's my time. It provides the Fraud Watch Network helpline, which provides emotional support, guidance for families. And it also provides the steps to take after one has been victimized. And it also provides referrals to law enforcement. Then the IC3, the Internet Crimes Complaints Center, is part of the FBI, They have a file a complaint form available online, which provides consumer and industry alerts. And according to their website, the information is processed to investigate for investigative and intelligence purposes for law enforcement, but also for public awareness. And the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, has the FTC Complaint Assistant for scam reporting. This includes internet services, online shopping, and computers. And the FTC does not resolve individual complaints, but will work with law enforcement. And they like having that data for reports and tracking. And the FTC also runs identitytheft.gov as a one-stop shop for the identity theft recovery process. For community resource development, the main recommendation that came out of my research was having a senior fraud and cybercrime hotline. This provides a listening ear and reduces re-victimization because it reduces the feelings of shame, loneliness, and depression that are associated with being defrauded. For state and local governments, local police often lack the resources to conduct cyber fraud investigations, but the cyber fraud should at least be reported to IC3. In healthcare, fraud victimization is a healthcare issue. It is an indication of cognitive decline, and sometimes adult protective services needs to be involved. Also, it is a healthcare issue because of the social withdrawal and depression, and that can mean that senior citizens need to have mental health resources in this area. Breaking the fraud victimization cycle. This requires community education programs, community groups, and activities to combat the loneliness that can lead to fraud victimization, especially in romance fraud situations. Having clear government and law enforcement reporting structures so that the complaints and files don't like just reach a dead end and nothing comes of them. Being able to collect all of the information and create more accurate reports is really helpful. And also having mental health resources available is really important. So for further resources, I'm going to upload my curriculum packet and the associated PowerPoint to my website. I will also have it on my GitHub. And then if you have any questions or want to talk to me, you can hit me up on Twitter. It's at Brazeau Sydney.
All right. Thanks so much for that great presentation, Sydney. We're going to be taking Q&A for both sessions at the end. So without further ado, the next session up here is That's How the Cookie Crumbles, Persistent Tracking Cookies, Privacy, and Us, which is by Michael Jenks and Aire Youmans.
Hello, everybody. I hope we're all enjoying this wonderful COVID situation we're in. And we are here to talk about cookies as it relates to law and the technical aspects of them. So first, a bit about us. My name's Michael. I am known as XL the Tradies on Twitter and on my podcast Detections, which hopefully some of you watching today already know about the podcast. So I work as a consultant for a large consulting firm. I have a background that's heavily in SOC and blue team stuff. And I thoroughly enjoy the mentoring and teaching stuff. So doing presentations like this, right in my wheelhouse. My co-presenter today is Aire. She is a law student. and she's the one that will be talking about the law side of cookies as it relates to privacy, specifically with some legislation that's currently in place, and we'll get to learn. We get to learn together. We'll be some of the lucky 10,000 people. Now, a brief story. So this presentation came about last year, like the initial inception of it came to last year at BSides. So when we were still allowed to meet face-to-face, mask-free, have that in-person interaction, Aire came as a law student to BSidesPDX, and we had a conversation. As someone that occasionally will look at the law myself, just around specific information, security, cybersecurity stuff, we had a really good conversation. And I started doing some things in the local community about like helping to bridge the gap, because the big part of our initial conversation was bridging the gap between the technical and the legislative legal side. From a technical level, what exactly is a cookie? And then what we're going to do is we're going to format this as I'll do some technical stuff, Aire will do some of the legal stuff, and it'll all tie together. So to set the precedent of how this relates to the laws around cookies inside of a computer system, we're just going to go back to basics and talk about what they are. So ultimately what a cookie is just a piece of data, some information stored on your computer inside a browser's like file system directory that stores information. And it could be information, usually is information like what kind of computer is it, what operating system is it running. Sometimes it includes time. It also holds preference settings so that it remembers how you prefer to view the website, things like that. Pardon me. And of those cookies, there's two main varieties. There are what's called first-party cookies and third-party cookies. So the first-party cookies are those little pieces of information that get stored as referenced by the website you're visiting directly. So if we think about first-party cookies, we'll use some popular news sites as an example. We'll say like the New York Times. So the cookies that the New York Times that it stores as related to the viewing experience of you and your system on that website are called first-party cookies because they're created, stored, and utilized by the website you're actually visiting. So the domains match up, all the information's going to where it could be expected. Third-party cookies are those cookies that get stored and collect information from not the New York Times. This is where it could be things like advertisers. It could be things like different web analytics, where we have them collecting and storing information, and it's not the New York Times. It's not the website you're visiting, and so that information gets stored with a third party. So there's, and of those two first and third party, there's also the persistent and tracking cookies. Sometimes they're used synonymously, but basically what it is the persistent cookies are referencing that they are not removed when you visit or when you leave the website or close the browser, so they stay there. And tracking cookies are the ones that build a unique profile about you and contain information so that it tracks your like how long you dwell on a website, what you click on, how long you're reading specific parts of the web page. Just some of how these are used, as I mentioned, a lot of it's used in advertising, and this is part of what will lead into the legal stuff is a lot of money happens in advertising, so it's a big business. We can think about Google, that the majority of their profit actually comes from advertising dollars. Amazon itself gets a lot of money from advertising. And so what we have here is, and this is where it gets creepy, right? We've all had those moments where on our phone, we're talking with someone, we have a text message, conversation, we're on Discord, the next thing you know, our advertisements on websites that we visit or our suggested products from Amazon are exactly what we're talking about. And that is done through the process of retargeting or re-advertising. And so what that is if we look at our picture here, that is the third-party cookie or this tracking pixel. So real quick, the tracking pixel is similar in nature to a cookie, except it's a very small pixel that's not viewable by the eye, and it's usually put off the viewable space so that it collects this information and sends it off to a remote database. So then what happens is that information gets packaged up and sold to other places or used through advertising so that you can get targeted with specific ads, which advertising is driven. The more clicks they have, the more likely someone is to buy. So the better targeting you can get to that specific individual, the more likely they are to click. So maybe we can already start thinking about some of the potential privacy issues here as it relates to legislation that's been coming out about data privacy. Additionally, because we have these third-party cookies and these third-party connections, we have to implicitly trust, or the web developer implicitly trusts, that it's not going to be leveraged for badness. But what happens is, this is where we get malvertising. There are people who use that infrastructure, that trusted infrastructure in websites to deliver malware onto systems. So that is another danger that can happen from these cookies and this tracking pixel. So next up, what we have here is, now that we have a little brief understanding of the technical aspects behind the cookie, Aire is going to go over some of the current laws that are in place and how it's there to protect us consumers with our privacy of our data.
So there are currently few data collection regulations. While there are some state and federal laws, such as New York Shield Act, Illinois BIPA Act, several Massachusetts regulations, and the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act that regulate business use and protection of collected personal information, few regulations actually address the use of cookies. The General Data Protection Regulation, or the GDPR, is an EU regulation protecting EU consumers by offering personal information collection opt-out options and a legally enforceable request to have certain collected personal information deleted. While US companies have adjusted their online practices for EU consumers, GDPR regulations do not apply to consumers outside of the EU. The CCPA, the California Consumer Privacy Act, is the only US data protection model that addresses cookies. The CCPA defines personal information as information that identifies, relates to, describes, and is capable of being associated with or could reasonably be linked directly or indirectly with a particular consumer or household. So this does not include publicly available information from government records. A persistent identifier that reveals personal information is classified as a unique identifier. These can destroy consumer anonymity and are used to create targeted ads, as Michael mentioned. Under the CCPA, cookies are classified under unique identifiers. The CCPA regulates the use of unique identifiers by requiring that companies be transparent with their data collection. The regulations adopted to conform with the CCPA proposed a checklist of sorts for companies to comply with, which gives California consumers the right to know about the personal information a business collects about them and how that information is used and shared, and the general right to have fulfilled data deletion requests, and the right to opt out of personal information sales. So we've all seen these annoying banners popping up recently with more frequency. These banners are more than just a pop-up nuisance, however. This is the result of CCPA compliance. a uniform button that has brought consumer awareness to opt-out options, company policy on privacy, and information collection transparency. The California AG encouraged the development of a uniform and recognizable opt-out banner. The CCPA requires that the button be clear, easily findable, and titled. The CCPA does not require that a notice be posted before the access of a site. The CCPA also gives California consumers the right to non-discrimination of enforcement of those rights. And so the CCPA declared that like internet contracts negating the right of consumers to opt out of information sales or deletion requests are void and unenforceable because this directly affects a business's use of cookies to obtain personal information. So a company can choose not to comply with CCPA regulations if they want to be fined or lose consumer trust. But because a plethora of sites have chosen to comply and be transparent, even non-California residents can have the options of viewing and managing their privacy preferences and adjusting site-specific opt-out options. Although these preferences are only enforceable if a company has committed to honoring user do not track requests, assuming that you're not a California resident. So as Michael will explain, you can adjust your browser's privacy settings.
All right, yeah, and Aire mentioned a couple things that I just want to jump into a little bit more here. We've noticed too that, well, first off, let's start with the unique identifier. So what that means is it's not actually something that includes what's generally considered private information, or PII as it's commonly referred to for the acronym, like your name, your address, and stuff like that. It is just some unique string of characters that the service generates in order to collect and store your information. And that's where we get part of the creepy stuff, right? Because they make this unique identifier that stores your activity, and there are certain things that can then be inferred from the activity that it records, like gender and race. I mean, there are just some races that tend to buy certain things over others. There's some inference that can be made based on the clothing, food, videos watched, games, what sort of language the operating system is set to. All that information can be collected and build a profile, which is where we get that kind of like 1984 Big Brother creepy vibes, which I think the majority of us want to avoid, especially with how things have been going in the dumpster fire that is 2020. The second thing is, I don't know if it was readily apparent, but the guidelines for how to do the privacy policies and the cookies, and even in this screenshot here, there's no specificity on what are these strictly necessary cookies, what information that's even collecting, or where it's going, right? There's just has to be some sort of disclosure that it's happening, not what's actually being done with it. So on to the more technical stuff. So now that we have the baseline of what are cookies, how these persistent cookies, how the tracking cookies, current legislation is dealing with that in regards to privacy. Let's say we want some control over that, even removing the information from our systems, knowing how to watch it, or even potentially preventing it from getting there in the first place. So we're going to start here. We're going to start with some Windows information because the majority of computers out there are Windows operating system based. So what we have here is just a reference of where they're typically stored for the common browser. So if someone wanted to manually remove these cookies, this is a place where they're stored. But each browser has a way that you can clear it out yourself. Now, these only clear out the ones that are set to be able to be cleared out. There is a place for people to research further on some that are not removed by browsers that do require manual removal, and some more advanced stuff. But I highly encourage people that if they're curious about that, to dig in more to figure out what those like ever-present cookies are, or ever cookies. So the two main ways again in Windows are either going through your individual browser to clear cookies, and I do highly recommend that you do that because it will actually free up space. It's amazing how much storage space takes up on a hard drive from cookies. We won't necessarily be able to see what's in them, so we can remove them. Part of the reason why we won't be able to see what's in them is a lot of them use some form of encryption so that they maintain control over the data that's inside. So back to our like New York Times example, New York Times will encrypt their cookies, so only the New York Times can get access to the information. And we have here is a link to a Norton article that talks about how to clear cookies out to give some guidance itself. Now, the creative crowd likes to use Mac OS X, and it's growing in market share. Apple has done a good job with their marketing and their public relations, and so it's important that we talk about that too. Similarly, in that because the cookies are all browser based, there is a way to do it through the browser. And so we have here with Safari, you go into the preferences and privacy and you can remove them. But additionally, Safari allows some prevention of the cross-site tracking so that it helps prevent those third-party cookies that we talked about from actually being used by other websites to build that 1984 Big Brother style creep factor. And for Mac OS X, manually removing is another area that if you are curious about, I highly encourage you to research that yourself because it's a little bit different than Windows systems on how to do that. And I highly recommend just to use the browser in this case because the Mac OS X stuff does a pretty good job on it. And again, it's the same Norton article because they cover the same they cover this operating system also. All right, now quickly what we're going to do here is talk a little bit about prevention awareness and then a little bit of fun we can have. So what we have here are two web browser plugins. The first one is UMatrix, the second one is NoScript. UMatrix gives you pretty good oversight on where the cookies are coming from, what scripts are running, things like that for the website. NoScript does a similar thing, shows you what scripts are running, what domains they're attached to, basically which business or organization is collecting the information. Just some quick fun because those of us in the industry like to mess with information from time to time. Here's just a few applications that I found that we can use to have this fun. First, using Tor VPNs is a way to hide geolocation stuff. Hyperface is an application that uses pictures to mess with data around facial recognition. This GoRandle randomly determines Facebook emojis to responses to mess with Facebook gathering a profile on your emotional state. Ad nauseum randomly clicks on ads so that it confuses your shopping history and the things that you prefer. And this article from this blog post here talks about how we can obfuscate and duplicate Google Analytics data so that we can mess with the profile that these companies are building. And so to move on from that, we're going to dig a little bit more into the legislation slide.
Okay, so as Michael was explaining, just because the waiver that you accept to access a site allows for what it may call anonymous information collection, does not mean that the information collected remains unpaired, unanalyzed, and disassociated with you, the consumer. Any personal information that can be collected and be associated with unique personal identifiers will destroy consumer anonymity. So it's important to assign a value to the information collected so that as consumers, we can have some data privacy protections against the dangers and influence of manipulated consumer data. So data protection legislation is important because it can protect the data privacy of online consumers and also hold companies accountable for unnecessary or negligent data collection, storage, and sale practices. Current data collection regulations are not nationwide, so they're inadequate. The lack of legislation in the United States creates a disparity in the standard for online consumer protection against information collection. So it's important to note that while a lot of businesses are complying with the CCPA to avoid financial penalties, this law only protects consumers residing in California. So you don't have enforceable rights under the CCPA if you are an Oregon resident. So until we have a nationwide federal data protection model regulating the use of tracking cookies, it is the responsibility of each of us to push for our own state regulations. You can reach out to your local and state representatives as well as support organizations pushing for the creation of data protection legislation. If you are unsure of where to begin, we have representatives and groups that we can recommend here in the Portland area. You can just ask us. Something you could do is offer your technical expertise to lawmakers to help draft cookie regulation or submit statements to state representatives or assist organizations in writing coalition letters or pushing data regulations. All right, that is all for my side. If you have any information, Michael and I are practically always on Twitter. You can also email us, and if you have any questions that don't get answered during the question period, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Michael and Aire. That was a great presentation. And I think these two presentations went really well together. I mean, on the one hand, you've got a presentation about the sort of frauds that can be perpetrated against senior citizens. And then you've got another presentation that actually seems to indicate that perhaps similar activity is being perpetrated against everybody else on some level. So I think these talks went really well together. We did have a bunch of questions from the chat, and we've got about 15 minutes to go through them. So if you don't mind, I'm just going to get started on that. Let's see, where are my notes? Okay, there we go. Not that one. Yes, okay. This one's to Sydney. Are there any suggestions for reaching senior citizens who use social media?
On social media, you could try contacting senior citizens directly or trying to find the pockets where senior citizens hang out online, like specific Facebook groups, and then try to reach out to them that way.
I think in some ways the question may have been a little bit more like, are there specific things that you can tell senior citizens about how to use social media in a way that keeps them protected from being scammed by people on social media, right?
Okay. So I'm trying to think of which government resource would cover that. Let's see. I think the Internet Crimes Complaint Center took on an elderly initiative that specifically looks at how to protect senior citizens, so it might fall under that. And for like a safety training for them, a lot of the general information about how to look for red flags and also social media literacy that's part of the main curriculum. So I think covering social media literacy and how to think about how your personal information is being put out there and how it's being used are applicable for that.
Great. Another question for you, Sydney. Any suggestions for dealing with a quote old school elder, meaning somebody who does not necessarily accept tutelage from women or children, or there was some additional stuff in the chat about just not really wanting to listen to somebody who's younger than them?
Okay, so for that situation, you have to work harder for the buy-in. And so to develop that buy-in, instead of being like, here's what I was able to get on you from the internet from just a cursory look, you can be like, you could go to Have I Been Pwned and put in their email address and then bring it up and show them, be like, so this is how many times like you've been breached. And so the bad people out there have this information. And if you would like me to help you with that, here are the resources that I have for you. And so resources like Have I Been Pwned, or being able to show them the that there's an actual risk using a neutral ground helps develop that buy-in.
This is, well, I'll try to phrase it as a question if I can, Sydney. Actually, just recently, a friend of mine actually is on a joint account with their parent, and there was a very large charge on the credit card, and she did not know about it, but she essentially got a notification from her credit monitoring service that her credit rating had gone down a good chunk because it was a large amount. So she ended up calling her parent, and it did actually end up being legitimate in the long run. But I'm wondering if there's any sort of like role for having joint accounts or having yourself listed on accounts for your elderly parents, so that you can get notifications if, say, for example, large withdrawals happen or that kind of thing.
I don't know of any specific programs that banks have, but having the online banking set up allows you to monitor that faster. And so AARP lists having online banking set up as one of the main ways to identify fraud quickly so that you can remediate it much faster than waiting for your paper bank statement to come and then being like, why do I have negative $1 million?
And kind of along those lines, I have unfortunately had some people in my life who have fell prey to the classic scam of somebody who's kind of hard of hearing gets called up by somebody who claims to be their grandchild who's in trouble, and it's the full-on emotional activation thing. Grandma, help, I'm stuck on the side of the road, I'm unsafe, I need $500 or whatever to get my car towed or what have you. I was wondering if there's what sort of advice you might have found to try to address that, because honestly, I think increasingly as we get older, we may not actually know what our grandkids are up to, And in these situations, if the person that I'm thinking of had been more frequently in touch with their grandchildren, they would have known that their grandkid was not in fact in Nebraska, or something like that, right?
Yeah, so that did come up in my research, and what I found suggested is that senior citizens maintain a current list of contact information for all their family members, or if they don't have a current list of contact information, call somebody who would be able to call that person. And so reaching out and talking to your own smaller network before being like, okay, we need to go send $500 to Timmy in Nebraska. Right. Being able to confirm through alternate means that a person is in the location that they say they are, and that they are who they are, and contact and don't take the number from the person who is calling you.
Yeah, for sure.
Use an alternate method and try to verify that through different means, and then also keeping in contact with your family would help with that. And also having senior citizens be aware that that is a current scam type, because they might not be aware that it is a form of scam that is out there.
Right. Okay. So I was wondering for Aire and Michael, there's been a bunch of discussion on the chat, and I don't know if you want to address anything in particular. I haven't seen any, specific questions that haven't been answered yet, but here's your opportunity to jump in on any particular topics there.
Well, I think the question you brought up about does the GDPR and the European Union have any sort of leverage to force non-European Union countries to embrace their privacy model? And I think we're in a place where it's both yes and no, right? So in some ways, if businesses want to do business with anything in the European Union, they have to conform with GDPR. So they're making a business decision to either conform or not, right? So if the business decides not to do business there, like conduct or make profit, then really what power does it have at that point? And I think that's ultimately like a really good discussion. And as a consultant or people even in individual businesses, that's a very good conversation to have with management and stuff like that, is how do we want to deal with it, right? So even though there's no, like in the US, there's no law or policy that forces the compliance, it's still something to consider because it could potentially impact business operations.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I was trying to get to there, because I think it's pretty easy to look at the tech giants that are leveraging these sort of technologies to essentially enact their business model of revenue based or advertising based revenue that are located in the US, and then say, well, clearly they sort of have this giant lever on the world economy. So how can that be challenged? And I believe I read an article maybe a year or two ago saying that the GDPR is essentially mounting that challenge as a unified group of people in the EU, an organization, the EU, who is saying we want to prioritize and value this. So if you want to do business with us, you need to come to terms with us. And it's a fascinating example of somebody who doesn't have as much economic power by any means, but nevertheless has enough to make it worth discussing, right?
Yep. So. And then you have places like the UK in Europe that are not part of the European Union that are like, we don't care.
Right.
Like, do what you want. It's really not going to impact us that much.
Yeah. On that note, actually, I was curious about some of the things that Aire was speaking about advocacy on these issues. I know that a lot of people who might be attending BSidesPDX or being involved in information security in general are probably also concerned about privacy, but may not be super familiar with political activism or advocacy in these sort of contexts. Just out of curiosity, are there any reference material? Like what's the manual for learning how to engage with lawmakers or participate in the political process at that level? Are there any references that you could maybe share with us?
Yeah, so, I attended a few like RainSec meetups, and I noticed that there's a lot of tech people that are really interested in pushing for privacy protective policy and laws, but maybe they don't know who to go speak to. I've been active in two groups that I think are incredibly important for raising awareness and also pushing for that kind of policy in Portland. One of them is TA3M, and that meets a little irregularly now during 2020, but it used to meet, I think, like every Wednesday of every month. And, we'll have guest speakers come and talk about like different laws or tech and law that's kind of threatening the privacy of individuals. And then PDX Privacy, which is also run by the same woman, Chris, and she's really amazing. She has been really involved in the community and has a lot of connections, but ultimately just it keeps an eye on the different laws or like what she would like to see, and she reaches out to her local lawmakers. So you know, like Ron Wyden, who has had a long history of pushing for those kinds of regulations, and also, I guess, more locally, Commissioner Joanne Hardesty, who is also on that end in Portland and advocating for privacy rights. And so specifically PDX privacy, like signed on to coalition letters, helped draft and edit the local or the recent facial recognition bans, both for the private and public sector. And I think that the group is starting to work on something else. So I think that it would be really useful that, especially in the tech world, if techies would, you know, offer their experience, because they are being regulated by laws, and you know, they are, you know, they have to go and take their time and look up like rules that maybe don't really make sense or don't really apply. And so I think if people that were experts in the tech world could offer that kind of knowledge in that process, then we would have laws that worked better for them also, but also just made more sense. Like, I guess, sorry, I'm kind of monologuing over here, but specifically, like I wanted to address how there's very little privacy protective legislation, specifically like little regulation on tracking cookies. And so I'm reading the laws, but it occurred to me I had no idea what a cookie was. So I had asked Dean Pierce, who spoke a little earlier, you know, what is a cookie? I asked Michael, like, what is a cookie? And they explained to me, you know, what it is, what it does. And then I'm like, oh, well, our laws are really not, like, even the laws we have are just like so futile. They're not helpful. And so I think that's why we need to work together. And I think if we had some local Portland techies heading over to PDX privacy, that would be that would look really well for Portland. I think we could make law happen.
Great, thank you. We are almost out of time. I thank you very much to all the participants here and the speakers. Wonderful presentations. The next track up is on detection, and it's going to be hosted by Josh Farwell. Joe, over to you, I guess.
Thanks, and we'll be up in about 3 or 4 more minutes. Thanks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the detection track of BSides Portland 2020. Woo! We're so happy that you all are here today. Thank you for coming out. The detection track is more specifically detecting vulnerabilities and detecting malware. And we're actually going to start off with the vulnerabilities. I am happy to introduce our first speaker. She specializes in saying no and explaining things. That either describes her professional work as an open source security expert or her personal time as the parent of a child whose favorite phrase is, "What happened?" She also does this in her volunteer work, bringing new contributors into Python projects through the Google Summer of Code. Please welcome Terri. Woo. Round of applause.
Hi, I'm Terri. I work at Intel where I do open source security. That means most of my time is spent working directly with product teams to help them understand security as it applies to the technologies they're using and fixing issues. However, my team also does some development, and I'm going to talk to you today about the open source tool that I'm working on. Imagine that someone hands you a software package. So .exe, a .rpm, maybe a whole Docker container, and you have to decide whether you want to run it. How would you find out? So if you've been in this industry since the 90s, you've probably done some of the following. You might have run a virus scanner, verified the signatures to see that you got it from the right source and that it hasn't been tampered with, check for updates, make sure you got the latest, read the security advisories to see what issues have plagued this project in recent past. Nowadays, you may have delegated some of those. Your computer may run the virus scanner continuously. You might be getting your software from an app store or a repository where you expect that they're doing some of the verification of signatures and checking for updates and getting security advisories. Okay, so that's good. But what if you are the responsible adult? What if you're the one producing that package and you want other people to believe that it's safe and you want it to be as safe as possible? So first off, I will say that safe is a big problem space and not super tractable. It's the source of cutting edge research. So we're going to focus on just one portion of what makes safe, and that's known vulnerabilities. So I'm producing a package. I want to know that it doesn't have any known vulnerabilities. What do I need to do? Well, it's a slightly longer list. I need to list all of the packages that are in my package, do the signature verification, checking for updates, read the security advisories. You might still do a virus scan. And as you are the responsible adult, you're going to fix things and issue your own security advisories as things are found. And that's fine, but software tends to be a little bit more complicated than that. So modern software tends to have a lot of dependencies, and sometimes surprising dependencies. So if you get something, it'll have a set of dependencies, and then that set of dependencies will have more dependencies, and that set of dependencies will have more dependencies. And finally, you're looking at ancient libraries that just do one thing maybe, or anything. We don't necessarily know what's in our software. And you might think I'm exaggerating, but one of my colleagues was looking for a test case and found a JavaScript package with 877,000 dependencies, many of which had issues. So it's definitely a problem. If you're used to using sort of a managed system with tools, you might think, oh, well, whatever, I've got a tool that tells me in my language what dependencies I have. So here's what it would look like for Python. If you were trying to get a list of all the requirements for a given package, you could put it in a virtual env so it's all by itself, install it, and get just the list of requirements for that package. Okay, seems pretty simple. Let's try it out on a real thing. So I'm going to pip install cryptography, which is the crypto package for Python, get the requirements, gives me a nice list, including the version of cryptography that was just installed. Okay, that's pretty nice. Looks pretty simple. Looks pretty tractable. What are you talking about, Terri? But I happen to know that cryptography is a wrapper around OpenSSL. And I happen to know that Python has the ability to embed these libraries directly into the pip package to make it easier for people. And the cryptography team opted to do that because they didn't want to have conflicts with the system version of OpenSSL, and they wanted to make sure that people always got the latest one. Okay, that's really nice, but what version of OpenSSL am I using? Pip doesn't know because it's not a pip package. That's not really helpful. So I could give you some examples for other languages. Java has jar files, C you can compile it directly in, Go has its own sort of vendoring system where you save copies of packages so that you don't have to worry about them updating. But the end result is that knowing exactly what's in software can be surprisingly hard. And if you want to hear really good war stories here, you should ask the licensing and legal compliance people. They have the best stories. So if this is a hard problem that comes up a lot, and in the case of legal compliance has fairly large legal implications, surely we have tools for this sort of thing. And the answer is we do. The problem is that they tend to be fairly expensive and they tend to be fairly slow. And that's not at all a knock on the tools. It's sort of inherent to the problem space. So if you're trying to detect thousands or tens of thousands of libraries, each with tens or hundreds of versions, that means a lot of research and signatures, and that takes a lot of time, so it's fairly expensive to create. And then once you have tens of thousands of signatures, it's kind of slow to run all of those at once. And that's fine. If you're a company that believes passionately in security and wants to do the right thing, you will probably have one of these licenses and you'll use it and it'll be great. But it's not perfect for all things. So because it's slow, it's often true that people don't run it very regularly, so you couldn't say run it every day on your whole download site, or you wouldn't usually put it as something that runs with every commit. So you don't necessarily get the early warning of vulnerabilities that you might want to have. And because it's expensive, you can't really recommend it to random open source projects who you think could use some help keeping an eye on their vulnerabilities. It's just not really a thing we could do. So we thought about it, and we thought, okay, well, that's sort of a whole cake solution. You have everything you need right in there. What if we don't need the whole cake? What if we just wanted one piece? So we could say, look at a number of interesting libraries, things like OpenSSL, where if they're vulnerable, you want to know early and you want to get it fixed quickly. And if we only looked at a few libraries, then you could run it pretty quickly because you only have a few signatures. And if you've done all that, you didn't really need to spend a whole lot of time on it. So maybe this is something you can give away for free. So that's what we're doing. That's what I work on. So let's talk about how that works. We go to an old staple of the Unix systems, the strings utility. So you get a binary, you want to know what's in it, you run strings, it gives you a list of all the strings that it finds that are over 4 characters. And if you look at them, you'll find quite a number of them are not super useful, but some of them are interesting. So we can see on this one that it's talking about X509, it's talking about policy and certs. You can get sort of an idea of what this is, but then the real clue comes down at the end there, where you can see an email address that ends in openssl.org. So this binary, probably OpenSSL. We can go from there to our next favorite Unix utility, grep, which does text searching. So then we'll grep for OpenSSL because we know that's what it is, and we can tell from the strings there that look like directories saying, oh, this is probably OpenSSL 1.1.1d. Pretty good. So then we take that and we look at a whole bunch of other versions of OpenSSL and see if we can find a common string between them. We don't need it to be common for every single possible version, but we try to get as large a range as possible. So for OpenSSL, this looks really simple. It's OpenSSL, a space, number.number.number, and then a letter at the end, another space, and it's got a date on it. And that's good enough. So we stick that into our checker and we run it and take a look at Python cryptography. And PyCA cryptography does indeed have a file called OpenSSL. That was probably also a pretty good hint. We also have the ability to search for those. And it contains OpenSSL 1.1.1d, which at the time where I made these slides was the latest version. So good, we're done. OpenSSL has done exactly what we'd hoped. And now we know what's in there. This signature path actually works for a surprising number of open source projects. It's pretty common to have a full version string in there, but it doesn't work for everything. One that's interesting that it didn't work on was SQLite, where there's no version string in there, but there's instead this huge long source ID, which you can compare against the changelog or the website, And so we can use that longer string to look up the version number and still know what SQLite version we have. It doesn't work for everything. There are definitely libraries we've looked at where we don't have any viable version strings. And for now, we're just putting a note that this is difficult and moving on. So once we've got version and product name, how do we go from that to a vulnerability? And the answer is the National Vulnerability Database. Now, we could go and scrape the information off each individual website, but again, we're trying to do sort of a low-cost solution to the vulnerability detection space. So NVD is it. It's got a giant set of files with all known vulnerabilities that have been publicly reported and have CVE numbers. Pretty good. So this is what the JSON that we use looks like. It has a description string up near the top of the item, which tells you what it is. And you can see that in this case, we're looking at a CPython issue, and it tells you different ranges, and each of those ranges can be represented. So it's not a one-to-one mapping, it's a one-to-many mapping for each of these things. Unfortunately, what we found is that the data isn't perfect. It's what we've got, so we use it anyways, but we do sometimes find things that are sort of off by one errors, where you'll say package foo before version 8.4 is vulnerable, and then you go and you look at the data and it says version 8.4 is vulnerable, which is 1, not correct because it was fixed, and 2, doesn't list 8.3, 8.2, 8.1, etc. So they're relatively easy to fix. The NVT team is quite happy to take fixes, but you do have to be aware that sometimes that comes up. So we've got this tool, we've got some checkers, we can get a list of vulnerabilities. How do we use it? It's really easy to just go and install it. We have a pip package. You go pip install CVE bin tool on any system that's got pip and Python, and it'll give you the binary to, well, the Python to run. I like to run it on /bin on any new system that I've installed it on, just to see what I find. Any reasonably large Linux system will tend to have at least a few known vulnerabilities that affect it. Often there's sort of low priority ones that the teams just haven't gotten to fixing, and sometimes there's just so many different pieces of software that make up a modern system that sometimes there's something new that just hasn't been fixed yet. And so it's interesting. It is worth noting that you sometimes get things that have backported fixes, and we don't detect those. We're only detecting the version that it says it is. So if you hit those, we have a triage system to let you say, oh, I'm using CentOS, it has a backported fix for that, and you don't have to worry about it anymore. So this is what the output looks like. This comes greatly from our Google Summer of Code students this summer who worked on it. So this is the console output, which is not usually anyone's favorite, but it gives you the basics. It gives you some colors to show you the severity of the CVE, tells you what version and what product it thinks it's found, and the CVE numbers so you can look them up. What I find is that often when teams get a list of CVEs that might affect their product, what they really want to do is triage them and say, we need to upgrade to this version, or we need to do these mitigations. And so often that happens in spreadsheets. So we have a comma delimited format, CSV, to let you import into spreadsheets and do that triage. And again, we have a triage system built in that takes input. So if you put notes in here, you can then pass it through with your scans so that that information is retained for future scans, which is really nice. Next, we have a JSON output, which is intended for machine readable output. So we had intended for it to be used with machine learning, but it'll be just as useful for your continuous integration systems if you want to read the output you get easily. And finally, the new kid on the block, the HTML output, which is meant to be a human readable format that's a little bit more manager friendly. It's got things like graphs. It's interactive, so you can click on each of these things and drill down and see exactly which CVEs apply to which product. And if you click on the CVEs again, it will give you the description and a link to the NVD entry, which has more links to mitigations and additional information about whether it's being exploited, for example. It's worth noting here that CVE bin tool works on binary files. So often when people go to try it out, they just put some stuff in this text file and try to run it, and that doesn't work. And it works that way to avoid false positives, because it's very common in the documentation that they'll refer to other versions, and we don't want to have a whole bunch of those. So we only look at the binary files. But if you had that documentation, you probably have some idea of what's in your software. So if you have a good bill of materials list, maybe because your developers are really disciplined about that, or because you have licensing software that helps you with that, you can stick that into the tool as well. And we have the ability to take that as input and give you a list of all the things, all the vulnerabilities that are known for those versions. And that, in that case, you don't need to worry about having a checker for that. We're not doing the binary scan, so it'll give you the information no matter what it is, as long as it's in the NVD database. And the output for that looks the same as the output for the others. You've got all the same modes available. The limitation here is really that you need those vendor product pairs. NVD has a whole array of those. They're usually not very hard to look up. You can just search for it and you'll find it. Find most products that have known vulnerabilities. So there's a little bit of quirkiness around it. So if the product was bought from another company, the vendor will change. There's a few cases where the product name has changed. There's a few cases like Kerberos where it has Kerberos 5 and Kerberos entries and they seem to overlap a little bit, and that's kind of a pain, but you can work around that. You can put them both in if you know them. The big problem tends to come when you don't have an NVD vendor product pair in there. So that means the thing that you're looking at doesn't have any known vulnerabilities, which is the case of a lot of software. And if that's the case, you basically have to keep checking to see if there are any new ones before you'll be able to put this into your scan. And this is one of those cases where we're giving you one slice. If you need the whole cake and you need more service in that area, then that's where you should be buying the commercial tool and not using a free open source one. So the next question people usually have is, I found something. What should I do? Hopefully BSides people have some idea of how this works, but we'll go through it just in case. So number one, the first thing to do is to learn. Check out that CV number, read the description, make sure it applies to your platform, make sure you don't have backported fixes in the case of something like CentOS, any sort of long-term support situation, and you can take a look and learn about whether it's being exploited and how severe it is. Number two, update. Usually the easiest way to solve things is to just update to the latest. People do sometimes backport fixes, and it's not really my favorite because then you have a maintenance issue, but if you have to do that, again, don't forget to triage it so that it won't continue to detect for you. And three, if you can't update for some reason, you might want to look at mitigations. So each of these entries often has a list of mitigations. Things like changing configuration or disabling parts of the library are pretty common ones. And I've tried to describe the things that I think are sort of the most common path for people who want to use CV bin tool, but there's a whole array of other options that you might find interesting. There's a manual, and you can just -- help to get a whole list. One that might be useful is the skips option, which lets you turn off checkers that you don't think are relevant to your platform and get the appropriate performance boost to go with that. So hopefully that's sort of interesting. Hopefully you'll try it out and you'll think it's interesting. What if you want to help? So the first thing is, please just go and use it. Pip install it or grab the latest off of GitHub. I've shown you sort of the latest versions of what everything looks like, but the version 1.0 is still out there. Honestly, we don't really know all the ways that people are going to use this, and I'd like to hear about it. So tell us. If you're a pen tester and you want to try it out for scanning systems, that's something that we don't have anyone who's talked about how useful that is for them. We mostly have developers and sysadministrators who have looked at it. Number two, if you look at it and you find that it's useful, you might want to add some checkers. That's a pretty simple process. It's got 4 steps. You choose the software that you think is interesting. You find that vendor product pair that we need in the National Vulnerability Database. You look at the strings, find a version signature, and you write some tests to show that it works against real binaries. And even if you don't have time to do all of that, even if you do any of it, that's really useful, especially telling us if you have software that's interesting to you, because I know what we found interesting at Intel, and I know what my current users find interesting, but there's a lot of software out there. Figuring out how to prioritize what checkers we write is kind of hard. And finally, mentoring. As I mentioned, we owe a lot of work to our Summer of Code students this summer. and we're hoping to be able to do that again. We're also hoping to participate in Hacktoberfest right now. So if you're interested in talking to people about how you use it, we have a monthly meeting where you can come and meet the people and let us know what works and what doesn't work for you. Let me know if you're interested. And that's pretty much it. So you can download the tool from github.com/intel/cvebin tool. Give it a shot and let me know how you like it. We made it for you. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Terri. Woohoo! Chat, let's see some love. Woo! That was really cool. And next up, we're going to talk about the other side. And today we have oh my gosh, okay. We have a speaker who is a puzzle-solving polyglot with a penchant for pen testing. She earned a master's degree from the Institute for Logic, Language, and Computation in Amsterdam, and now hunts bugs for the Summit Security Group. Here to talk about classifying malware is Heidi Metzler.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to my talk, PowerShell and Alarm Bells. Thanks for attending, and thanks to everybody over at BSidesPDX for putting this event together. My name is Heidi Metzler. I work for Summit Security Group, an information security consulting company based in Portland, Oregon. I do mostly AppSec work. So today, we are going to be talking about the problem of detecting PowerShell-based malware, and we're going to consider one solution that employs a technique motivated by something called Kolmogorov complexity. Kolmogorov complexity, or algorithmic complexity, is a way of quantifying the complexity of an object based on the shortest program that produces it. So we have a whole lot of material to cover today. So this is going to be in 3 sections. In the first section, I'm going to talk about what Kolmogorov complexity is. I'm going to introduce a measure of similarity called information distance that's essentially theoretic for us. And then I'm going to talk about how the information distance can be approximated using something called NCD, or the normalized compression distance. Then, in order to make this topic a bit more intuitive and palatable, I'm going to go through a few examples showing what people have done with NCD in the past across a variety of different domains. After that, we're going to dig into the PowerShell. I'm going to talk about why PowerShell-based malware is actually so difficult to find. I'm going to talk about previous work that's been done on this topic. And then finally, I'm going to demo something called the CompLearn Toolkit. This is the original NCD tool. And hopefully my demonstration is going to allow you to use it in your own research. So let's get started. This is Andrei Nikolaevich Kolmogorov, and he was a prolific and brilliant Soviet mathematician. And he first wrote on the topic that's today known as Kolmogorov complexity in his paper on tables of random numbers in 1963. So as I mentioned before, algorithmic complexity is a way of quantifying the simplicity or the complexity of an object based on the length of the shortest program that produces it. For example, take a look at the binary strings in this slide. Strings A and B should be pretty easy to see the structure of, and then the structure of string C should be less clear. So the first string is just 0, 1, 0, 1 repeated, and the second string is 1, 0, and then a 1, and then 2 zeros, and then a 1, and so on and so forth. But the third string, there shouldn't really be a discernible structure to it. Truly random binary strings, according to Kolmogorov's theories, there are quite a few of them, they're in fact incompressible. And what this means is that there's no program that's going to produce them that's actually shorter than their length plus some constant such as the word print. So I just want to say that I'm not claiming that this string is actually random. This is a pseudo-random string. It's just an example to make this concept a bit more clear. So you might already be familiar with this topic under a different name or a different concept. Fractals, for example, might appear to be really beautiful and complex and difficult to describe, but in fact, they can be produced by really small programs, which means that their algorithmic complexity is quite low. And then there's something called code golf. I'm sure that some of you are familiar with it if you don't do it yourself. It's when people compete in a given coding language to perform some task. And so they are writing programs, the shortest programs that they can, to produce some output. So now let's talk about the concept of information distance. Information distance is the shortest program that can take one string and turn it into another string. So it's not necessarily a symmetric measurement. Take, for example, the first string in this slide and think about how much work it would take to turn it into the second string in this slide, kind of putting in ones here and there. But then think about how much the set of instructions that would turn the second string into the first string, which is just a string of zeros. All you would have to do is replace the ones with zeros, or, you know, print zeros for the entire length of the string. Unfortunately, information distance is not computable, and because of that, the true information distance of objects is inaccessible to us. However, this is where compression algorithms come in. So let's think about what we're doing when we're using compression to reduce the size of a file. We're actually constructing a program that is producing that file as its output. So let's take, for example, the Limpel-Ziv-Welch algorithm. This was used, or still is used, in some compression algorithms. So the way that this algorithm goes is it takes a large file or a string as input, and then it starts out with a dictionary that's just based on the single characters in the language of the file. After that, it takes each piece of input and it takes the substring S and it finds the longest match that it can in the dictionary. And then it describes that substring using some index in the dictionary. It moves that index into the output, and then it takes that substring and the next character that comes after it, and it adds that to the dictionary. And this process repeats over and over again until there's no more input. The resulting dictionary and set of indices is essentially that, in some set of instructions, that's actually the output, and that's the zipped file. So consider what would happen if you took two files and you compressed them together, just concatenated one after the other. If they are quite similar and they contain a lot of the same strings, then the compressed version of the two of them is going to be smaller than if the two files contain only unique information. This is the concept behind the normalized compression distance metric. So let's do a little bit of math here. Let Z be some compressor like gzip or bzip or zpack or ppmz, and let X and Y be two files. So you need 3 measurements in order to take this measurement. You need the compressed length of X, the compressed length of Y, and then the compressed length of X and Y together. So what you do is you take the compression of the concatenated files and you subtract the smaller of compressed X or compressed Y, and then you divide by the larger of compressed X and compressed Y. There's nothing suspicious about this. There's nothing too complex about this formula. So for a set of files that you have, you take every 2 of them, you compress them all individually, and then you compress each 2 of them together. And what comes out is a distance matrix. And using this matrix, you can build evolutionary trees or clusters or other data representation models. So people have actually done this in the past across a wide variety of domains, and now we're going to take a look at some examples of these applications. All right, first of all, the most basic example is file types. Different types of files, such as music files and genomes and Java classes and text files and executables, all of these were taken, and the normalized compression distance between each of these files were taken. And so you can see in the results table here that they clustered together well. You can see that the ELF executables clustered together, the genes clustered together, and the music files, even by musician, clustered together. For the younger members of the audience who might not be familiar with postage stamps or letters that come in the mail, a chain letter is the physical version of something that might happen to you today. For example, say that your grandparents send you some sort of an email, and the email says that you have to pass it on to 10 people. Otherwise, something really bad is going to happen to you, or it might say something like you're going to get rich overnight. In the good old days, when there was no email, people actually took the time to do this in a paper process and make several copies of a letter and then send it off to 10 people. Most of these people would probably dread getting the letters, but hey, the internet wasn't around and people wanted to have some fun. So in this particular example, chain letters, a collection of 33 of them that were received between 1980 and 1995 were collected. Between 1980 and 1995, photocopiers were frequently in use, but emails were not. So people would receive a letter, they would make a number of photocopies of it, and then, as I said, they would send it off to like 10 other people. Those people would receive it and do the same thing, and over time, the chain could grow quite large. The problem with photocopying something over and over is that it becomes less legible over time. Because of this, every once in a while, somebody would receive the letter, and then they would just retype it before sending it on. So when they would retype the letter, sometimes they would introduce small mutations. You can see those mutations marked in yellow in the image. So just like for file types, what people did was they typed these letters into text documents, and then they compressed them individually and then compressed them together. And using the resulting matrix, they were put into an order that is likely that they occurred in, just like evolutionary trees are done for mammalian DNA and other types of things. In fact, this has also been done with the SARS virus. The SARS virus and related viruses were clustered, and the results that were collected are quite similar to the definitive tree that appeared in the New England Journal of Medicine back in 2003. Unlike other methods, normalized compression distance metric only takes, a few seconds or a few minutes just to compress the files, like you would zip a file before sending it off to somebody. This has also been done with COVID. So the same researchers, Dr. Cilibresi and Dr. Vitani, took COVID-19 and a bunch of other viruses, and they did the NCD analysis. You can read the results that they found, which are very consistent with results found using other methods in this journal. So now that we've taken a look at examples across a couple of different domains, we're turning to information security. Given that information security involves a lot of different file types and programming languages, we can expect that NCD has a lot to offer us in this area. Take a look at this image. Dr. Stephanie Vena took a bunch of computer worms, about 800 of them, and then clustered them with respect to one another. They clustered easily into groups of worms that were propagating via Linux, others that were propagating via IRC or Internet Relay Chat, and ones that went by mail, and others in different formats. After that, worms of different type could be added to the analysis and clustered into their respective categories. Now we're going to move on to PowerShell. So PowerShell-based malware can be particularly tricky to detect because there's a lot of different ways to obfuscate it. You can reverse commands, or you can split them up. You can replace substrings of them. You can concatenate them together, or you could use something like base64 encoding to disguise them. Commonly, signatures or hashes are used in antivirus software. So the hashes are calculated for some set of malicious files. And then when a new file is encountered, its hash is calculated and then compared to those on the antivirus software's list. The problem with this is that if you change a file a bit, such as obfuscating it in one of the ways we just discussed, then the resulting signature or hash can be really, really different. So that's not so useful. Some previous work on the topic of malicious PowerShell script detection has been done. The researchers at CrowdStrike came up with Kestrel. This is a character level convolutional neural network. And then Daniel Bohannon and Lee Holmes at their Black Hat talk in 2017, they introduced their revoke obfuscation tool. and this uses features of the PowerShell abstract syntax tree to create a logistic regression. So I wanted to see if the normalized compression distance metric could help us distinguish naughty PowerShell scripts from nice ones. So I downloaded the PowerShell Empire post-exploitation framework. And then there's a lot of people in the world who are just really huge fans of PowerShell, and they like to write their scripts and upload them to places such as Microsoft's TechNet Gallery. I wanted to check and see if there's some set of features that's present in malicious PowerShell files that's not in your just ordinary run-of-the-mill PowerShell scripts. So the data that I used, you can see it here in this image. Those files that start with mfire are from the post-exploitation framework. They're the naughty files, and the ones that start with legit, those are the nice or innocuous files downloaded from Microsoft's TechNet Gallery. It's really important when you are doing this type of analysis to make sure that the files that are being compressed are small enough to fit in the window of your compressor. So this means that the largest file that you have has to be half the size of the window of the compressor so that any two files that you have can be compressed together. So think back to the Lempel-Ziv-Welch algorithm we were discussing earlier, where a dictionary is constructed based on the content of a file. If the dictionary resets halfway through the file that you are trying to compress, then you're going to get essentially two compressed blocks rather than just one. And that's not a very good estimate of the Kolmogorov complexity of an object. So the results aren't actually going to be a true approximation of the complexity of a file. So for this experiment, the zlib compressor was used, and it has a compression window of 32 KB. And so what I did is I took these files and I reduced the data set to only contain the PowerShell scripts with a size of 16 KB or less. And this gave me 55 samples. So then I constructed a matrix using the Complearn toolkit, and I built a tree using this data. Now I'm going to show you the Complearn toolkit, and you can see in this slide there are two links. The second one is to the original site where Complearn used to live, and there's a lot of documentation there. There's a lot of links to papers and other resources concerning this, and then the current Docker file can be found at Dr. Rudy Celebresi's GitHub page. And yeah, you can see the link here. So let's go ahead and take a look at how this works. So here we have a container that is running, and the image that it's running is the one from the previous slide that's stored on GitHub. So this has been downloaded and it's running. And here in the test directory, I have 6 files. 5 of them are chapters from one of my favorite books. And then the 6th one is an image file. The question is, which one of these files is the image file? In order to figure this out, we're going to use the NCD toolkit. So we're going to use the NCD tool and the B flag, and we're going to call the output mystery. And the compressor that we're going to use is zlib. And then we're going to compare the contents of a directory to itself. So directory test to directory test. All right, so the files have now been compressed individually and together, and this matrix has been constructed. Now we're going to use the maketree utility to take the mystery.clb matrix file, and using it, we are going to create a dot file so we can create some sort of data representation model. We're going to call the output for this mystery as well. Okay, cool. It is there, and it is called mystery.dot. Now we're going to copy it over to our host machine. All right, so that's done. And now GraphViz provides some great utilities for making data representation models. So we're going to use the Nito utility. We're going to make a PNG file, and we're going to call it mystery as well. So we're going to take the mystery dot file, and then we are going to put it into mystery.png. Why not? Okay, so that is done. And voila, we have we have a cluster diagram, just like those that we saw earlier in the examples. So what we've got are a number of nodes, and those nodes are separated by numbers. Those numbers are the NCD measurement as described earlier in the slides. So the lower the NCD measurement, the more similar the files are. The higher the measurement, the more different the files are. So you can see that most of them are around 0.9 or 0.91 or 0.93. But then we have one file that is a bit further apart from the others, and that is file number 4. It is 1.064 and 1.071 in the NCD measurement away from the nodes that are closest to it. So this is in fact the image file. It worked. So I hope that demo was informative and allows you to start using that tool yourself in your own research. Again, the Docker file can be found at Rudy Silly Racy's GitHub page. That's linked right here. And then if you want to learn more about the Complearn toolkit and resources and research behind it, you can go to the original site in the lower link. So let's take a look at how NCD did with the malicious and innocuous PowerShell scripts with which it was provided. Ta-da! The legitimate files, the files from Microsoft's TechNet gallery, those are in green, and the files from Empire are in red. So you can see that they clustered pretty well, but there are a few in between. So how can the NCD metric help in your research? Here are some ideas of where you might go from here and what you can do with NCD. Today, during my talk, I've attempted to do 3 things. 1, explain what Kolmogorov complexity is and how it motivates the NCD metric. 2, I've tried to show you some interesting applications in different realms to show how it's been applied before. The 3rd thing I tried to do was show you how malicious PowerShell scripts could be distinguished from innocuous ones using the NCD metric. I also demoed the Complearn toolkit, and I hope this inspires you to use NCD in your own work.
Hello, and we're back. Thank you so much, Heidi, for that talk. It was excellent.
Sure thing.
And
thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're going to do a Q&A panel here really quick. And I just asked chat for some questions. And I'll start off with one, and this is for Heidi. So I have a couple. The first one is about collisions, or I don't know, you wouldn't really call them collisions, but a false, like the same, like it's detecting 2 different binaries with different content in the same way, like a hash collision. Have you done any research into the possibility of that with this methodology? And
so there shouldn't, I have not done any research to answer your question into hash collision with this methodology. I have to say that the probability would be pretty low, and here's why. If you're comparing 2 different files, you're compressing them first individually and then concatenating them together and compressing that. And unless the files that you're comparing are exactly the same, you would get distinct compressions or distinct measurements with the NCD metric. I think you might be muted.
I am.
Okay.
So there's a very low mathematical risk, is what you're saying?
I haven't actually looked at it, so I can't say that there's a very low mathematical risk, but off the cuff, at the moment, I just don't think that it's a very strong possibility.
Another question from chat. Has anyone used NCD in an adversarial role to tune scripts to look like legit TechNet scripts?
Not to the best of my knowledge, but I think that would be really interesting if you wanted to attempt doing that. You could take, I think this is really the crux of the question, right? Because if you can find a script and make it seem very, very different despite compression algorithms, this measurement, the NCD, with respect to malicious ones, then you could totally defeat any type of malware detection based off of this method. So I think that would be pretty interesting to try. But what kind of a rad chair is this? Corey, this is a wooden chair. pretty classic analog. Not very comfortable, but it's what I have.
Oh, Josh, you're muted again.
I mute myself so that I make sure that I don't talk over y'all. I need to be better about that. So Terri, I know that you said at the end of your talk that you weren't really sure like where your project was going to go, or what, you were kind of releasing it out and looking for other people to tell you what their use cases were. What do you like if you're using your imagination, like in 5 years, like what do you see that project doing? Like where do you see the most what do you think is the most interesting direction that you could go as a project?
What we'd really like is if lots of the open source projects that we internally use had it set up in their CI scripts so that we wouldn't have to be the awkward giant company going out and saying, guys, we used our big commercial product on your thing and you got vulns. Can we help you with them? Because it's super awkward to do that. And people don't always really want to hear from a giant megacorp that they have vulns. So ideally, this would make it easier for people to find out on their own without our help and without the help of other giant megacorps that have expensive software packages. So that would be the ideal. What I know that people are starting to use it for is that a couple of places that have download sites and want to know when they should pull older RPMs and stuff off. They love that. And I do know that people are starting to use it for Docker containers. We have one user who I believe works in some sort of military contracting for scanning stuff before they put it into their private environments. So that sort of thing is pretty interesting. So I don't know. I hope what we'll see is that people are just like running it on GitHub and never thinking about it again, except when there's a vulnerability.
For sure. What do you think were the advantages and challenges of working with Google Summer of Code folks on this project?
The best part of Google Summer of Code is that one of my students never learned Python 2.7. And so he knows all of the optimizations for Python 3 that I don't even think of because I've been using Python since like 1998. And so I've gotten really fixed. And so I think it could have been a big challenge to me to just say, hey, this random kid who just showed up in my chat is better at Python 3 than I am. But I have a 3-year-old at home. I'm used to failing at things now. So it actually turned out to be the greatest thing ever because I could just say, yeah, you know what? You are better at this than I am. Go forth. And, I'll learn some things while we're doing the code review, and that'll be great. So if you grab the latest version from GitHub, it is like 10 times faster than it was at the beginning of the summer because these kids are just so good. The other thing that I think was shocking to me was how good they got at finding really reliable open source libraries for us to use. So it didn't take long before they solved the problem that we're basically trying to solve here, which is that people just go and they say, I need a library to this foo. They get the top hit from Google and they just use it, regardless of whether it's good or bad or maintained. And working with students on that was pretty amazing, watching how quickly people just don't know to look for more secure libraries. So that was pretty cool.
Awesome. Let me check out the chat a little bit.
While we have a moment, there's just been an awful lot of interest in my chair. I would just hold it up. Yeah, I do, because some of our younger members might not be familiar with chain letters, postage stamps, mail-in ballots, these things. Some people might not actually realize that they still make chairs out of wood. This is really nicely carved. You can see that it's pretty sturdy. It's got a little bit of creakiness to it for authenticity, but yeah, it's a standard wooden chair.
The other thing we should all tell you about this track is it's secretly the knitting track.
It is definitely.
That's what we were doing while we were waiting for our talks to finish running.
Yeah, I feel so ashamed of my background here. You've got all sorts of beautiful skeins of wool, and I've got blank walls. This is really, really sad. I apologize, everyone.
I think we have time for we have time for a couple more questions. For you, Heidi, did you have a link to the NCD project on GitHub that I could throw in the chat?
Yeah, I posted it. Let's see here. I'll just post it again.
Oh, you got it right there. Perfect. Okay.
Yep, and you can find the Docker file that's used to construct a pleasant environment in which to do this sort of research. You can find that on the website as well.
Awesome. Awesome. Awesome.
I love that people are accusing your chair of being a deep fake. It's real.
I don't know. The support feels pretty real.
I'm still like really interested in, sorry, Heidi, I love talking about open source projects. Terri, quickly for you, what is your experience building an open source project inside of a big corporation and then like collaborating with people outside?
So I'm lucky. When I started at Intel, I joined the open source security team. So all of the people I work most directly with are used to doing open source, and we have a whole process for it. The biggest embarrassment of this particular project is that it was meant to be released about a year earlier, but someone in management was like, "But what if it finds stuff in our stuff? What do we do then?" And the answer was to make sure that we had scanned stuff. So that was pretty fun. We fixed a lot of things, making sure that we were ready to release it. But other than that, it's just a lot of paperwork. It's really amusing to my poor students who are like, "Why don't you just cut a new release with this thing?" And I'm like, "I've got like a week of paperwork I have to do for every new release. I'm sorry, it just takes a while."
For sure. And I see Joe there, which I think might be our cue. No? One more? We got one more? Awesome. I'm just checking out the chat here really quick. Any knitting tips for me getting started?
Start with a scarf. I think a scarf is really a great starter project, or like a little washcloth you would use in your kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really fun.
Is there any?
If you're into Doctor Who, the epic Tom Baker scarf, by the time you're done like knitting 14 feet, which is literally how I got started, by the time you're done knitting 14 feet of stuff, you're really good at garter stitch.
And you have an excellent record of your progress. Okay, one more thing. I just want to point out that Terri is wearing a scarf and a sweater, and she knit both of them.
It's really cold in my house because we had to let the bird out of the fireplace this morning.
I feel like if I started with a Tom Baker scarf, then I wouldn't have to worry about whether or not it was long enough or too long. I could just like keep going and not think about it. And I feel like that's the hard part, is like knowing when to stop. So I just don't have to. It's perfect.
It's great. And if you get holes in it, you're just like, well, Daleks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got shot up. It's fine. All right. Well, I think I'm going to end it there. Thank you so much, Heidi and Terri. These were excellent talks. Thank you so much for coming to BSides and speaking. Thank you to the participants for watching these talks. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. And yeah, peace out. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thanks. And we will be back in about 5 minutes with the next track. Enjoy our sponsors.
Oh, I think this means we're on TV. This is the container track. I'm Michael Leibowitz. I was chair of the CFP this year, and it was very. I was very glad to see these talks come in and these speakers come in because they're talking about things that are near and dear to my heart, containers and garbage. And our first speaker is Alex, who is a pirate at heart, and he is going to talk about tearing down the ship. And then our second speaker is Nisha, and she's going to talk about how everything is garbage. All right, Alex, take it away.
Hey everybody, thank you for joining my presentation. Today we're going to talk about Kubernetes, the fun thing to hack. There's no doubt Kubernetes is complex. It's built on top of complex constructs and security models, and it uses cool new tech. It had security in the focus since the beginning, but with the rapid development, the growth, and adoption, it may just not be as solid as it may appear. Let's take a look at what it takes to keep it together from the security perspective, and how strong is that glue. I'm Alex Ivkin, a department lead at the local security company Eclipsium here in Portland. Modern app stack looks like this, from the bottom up. The platform, the kernel, the container, orchestrator, and finally, the app. The stack is built on top of the platform security, so roots of trust, TPM, secure boot, sign updates, etc. It's hugely important, and hopefully somebody at your company takes care of this, but that's outside of the scope of this presentation, so let's jump ahead. Then come the nodes that have the operating systems that run your cluster. Unless you're doing Windows containers, they're Linux boxes, Debian based most of the time, and some Chrome OS based stuff, as in the case of the Google's container optimized OS. And of course, they have kernel bugs, they have file permission errors, OS misconfigurations, third-party library vulnerabilities, no doubt important, but those vulnerabilities are also outside of this presentation. So let's skip over those two. Then, talk about containers, even serverless ones. Realize that they run on servers. The servers are somewhere, somehow hidden from the view. Those servers are called nodes in the Kubernetes lingo. The nodes come in two flavors and have specific plumbing to run Kubernetes. The master node runs the API, server, etcd, scheduler, etc. It also needs a way to spin up more nodes and VMs for horizontal scaling. The worker nodes run kubelet that talks to the main API and to the local CRI, the container runtime, to run containers. Kubelet has to control networking, volume mounts, namespaces, cgroups, everything that makes up a container. Now, I'm sure you heard that the word container is a concept. It's a creative construct. A container is nothing more than a well-constrained process, and it can't, or rather shouldn't, look out of carefully composed environment and namespaces, mounts, cgroups, syscall filters, cap limits, etc. And of course, one can relax those constraints, like sharing the host volumes with the process, or adding user privileges, running as root, exposing the Docker socket. If you do any of those things, you need to understand the implications, and I put this into the foot gun territory, something you shoot yourself in the foot with. Please see my other presentations for the details on those things. Now, pod is another creative construct, now in the Kubernetes space. Pod is a set of constrained processes that share something together, like a namespace or a volume mount. And in that sense, pod generally has only one container, but there are special cases that we'll look into later. Finally, the pod runs your awesome application. It's likely talking to your awesome database with awesome caching and sharding, and talks over the awesome APIs to the other awesome containers, and comes with free, bundled in SQL injections and cross-site scripting and path traversal and memory corruption and everything else good and nice. But of course, you've done your SAST, you've done your DAST, and you've done your pen tests, and you've accepted your faith. So we'll gloss over all those app vulnerabilities for this presentation. Now, what we have is code inside a container, inside a cluster, inside your cloud. Looks great. defense in depth, perimeters everywhere. Until you realize that it's actually for largely incompatible security models. There's this cloud security model. Hello, I am AWS IAM, GCP IAM, Azure Active Directory. If you've been following it up, there's been plenty of presentations about those. That cloud security model has to connect with the Kubernetes security model, and it has to execute on the Linux security model that also runs your very awesome and very own application security model. So now let's dive deep into the Kubernetes security model, which consists of user accounts. These are global interactive actors. Think of it as whoever runs kubectl. Service accounts. There's a namespace static actors that exists for all the function that is happening inside of Kubernetes. RBAC. That's really because we haven't invented anything better yet, so RBAC it is. Namespaces, which are more like logical splits. And finally, policies. There are pod security policies, network policies, quality of service constraints, etc. Authentication in Kubernetes is done through the mutual TLS. Think of it as client-side certs. A CA is on the API server, online, ready to issue the certs if you ask nicely. There's no centralized database for identities. All the identification is handled by the certs, meaning that if you have a valid CA signed cert, then your identity is assumed to be valid based on what is in the certificate in the CN and the O records. So that's pretty cool. Or maybe not cool. We'll see. And there's also a little thing that there's no certificate revocation. So if your CA is owned, then yeah, you're done for this cluster. You need another cluster. Okay. The identities are limited to specific actions on specific APIs through the role binding to a set of predefined or custom new roles. And that is the RBAC. You get a role, you get a role binding, and it's tied to an identity. And of course, the role you're really after is called the cluster admin, right? Everybody wants root. So that's cluster admin on the Kubernetes. The actual enforcement of the Kubernetes security policy is done by the API server according to the plugins that are enabled when the API server is started. And the catch there, of course, is that if you don't start your API server the right way, it will not be enforcing those policies, even if you have those properly defined. But, of course, you test those policies, right? So, by itself, Kubernetes security model is sane. It's not bad. If we set aside all the container escapes, Kubernetes executable vulnerabilities, CVEs, of which there are plenty, the Kubernetes security issues really come in two places. You have to run a ton of junk to operate your app on a Kubernetes cluster, and you need to maintain your cluster. Let's first look at the Kubernetes native offenders. A moderately sized Kubernetes environment has ingress, service mesh, performance monitoring, log management, tracing, container registers, backup and restore solutions, and dashboards. All those components are very well represented in a bloody mess that is the cloud-native landscape. Yep, that's a snapshot from it. Here's an example of the popular pieces of software from that zoo playing various roles in a typical cluster. You have Envoy for service mesh, Istio for ingress, Prometheus and Grafana for performance management, Fluentd or Locky and Elasticsearch for log management, Helm and Customize for software management, and Cert Manager for TLS, and as you would expect, being complex pieces of software, they all come with a healthy bunch of application security vulnerabilities. You mostly just need to read the issue list to find good ways of abusing those apps. So how do they affect your security? Well, service mesh. That injects sidecar containers into your pods, essentially running something in parallel and sharing the sum of the namespaces with your own application, essentially doubling your attack surface. Ingress messes with the underlying networking on the nodes and does crazy stuff to your traffic which you may not be expecting. The deployment management, like Helm, Used to have a very privileged container. Now it's pushing stuff in and out, but it still requires privileged users on the management console. The new iteration of this stuff, the Kubernetes operators, these are the constructs that were popularized fairly recently in managing the deployments, if you like, or capabilities of your cluster. Those actually need cluster admin containers and nodes as well to run. So they introduce some open, interesting things into your clusters. And then registers, that's your software repository. If you don't sign your images, you get no guarantees. But even if you sign your images, you still get no guarantees that what you're signing is good if you haven't checked or built it yourself. And now, on operating a cluster. How does the node start and when it gets joined into the cluster? Well, the nodes have SSH access, and hopefully on private APIs, and they also have an internal kubelet API as well. They need to talk to the master Kubernetes API to register themselves in, just like all your normal cluster management tools do. The nodes get bootstrapped into the cluster from VM provisioning time to the booting with the credentials by the cloud or whatever infrastructure you use to create those nodes, and it has to give it permissions. And it does it through metadata and the cloud init scripts. Now that you have a concept of the Kubernetes security model and how it works, where do we wedge our tools to get the maximum breakage on this ship? And the answer is simple. You wedge them at the seams. First, on the application and Linux boundary. Here, it's no different from a normal AppSec effort, but three things tend to have higher impact in a Kubernetes deployment: finding service-side request forgeries, injections of any kind, and remote code executions will immediately give you access to the wealth of Kubernetes APIs and tools that are only available from inside of the trusted pod in the cluster. As far as the tools to use, you have your usual suspects: Burp, Zap, Cobalt, Metasploit, scanners and fuzzers. You might also get lucky if you find there's a world accessible application API, or worse yet, kubelet, or even Kubernetes APIs. There have been plenty of cases there. Take a look at the Linux and Kubernetes junction in those two distinct security models. Well, you can use a tool called BOTB that looks specifically for abuse of over-provisioned capabilities and syscalls that are way too open. It looks for the Docker daemon for the breakout. It probes against the existing CVEs, specifically targeting the ways to leverage the breakouts. You can also run tools like Conmanche that looks for the gaps in how your container is contained. There are fun tools called Ktunnel, that is a reverse tunnel for Kubernetes services to contact back your host or maybe your Netcat listener. I'm not giving you any hints. But there's also things like KubeTap. Those are sniffing and meta-middle for Kubernetes traffic, literally injecting into the networking and IP tables and routing this stuff out. So there's plenty of things that kind of slip in the cracks there. Fun thing you can also do is to run ephemeral containers, which are native constructs to Kubernetes. Those are the things you essentially inject into the same namespaces as your application, running in the same pod, and it's natively supported by Kubernetes. On the cloud to Kubernetes junction of the security models, use something like a kubelet mean or BOTB that'll scrape metadata and use it to bootstrap fake nodes. It'll look for leveraging the default Kubernetes service accounts and probing and trying to abuse those and see how it can leverage the misconfigurations there. Another cool thing to do there is to use something like Crane or CAS that does an RBAC static analysis and finds gaps and misconfigurations in IAM and RBAC models, because you know what? There are going to be some. IAM is complex, RBAC is very tough to keep in line with ever-changing requirements and things that you need to do and many people need to do in their clusters. So looking at those gaps is going to give you a lot of good leverage on a Kubernetes cluster. KubeSec is good for checking Kubernetes manifests and Helm charts for security risk analysis. It literally takes a single chart that maybe over promises, over assigns, subscribes permissions to the user to get in there. And then looking at the application and container junction, simple misconfig and third-party lib scanners like Anchor, Claire, or Trivial, Volts can point the way to where you need to look at. But I personally like supply chain attacks. Go pillage registries, will browse all the registries, pull, modify, and push images back, modify layers and metadata. With tool like a Docker scan, you can inject implants into the images and you'll never know what's actually running in your container, even if you've built it the way that you're expected to be built. So, as you can see, there are plenty of ways to break the ship apart. So how do you keep it from falling apart? Well, it depends on your threat model, but here are the basics. Run config checkers like kubescan or kubebench, or if you're in a managed environment, the managed Kubernetes inspection tool and its AKS profile or GKE profile. These are all the great things to tell you what you may be missing. Run them periodically because your RBAC is changing over time and you do need to know where your roles are over-provisioned, where your identities are being misused and mistreated. Popeye, it's a cluster scanner for potential issues in deployed resources and configurations. Use simple images to start from when building your applications, or grab and reconstruct a Docker file and build the image yourself. Reconstructing Docker file is actually tremendously easy. I have a tool I'll link on my GitHub that you can go and just run it on an existing image and it'll give you all the Docker file that was used to build that image. Reversing it is trivial. And then use pod security policies. They're mature enough now to be able to close off a lot of foot guns, and so you don't literally, or your developers don't shoot themselves in the foot. Now, going into the normal mode, consider building your images from scratch, or at least use distroless images. The distroless image, if you're not familiar with it, doesn't have anything that has to do with the runtime capabilities, meaning that it's missing things like apt-get, it's missing things like a bash shell and everything that's around it, because you really don't need it during the runtime. And if somebody needs it, it's probably for some nefarious use. Pin images to hashes. That means that don't rely on tags. Tags can be repointed, and if you're relying on something that has a version or latest in the tag, that might not be exactly the image that you're actually running because somebody pointed that latest tag to a different hash, the one that you weren't intending to run. Upgrade your master nodes and all nodes to the latest versions. Now, that should be easy to do in a properly architected and configured cluster. After all, Kubernetes' one capability is to survive node downtime. So if you can't safely update your nodes, consider revising your architecture or the way that your cluster is deployed, because something is not quite right there. Kubernetes deployments should be easily upgradable. Consider shipping out your Kubernetes secrets to an external vault. That makes it harder to get and makes the security model somewhat harder to abuse. Consider scanning your images with SAST and DAST and software composition analysis tools. Those tend to be falsy, very falsy, and I wouldn't recommend it in the beginning, but you might find out something interesting for yourself. And then finally, the hard mode. For hard mode, consider monitoring for rogue containers and processes that are running at the runtime. There are several tools out in the market that allow you to do that. If something is started in a container, like a bash, which wasn't intended to start, they will alert you about this. Sign your images. That's the only sure way to protect your supply chain for images. Use tools out in the market there that allow you to easily sign and verify the signatures of your images. Consider using zero trust, like dynamic mutual TLS or SPIF Aspire. Those are fairly new and still maturing technologies for assuring that the both sides of the conversations are validated in an API/API client discussion. And then finally, unmixed sensitive workloads. Container separation is weaker than hypervisors. They're all running as processes on the same kernel, and therefore it's easier to abuse. Now, there's been some attempts like gvisor and various Kata containers to harden this, but it also comes with its own cost. So if you're running normal Dockerd CRI containers on the same Linux kernel, ensure that your threat model accounts for this. And then finally, keep in mind that namespaces don't provide hard multi-tenancy, meaning that you can't really separate with enough certainty different client workloads. Now, you can provide soft multi-tenancy, meaning that a group within your organization can probably run on the same cluster, and that is that your cancellation for them doing bad stuff is you can just fire them. Thank you very much for joining my presentations. I leave some of the links here that you can go and browse. I have most of the content that I've referenced here on the link here in this presentation linked in my GitHub. Arg. Thank you everybody for listening to my presentation. It was fun.
Awesome. That was very awesome. I learned a lot. And I'm excited to key off to our next speaker, Nisha, and her talk is Garbage Day, and I'm very excited because it is also Garbage Day at my house, and I love Garbage Day and all things garbage. So take it away, Nisha.
Hi, this talk is about Garbage Day, sorting through container image contents. And that's all the memes that I have for you in this talk. But I promise it is still entertaining. Just sit tight and enjoy my bad drawings. Okay, suppose you were running software in production and one of your team members says, there is a CVE file that we found. Somehow, we need to find all of the components that are running in production that have the CVE against it. Okay, so we have some information to start off with. We have a CVE number. This CVE is against the library, the software component called glibc. Its version is 2.29. So the question we need to answer here is, where is glibc version 2.29 installed in our software? So before that, we need to answer a question, where is my software? So it's definitely not on your laptop. It is probably sitting on a hosted server somewhere. If you're a little more sophisticated, then it's probably being hosted on a cloud service somewhere. And as you get more and more sophisticated with this, there will be a nice word soup of nautical theme. You will hear about whales and rafts, and there's a Greek captain somewhere in there. But in this talk, I am going to focus on containers. So containers are nothing but processes that share a kernel. And if you're really careful, it doesn't share anything else. So just running processes. But container images are real and they have folders and files. And this is where your software lives. So this is how a container image looks like. It's typically a list of manifests that are connected together with something called a smart pointer, and I'll explain that in a bit. So there's an index.json, it starts from there, and that contains a list of manifests. One of them is the manifest that targets your particular platform. So you can either have an ARM manifest or a x86 manifest and so on. So the manifest has a config.json, and that basically tells the container runtime how to spin up this container. And then it has a list of layers. Each layer is actually just a tarball of files, and they are ordered based on how the graph driver should be laying them and mounting them. Typically, the graph driver that is used is OverlayFS, although you can use ButterFS or AUFS. It doesn't matter. What you need to understand is that they are ordered and they are changes to the original tarball. And so what you can imagine these looking like is a nice yogurt parfait. Okay, so how do I know all this? So my name is Nisha, and I am an open source engineer at the Open Source Technology Center at VMware, and I maintain an open source project called Turn, which inspects container images and tries to figure out what packages are installed and what their versions and licenses are, including some other relevant metadata. So this is how I know all these things about container images. And I've been doing this for 3 years now. So I know my way around different kinds of container images. Mostly folks use the OCI type images, except for Docker. Docker is special, but that's not important over here. We're still trying to figure out where glibc lives. Okay, in order to understand where that lives, you got to look at a basic container image. The basic container image parfait looks like this. There's a rootfs, and that usually is a slimmed down version of either Debian or CentOS or Alpine. It depends upon what developers are familiar with. And then there usually is this layering of dependencies that happen for the top level application to run. So folks would install system dependencies, and then they would install application dependencies, and finally on top there will be the application. So this whole thing is packaged up, and it might as well look like your desktop computer, just a slimmed down version of it. It's a lot of stuff, but rest assured, the glibc is somewhere in here. However, containers can also come in the form of container image smoothies, and usually you get these kind of containers if you were using a previous container as a build stage to build an application and then stick it in a runtime container in order to run. I've seen container images that are built using multi-stage Docker files that will just have a runtime rootfs and a binary blob, and I've seen one with just one binary blob. And depending upon what ecosystem this is running in, you can either get a binary blob that has glibc compiled within it, so it's there, but you don't really know because you don't have the metadata that tells you whether that's what happened or not. The nice thing about it is that it works wherever you put it. The not nice thing about it is that you don't really know for sure what it is or where it came from. So it's very difficult to debug these container image smoothies. But what if there was a list of ingredients that come with the smoothies? This is actually something that a lot of other industries use. It's called a bill of materials. This is something that software has not caught on to yet because, well, it's not an issue that has come up yet, although it's becoming more and more of an issue now that we are getting longer and longer dependency chains. So what does that look like? Well, I'll give you a story. I have curly hair, and I have recently been looking for shampoo and conditioner hair care products that are gentle on curly hair. And that has forced me to look at the ingredients label on shampoos. This one is from a coconut milk shampoo. It's from one of those elite brands that you would find in Walgreens or something. And it's very interesting because I noticed that it has hydrolyzed milk protein, which makes sense because it's coconut milk. I just thought that they wouldn't put bits of the coconut and then milk separately. Anyway, it's used, so a bill of materials is used mostly for software transparency, so folks understand what they are getting and they can make better decisions about what they are ingesting or putting on their hair or sticking into their car and so on and so forth. If you want to learn more about SBOMs, you should totally watch this video. It's a talk from Security BSides San Francisco 2020. The title is How Software Transparency Can Help Save the World. The meme title of it is Someone Set Us Up the SBOM, and it's by Alan Friedman. So you should totally check it out. Anyway, suppose we do have our SBOMs, and this is what my open source project Turn does, which is generate an SBOM. So yay, I solved that problem. But we now have to answer a few more questions. First, where do we put the SBOM? Second, how do we link the SBOM to said container image? And third, how do we update the SBOM when the container image gets updated itself? So this is where a thing called OCI artifacts come in. OCI artifacts is a part of the Open Container Initiative specifications. Open Container Initiative has specifications for the container runtime. Run-C is the manifestation of that. And it also has specifications for the image, the container image itself, and a distribution spec, which is for container registries. So what you're seeing here is actually the OCI image specification. OCI artifacts use the image specification to be able to embed supplemental artifacts along with the container image. So this is perfect for using for including an SBOM with your image. So there's an index.json, which has a list of manifests. And what you do is one of those manifests becomes an SBOM manifest. And this gets linked to the image manifest by using what they call smart pointers. And basically all it is a JSON blob that has what the media type is. So if your SBOM is just a plain old text document, your media type would be application or text. And you will then digest this text document and you put the digest here, and you can add some annotation saying, oh, I generated this SBOM. So you've solved the problem, where do we put it? And how do we link it to the container image? Because if you link it this way, the SBOM will follow the image manifest wherever it may be downloaded from. Because on the container registry side, these smart pointers link these manifests to the actual blobs. But what about updating? The problem here is, this problem is tougher. So you could actually add stuff onto existing container images. You can install more software in there. But what happens is that if you happen to have an SBOM in the original container, it doesn't actually get updated when you add this new stuff. And furthermore, you can actually add stuff that was pre-processed before. It comes out of a separate build and release pipeline, and that gets stuck into a container image. And so ideally, the SBOM is a lot more detailed than what you would have in the previous one. And so updating this SBOM, this existing SBOM that comes with this container image becomes tougher. All right, back to the drawing board. So remember OCI image layout. Let's see if we can figure some other way of doing this. So there's an index.json and it has a list of manifests. One of the lists of manifests is the SBOM manifest, and it's describing the image. So the image has a config and it has a bunch of layer tarballs. The SBOM manifest may also have a config and it could have a bunch of layers. And each layer may describe a software component that comes with these tarballs, and it can be any of these tarballs, but the SBOM itself will say, I describe this tarball that comes with this image. So if the image gets updated, all we need to do is add SBOMs to this SBOM list, and that way your SBOM gets updated. Now, hold on a minute. This isn't completely foolproof. And the reason for this is that even though this image spec exists, it kind of exists in a vague place. Like it cannot exist independent of the runtime, the container runtime, and the container distribution or the container registries. So there are no client tools that understand that an image can actually have an SBOM attached to it. There is no cryptographic linking of any sort. In fact, I don't even think folks have gone that far. Even now, they're still at SBOM, but there's no like, is the tarball and these SBOMs, are they all cryptographically linked, and who linked them and what process? None of that is still fleshed out. And the container, and there are no existing images that have this SBOM compatibility. It's almost like you'll have to build a whole new ecosystem from scratch. Okay, so now what? Well, you can get involved, brainstorm on how we can solve all these issues with us. You can join these communities. I am active in all of them. So SPDX is a software bill of materials specification. We often talk about container images, so you can participate there. The Open Container Initiative is where all the container runtime, image, and distribution spec and the artifact specs, the artifacts method exists and is curated and maintained. So you could join that community to talk about how we could secure the supply chain for containers. And there's the update framework, which is a framework to allow for secure updates for software that is running in production. And these folks also think about containers. So you could join these communities, and you can build tools with me because this is a problem that I am currently working on. So you can hit me up on Twitter. My DMs are open. I'd be super happy to talk with you. Okay, and that's all I have. And so if you have any questions, please reach out to me. Thank you for watching.
Oh my gosh, that was awesome. let's see, there's a sort of time differential between here and the Discord, and it's a little confusing, I think, at least to me. And if there are questions in the Discord, I will try to get them into the stream. And if not, then we'll talk about different topics that you guys touched on. One of the things that I think you guys talked about in sort of two different ways, and actually that Terri had talked about earlier, is essentially we have this ecosystem of components, and no one has given us the tools to make this in any way safe. And we are trying as a community to fix this, and I, for one, am really happy that you have a tool to kind of do this software inventory kind of problem, because the supply chain problem is a really hard problem and a really important problem. And also, I want to say, since there were several people who talked about it, and I'm going to ask the questions, how did you make all those drawings? Because they were awesome.
By hand. I have an iPad, and I have a pencil. So I drew by hand and uploaded it to, I exported it as a PNG. Fastest way to do it, because I spend way too much time on slides if I don't draw.
I think the drawings were fantastic, and I think what I'm understanding is that skill in drawing is actually the secret ingredient.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, how do these two things fit together? The Kubernetes and the Docker ecosystem, bill of materials ecosystem.
Well, I kind of alluded to it, that one of my favorite attacks is through the supply chain, and that's exactly where it boils down to, right? If you infect your images, you're own it from the beginning, and it's really hard to find, really hard to eradicate. And even with some signing capabilities like Harbor would provide you, you're still limited to what exists in the container. So everything that's put in, it's a garbage in, garbage out. You get your garbage in, you sign it, and you get garbage out. Signed.
So the one issue with the containers we have right now is that you can put anything you want in it, really. Each layer in the container image is like the artifact of a different supply chain. So you can have one layer which is all like install node modules. We tried this with like a very simple node application, and it brought in something like 800 software components, like 800 dependencies or something like that. And that sits on top of a Debian image that has another like 32 or 35 packages. And then there are dependencies that are installed to make node work, and so on and so forth. So yeah, it is very crazy. I have so much white hair. Can you see? All from container images.
I think I do too, but I'm in a very dark place, so you can't tell. So there's a question from the Discord that I think is a really good question. Any thoughts about the trade-offs between multi-stage Docker builds to reduce the attack surface and build transparency? For example, Go builds will produce a static binary, and then you can pop it into a scratch image.
Yeah, so if you are using multi-stage Docker builds, you have to be very careful about how you build. First of all, you have to be careful about what stage you choose. So the Golang community uses the Golang images that are on Docker Hub. Every single like piece of like Golang binary uses that one container image. So you can imagine, how many people are pulling that one image from Docker Hub. So, and the thing is that the Golang image is it's not built from source. It's built using some. Well, so first you have to install. It starts from a Debian image, and it's like it has all the build essential stuff in it, and then you download the Golang binary, and turn your environment into a Go building environment, and then you put your source code to build the Golang binary, and then put it in the final runtime image. And what people don't understand is, in order for that binary to run, Go statically compiles all of the dependencies provided by that container image into the binary. So you're actually shipping the binary, like your application, along with its dependencies. So you've not left the dependency tree behind. More than security issues that brings up, the legal and compliance issues are even hairier. So as far as the security stuff is concerned, it's one binary. So you have a bunch of bytecode that is just running. You have no idea what kind of bytecode you have in there that you can exploit. From the compliance perspective, it's a giant, I don't know, smoothie.
I'll add one thing to that too, and I alluded to this. If you're looking into multi-stage build, seriously consider distroless images. They exist for several languages out there, Go included. That limits your exposure tremendously, because now you're not starting from some random image, you're really starting from scratch, and you're only adding the absolutely necessary stuff to run, which excludes Bash, excludes a lot of clibs, excludes your apt-get and all that crazy stuff. So you're really limited to what you can export and export.
Yeah, so the distroless images are good runtime images because they don't have all the packages. They've only limited to the ones that are required for your app to run. But that's not the case with the build images, which is still like Debian and build essentials and the Golang binary. So what I usually recommend is that you keep track of the hashes that you're using in the build image, and in fact it would be great if you could copy all of that metadata as environment variables or labels into your run image, because that helps folks like me kind of figure out, if you come back to it like a year later and try to figure out what exactly you did.
And I think this really touches on the same point, right, that Alex had made about having your images come from hashes rather than labels and tags, because you have a verifiable proof of what you actually are running.
Yeah, absolutely. The tags are rolling tags. You may lose them. So always pin to the digest, not to the rest.
And I guess the other question I have is kind of relating those sort of build containers to production containers, to what extent in terms of to what extent do you need those components in those build containers when you land in that Kubernetes instance to leverage those tools to break out of that, to break into that Kubernetes controller?
Yeah, well, if you've got curl, you've got the world, right? So yeah, that's the easiest answer. And a lot of those tools in Kubernetes space are based on Go and built with Go. So all you need is just one single download, which is awesome. So you get in, you notice you have wget or curl, and you run it, and you've got all the tools that you need to ever abuse the APIs that Kubernetes has. So it's really, really easy to do with extra stuff that you build in. So this is why runtime should be really different from the build time. Build time, you're more flexible there, but at the runtime, you really should clamp down on whatever's available.
I always smile when I land in there's Bash or curl or both.
Yeah, right.
Let's see. Any other questions from the Discord? I feel like everyone's always typing, but I don't necessarily see the question. But I always feel like one is about to come.
People are typing up and just erasing it.
Okay, I knew Terri was coming up with a question. Do you have any funny stories you can share about surprising SBOM results?
Funny stories. They're all kind of funny. So right now the biggest issue that I have is not actually with the SBOMs for the container images, but the kind of machinery that people use to make modern applications nowadays. So what they'll do is they would have built something and they stuck it in a container image and they uploaded that to a registry, and then they have some higher level machinery that will pull that image and use it as a build stage for another image and then upload that to some other registry. And then they have another step that is a make file that will pull that final image to go and build the final thing that goes into a runtime image that's now like a Kubernetes component. I've had a lot of fun with the Kubernetes components, actually. They are it's very interesting to go and search for, and I use interesting in a very light way. It's, again, gray hair everywhere. It's the dependency chain is so complicated that it's you have to put in a lot of work to go and trace back what exactly people are using. A funny story. So there was one container image that nobody wanted to update because as soon as they updated it, their whole build chain breaks. So their build will break if they update this one container image. They don't know where it came from. They don't know what part of the code it came from, and they know if they rebuild it again, their whole build is broken. So it's really it's a variant of that XKCD comic about the one guy in Nebraska maintaining ImageMagick that's now part of all the infrastructure.
I think there's time for one or two last questions. So, we all know that garbage can be in containers. We all know that garbage can be running in production. We all know that Kubernetes is, I won't say Kubernetes is garbage, but usually put together like garbage. Are there any pointers you have on forensic analysis of either containers or of the container orchestration system?
I'll answer from the Kubernetes perspective. There's actually plenty of logs that Kubernetes keeps, and they've done a decent job. If you enable a bunch of logging in the APIs, you're going to get a decent amount of information to try to trace back the things that have happened. You will not get information about what's running in those pods, but you'll get information about who's running it and why they're running it, potentially. So Kubernetes is actually pretty good with auditing.
Awesome.
From the container side, geez, I don't know. I don't know what kind of advice to give because I think there's a lot of people that are grappling with that whole ecosystem right now. So the way that I've boiled it down to, try to see where the binary blob has come from, at least for the Golang community. It's not that bad for the other ecosystems, the other programming ecosystems. They come with reasonably good package managers that you should be able to understand something. My project Turn, you can actually have it work with CV bin tool, which Terri had talked about earlier. and you can get some basic vulnerability scanning for it without forking up a whole bunch of money.
And do you know of any public projects that are using Turn?
Let's see. There, no, I actually don't at this point.
Well, thank you guys very much. Those were both really excellent talks, and I think that we are heading into the wildcard track next.
All right, let me leave somebody with a pirate joke too before we kick it off. I found a great joke that's very, relevant to our elections. So, what is orange and sounds like a parrot? That's not who you're thinking of. It's a carrot. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes with the wildcard track. That'll be a little different. It will be 3 separate talks with their own question and answer. So see you soon.
Woohoo.
Hey B-Sides, welcome to the wildcard part of the conference where we're going to talk about everything from starting how to improve your crypto practices to creating a social engineering robot. Our first talk is by Matt King, and it's called What I'd Really Like Dev is to Borrow the Signing Keys. Matt has previously done a significant amount of work on hardware security research on cloud infrastructure. He currently works on securing edge and IoT devices as a firmware security researcher and a beer enthusiast. Matt may even be considered somewhat of a technical stand-up comedian by some, and by some I mean me. Matt will talk to us today about common mistakes that occur regarding firmware signing keys, as well as best practices for making signatures meaningful to make sure the keys are being created, managed, and used correctly in order for them to be able to provide the expected security benefits. So with that, help me in welcoming Matt King to our virtual stage.
Hi, I'm Matt, and today I'll be talking about some common mistakes that can occur with firmware signing keys. A little bit about myself. I spend a lot of time working on and talking about firmware security. I've done pen testing and security engineering on a bunch of different systems, and one of the most frustrating issues that keeps coming up is poor signing practices for the firmware on those systems. Before I get started, I want to make a couple things clear. I'm not speaking for my employer, and I'm not speaking about your employer or your employer's product or any product in particular. Nothing being discussed here is unique. These problems show up over and over on many different products. What's clear is that everyone needs to improve how they think about firmware signing. Not just vendors, customers, and regulators too. It's not always possible to work around limitations in hardware after it's been built, so the time to think about these issues is before building or buying new equipment. A quick acknowledgement, there was a white paper published earlier this year. A lot of really smart people were involved in writing it. It has a lot of good recommendations. If you're looking for more information on this topic, it's a great place to start. So to understand what goes wrong with firmware signing, it helps to start by understanding why firmware gets signed in the first place. There are a few different reasons commonly given as motivation for signing firmware. The first, and probably the most common, is that signatures provide a mechanism to verify that firmware came from an authentic source and wasn't modified during manufacturing or distribution. Signatures enable users to trust the firmware supply chain, since only the authorized source could have produced firmware with a valid signature. Another reason that gets given is because signed firmware can prevent incorrect or harmful firmware from being loaded on a device. The device being able to validate a signature on the firmware gives it a way to confirm that an update is safe and has been through some kind of testing and validation by the manufacturer to assure that the update won't cause any damage to the device it's being loaded on. There's this great comment in the documentation for the Linux hard drive parameter utility. The firmware download command is noted as being extremely dangerous. It could destroy both the drive and all data on it. It warns, do not use this command. And while this warning is there for a good reason, it really can brick devices that don't validate firmware updates, and so it is potentially very risky. That fact is a bit horrifying. Updating firmware shouldn't be that big of a gamble. But it's more than just the wrong firmware we want to prevent from running on devices. We want to stop malicious firmware too. Malicious firmware in particular can be very hard to detect and remove, so preventing it from being installed in the first place is really crucial. Unfortunately, maybe the most common reason firmware really does get signed in practice has more to do with compliance than security. And while there are good intentions behind compliance requirements for firmware to be signed, those requirements are rarely written in a way that actually compels products to be more secure. A requirement that can be met by a private key checked into a GitHub repo isn't doing a lot of work to make anything more secure. So why does that requirement exist? Vendors get blamed a lot for poor practices around firmware signing, and let's be fair, they deserve it, but the rest of us aren't exactly pulling our weight either. The first thing that needs to be fixed in regards to firmware signing is choosing appropriate algorithms for the signatures. This should be the easiest part of the process. There's a lot of guidance out there on how to choose appropriate key sizes, but somehow mistakes keep happening here. For starters, message authentication codes shouldn't be used as a replacement for signatures. They are not a signature signing scheme. Code signing is a broadcast operation. You have one party producing the signature and many consumers validating the signature. Message authentication codes don't enable the consumers of that signature to distinguish between the intended producer and any of the other consumers that also have the key. So using a Mac isn't acceptable as a performance trade-off because it's not a signature. Please stop using them. Another common problem is key sizes that are just too small. Keys that get baked into hardware and firmware end up being very long-lived relative to keys in software because they're often much harder to change. And so these keys need to be chosen not based on best practices now when they're being created and included in the product, but best practices throughout the entire life cycle of the product. There are a lot of things still using SHA-1 or even worse, MD5, and we're stuck with them years and decades after those algorithms have been depreciated and broken because of performance trade-offs that were made when the system was built. If we're ever going to end this cycle of firmware perpetually using substandard cryptography, we need to start considering how requirements will evolve over the lifetime of a product and choosing crypto that will be appropriate throughout that lifetime instead of just now. Speaking of performance requirements, for just a second, I would like to take a moment to make a quick statement about PCIe. Contrary to popular belief, the spec does not put requirements on how quickly firmware must respond to config transactions. Having to open up the spec and read it aloud on a conference call is super uncomfortable, regardless of whether you're doing the reading or the listening. And I know I am not the only one that would appreciate it if we couldn't stop inventing reasons to use bad cryptography. You don't need to meet some invented performance target. Please stop this. Having picked out the key algorithm and size, the next step is to scope how that key will be used. There are a few goals to accomplish through signing firmware. To ensure supply chain integrity, a signature must be tied to the origin of the signed firmware. This implies that development teams working on different products should not share the same signing keys, so that developers for product A can't create a valid signed firmware image for product B. That wouldn't make sense. They didn't write the code. To enable devices to check and update for safety, it should be able to reject updates intended for other products, which implies that each of those products should have its own key, so that when product A goes to check the firmware for product B, it can safely reject it. Following both of these guidelines has some implications. It may mean that a product needs to use and chain more than one key while validating different stages of firmware and software, if those firmwares and softwares are developed by different teams at different points in times on different schedules. Having more keys like this does add some complexity because now you have to manage more keys, but it also limits the scope of what can go wrong if something happens to one of those keys. So you end up with less collateral damage if you have a key that you have to revoke or change. Now, if you want to make it easy for people to revoke every product you've ever shipped all at once, go ahead, use the same key for everything. I really can't say that I recommend it. You also, sadly, will not be alone in doing this. The next obstacle is figuring out where to create and store the keys. They should be kept far, far away from source code. Do not mix them, not even a little bit, not even for a second during the build and signing process, even if it's easier. Keys do accidentally get checked into source code. It's not uncommon. Take precautions or those kinds of accidents will happen to you. HSMs, for all the problems they introduce, at least do make it hard to copy private keys to places they don't belong. You really seriously ought to consider using them. They're not appropriate in every situation, but they do make some of these common accidents a lot harder. Keep in mind, though, HSMs are not anything special. They're not intelligent. They hold keys and they use those keys to perform signing operations. And they will sign whatever artifact an authorized user tells them to, even if that user's been phished or compromised in some way. So in some cases, it may be appropriate to take additional precautions, such as using an offline CA for keys that are hard to revoke. An offline CA gives you the ability to provide both physical and logical access controls. The downside is it does add a lot of overhead to signing operations, since people now have to physically go to the offline CA in order to generate the signature. So it isn't really practical for keys that need to get used frequently. For example, if you're signing kernel updates or software that changes a lot, your developers will revolt if they have to go to the offline CA multiple times a week. One of the things that falls out of these requirements is that if you're building hardware, you shouldn't assume all the firmware and software running on your platform is going to be signed by the same key. Because of these differences in how keys are managed and stored, that isn't actually very likely. You're likely to end up with firmware and software components using keys that have very different usage models. And while you're storing your keys, don't forget to make backups. Business continuity has been, if you haven't noticed, quite hard this year. We don't need to make it worse. So now we've got keys that are set up and ready to use. How does a signing operation get performed? Well, there's a server. It runs a utility, maybe OpenSSL, to take an artifact or a hash and use the private key to put a signature on it. Now, keep in mind, this server with the private key is a very critical piece of infrastructure. It holds those private keys. It has to have access to them in order to use them. So only a handful of very thoroughly reviewed utilities will ever even be installed on this server, much less run on it. And no sane signing process is going to allow copying executable binaries or scripts onto the signing server. So whatever is generating the artifact that's getting signed and then taking that artifact back and constructing the firmware image that gets loaded onto the device later needs to be able to interface with what's already on the signing server. You can't make up your own stuff and expect people to run it on this very critical server. The signing process also needs to enforce any guarantees that you are implying by signing your firmware. Requests should only be processed if they came from an authorized user, not a user that was phished or spoofed or has had their laptop compromised or some other attacker who's gotten onto your network. Your authorization policies and mechanisms need to comprehend and prevent these kinds of attacks. Signing events need to be logged. They need to be logged in enough detail that you can go back and audit them later. If something does, God forbid, go wrong with this process, you want to be able to unwind which signing events were legitimate and which ones weren't. Because if you can't do that, there will be a bunch of signed firmware images out there and you won't be able to tell which ones need to be recalled or not. This brings me to the last issue I want to discuss. Even if all of this works as expected up to this point, and you've created an approved signature and an image from it, how do you know what was really being signed? If your firmware build environment looks anything like this diagram, you may have a problem, and people can tell. The frequency with which user directories or timestamps or other garbage shows up in firmware binaries that have been signed gives away that firmware is all too frequently being built in ways that do not enable anyone, even the developer building the image, to tie that binary back to a specific version of the code it was compiled from. All of the authorization gates in the world don't do much if no one can prove the binary that was eventually signed was legitimate. Without the ability to independently reproduce a binary or really tight controls on the build environment that is allowed to submit the signing request in the first place, how do you really know what you're signing? How do you keep track of it? This is something that companies really need to do a better job of enforcing to make sure that they can keep track of what they're really releasing. But hey, let's say you've gotten all of this right. Congratulations, your firmware is signed with an incredibly meaningful signature. You have achieved security, right? Well, okay, not quite. Signatures do a lot. There's a lot of things they can prevent, and there's a lot of guarantees they can provide. But even if you've got a good process for signing firmware images, you still need to be concerned about bugs in that firmware. Signatures don't prevent buffer overflows. They don't prevent any kind of exploits. So if you're misusing a bunch of libc functions, your firmware is still going to be horribly insecure, even if it's signed and even if those signatures were done correctly. There's a lot of secure development guidance out there, and you still have to follow it, and you have to follow it before you sign your firmware. I hope nobody tuning into this was expecting to learn how to make firmware signing easy, because while none of these steps are all that complicated on their own, there are a few of them, and getting the details right or wrong does make a big difference in the quality of the result. Capturing and communicating those details is only going to improve the products that we all build and use. I know there's additional work involved in following all these recommendations, but products that do will be able to demonstrate improved security as a result. There will be, or already are, I guess, questions, so presumably I'm answering them at this point. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, that was a great talk. And now for Q&A. So it sounds like you speak from experience and being kind of exasperated with some of the practices in the industry. Have you seen real world examples of keys being compromised in the wild?
Certainly there are examples. The keys being uploaded to GitHub is a thing that does happen occasionally for different projects. And it's really frequently, right, it's an accident. Some developer, someone new to the project compiling it for the first time, the script is copy this key into the repo and run the script to generate the signature, and then accidentally things get checked in and pushed. And when you're dealing with keys that are really hard to revoke, that becomes problematic because you can't necessarily just rotate keys that are baked into hardware or firmware. In some cases, it's just not possible. But even in the best cases, as we learned over the summer with boot hole, it's really, really hard to invalidate and rotate keys in firmware, even in the best circumstances where there are nominally provisions for doing so.
Absolutely. So you mentioned it was important to be able to trace back your binary image to the specific build. Why?
Well, so it goes back to really the question is, what are you signing, right? The whole point is you want to give the consumers of this firmware binary image some assurance that it is coming from the authorized source, right? Like they're saying, hey, we produced this binary, based on our code. This does not have something that has been added to or subtracted from. It hasn't been modified or tampered with in some way. But if your build environment is really just your developer sitting on their laptop, anything that goes wrong with that laptop can impact what's being built. So if you don't have controls either on how you're doing the building or some other verification mechanism to make sure that it happened correctly, you don't actually know what you've signed, right? Like at some point they've submitted a binary. You can't trace that binary back to anything in particular, but now it's signed and people can run it and use it and you don't know what's in it. So if at any point in the process leading up to the signing something goes wrong, you need to worry about that just as much as like what happens after the signing. And so there are a couple different ways to address that. Reproducible builds is absolutely one of them. That's not the only way, but firmware, unlike a lot of cloud service type things, is not usually being built in this really fancy CI/CD pipeline. It's often like a development environment on a laptop somewhere, and it doesn't have the same clean room build environment that you see in a lot of other software deployments. And so this problem tends to come up a little more frequently. And like just go to your firmware folder on your laptop and run strings on everything, and some really ugly stuff will show up.
Yeah. So, so are there any other good recommendations to enable being able to trace back between your build and binary image?
If you can reproducibly build your firmware, that's really the best way of doing it. And I know people worry about the difficulties reproducible builds introduces, but firmware is really pretty much the simplest case for reproducible build, because just about everything gets statically compiled into the binary image because it has to work on its own. It doesn't have the ability to load a bunch of shared libraries. So if you really can't reproducibly build your firmware image, you probably have other issues with your build.
So question from the Discord. What is the stupidest keying system you've ever seen in firmware?
So that's really two questions, because the question you're asking is maybe not the question I can answer. The question I can answer is what's the stupidest one that I can talk about. I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, I think the one that frustrates me the most, maybe, and I can say this because it happens all over the place, systems that really use like, what is ostensibly good crypto today, that are systems that are designed to run for like 20 years. So there's a bunch of things, especially networking and other like industrial IoT style equipment, that's still in some cases using like MD5 and RC4, because 20 years ago when they were designed, that was good enough. And they are running on microcontrollers that literally cannot support anything faster, and there's nothing you can do about it. Because at the time they were designed, nobody thought, hey, how is this going to work, 5, 10, 20 years from now? And that's really one of the easiest problems to avoid, because you really just need to go look up recommendations for what's going to be good for, the next 10 years that we're supporting this product, instead of, what's the minimum acceptable bar now.
And will the bars, like if we pick the top bar today, is that good enough in 20 years?
I mean, I don't know, but certainly we can make better choices than literally doing, SHA-256, ECC-256 now, even though it's being depreciated in less than a decade by, depending on whose guidance you look at, those are going to be, not acceptable anymore within the support lifetime of a lot of things being designed and built today.
It's an interesting thing to try to predict.
So I mean,
yeah.
There is guidance, right? You can go look up the NIST EU. There's a whole bunch of organizations that provide guidance on key length. You can go look it up. You can figure, hey, what should we be using for something that nominally should still be supported in production 10 years from now? And you can get an answer, and those may be wrong. People might make quantum cryptanalysis work sometime soon, and all of our keys will belong to them. But
asking the questions,
choices
right?
based on information that is correct today, and even that a lot of times isn't happening.
Yeah, awareness is a huge thing. So even just being aware of my system will be running for the next 20 years, I should probably shoot for the top bar.
Yep.
So a follow-up question by the same attendee. Can we just encrypt the keys in a symmetric key in fuses and call it fine?
Not really. The answer to that is no, mostly because of the logistics of building physical devices, not because it doesn't work. So it gets complicated. Manufacturing generally prefers that you apply the exact same firmware and images everywhere. And this is why signing works pretty well, because it's one public key and it's shared across everything. If you want to do something with symmetric keys, you quickly realize you have to supply different keys to each part, and that just does not scale.
So how often do you recommend to audit signed artifacts?
I mean, it kind of depends on how often you're generating them. A lot of times firmware doesn't get built all that often. And even when it does, usually after it stabilizes, the changes are very, very small. And so just making sure that you're actually able to correlate, whatever code check-ins you're making to the output you're generating is probably enough. It's really more about, are you prepared for some kind of recall or incident than about any sort of development lifecycle practices. Because the problem is, once you've signed a whole bunch of things, how do you trace back to one of the talks earlier today about like tracking down CVEs in your software? Like, okay, great, this new CVE in OpenSSL popped up. Which of your firmware images are impacted? Can you go back and trace back and figure out which ones have that specific version of OpenSSL and which ones don't? And that's sort of where the problems start, because a lot of times these systems will just not be keeping that level of information, or not keep enough information that you can go reconstruct.
So what all information should be included in an audit log?
I mean, ideally you would have like the full software bill of materials, right? For all the libraries and components going into it, or that information would be kept associated with like the code releases, and then the code release information would be part of the audit logs that you can work your way back. That's one of the big ones. Other things are just like the authorization for the signing, right? So who asked for it, when did they ask for it, where did they ask for it from, so that you can correlate if all of a sudden one of your users starts requesting a whole lot of things to be signed out of a geographic location they don't normally make those requests from. Maybe you want to go trace things back. A lot of it is pretty standard, right? How do you reconstruct an incident after the fact? What information do you need to keep in order to do those kinds of detections and forensics? The problem is a lot of times it just doesn't happen. The HSM doesn't necessarily do that for you by default. It just sort of holds the keys, and if you give it, if you say sign and you have the magic authorization credentials, it will sign it for you. A bunch of the rest of that are things you have to keep track of yourself or set up yourselves. And so that's sort of where that seems to be where the gap comes in, where even when HSMs are being used, how do you set that up? How do you configure the access controls such that you are able to go back and do this, right? How do you set up the multi-factor auth, or are you just using like the user's domain name and password?
And you mentioned HSMs, and the phrase you said, for all the problems they introduce. Could you maybe elaborate a little bit on the types of problems that might be introduced by HSMs?
I mean, the biggest problem is they're hard to use, right? And that is sort of intentional, and part of that is a consequence of what they're intending to do. Part of it is just because they are very low volume parts. The HSM vendors don't sell a lot of them, and so they have incredible lock-in. Once you buy of HSM for one vendor, you're pretty much stuck with that vendor forever, at least for the life of whatever you're doing with the keys in that HSM. So they often don't have a lot of incentive to make their products very user-friendly and improve the user experience. And on top of that, like a lot of them, the logical security provided by the HSMs is questionable in many cases. A lot of HSM vendors have had issues found with their hardware and firmware and software stacks that do the processing. And yet, despite all that, they do take away some of the really common foot guns that developers can shoot themselves with. when trying to manage their own keys, right? They don't let you have access to the private key is probably the biggest thing. So you can't accidentally do something you should not have with the private key. It stays in the HSM. And they tend to force very common interfaces back and forth for both the signing request and the signatures they generate, which does make them a little harder to use, but also forces some pretty common standard practices on the people trying to use them. It means you won't build your tools in such a way that if you are able to interface with an HSM, that you're going to be doing crazy things with how you generate and format signatures. So yeah, it would be great if HSMs themselves were better, but they do provide some guardrails that are very useful. And that is why like lots of customers will ask vendors like, hey, are you storing your keys in an HSM? It goes into requirements checklists pretty frequently, just because, not because I think anybody believes using an HSM solves all the problems, but it definitely does solve some common serious issues that tend to occur.
So in your chart with the YOLO auth, that seemed to be a reaction thing in the Discord. Is that part of the problem for in regards to key context as well?
That's really basically when you're authorizing the signing operation, right? If you have a key server, it basically gets 2 bits of input, right? One is the thing that needs to be signed by the private key, that is, it's stored in the key server. The other is some kind of authorization, right? So lots of systems will use multi-party authorization where you have to have more than one person authorize the signing operation. The problem is that second person doesn't actually know what's in the artifact that is being signed. If they can't reproduce it, if they can't, like, they basically just end up blindly trusting the person who generated the binary. And they say, oh yeah, I know Fred built that binary and he was the one who was supposed to do it. So I'm just going to click accept. And the server will sign anything regardless of what it actually was, because nobody has any real way of verifying it.
Great. I think that might be all the questions we have from Discord. Is there any final message, or do you guys want to just chat? We have a few minutes still.
Hey, Joe, you just appeared and then disappeared. You have no audio.
Well, maybe you'll have some questions. All right. Well, let's move on to our next talk. Our next talk is fascinating and pretty terrifying. It is called Automated Social Engineering for the Antisocial Engineer. And I must confess that when I read this title as part of the CFP, I wanted to accept it just for the title alone. But it's fantastic. So the talk will be delivered by Patrick Sayler. Patrick is a principal security consultant at NetSpy, where he leads their social engineering services. And Patrick today will talk to us about how phone calls continue to be a lucrative avenue for attackers. And he takes it further to show us how to automate this otherwise time-consuming, tedious manual process for fun and profit by abusing systems that are typically used to assist people, such as IVR, the interactive voice response technology. So in a nutshell, Patrick is going to teach us how to take existing off-the-shelf tools in order to build our own social engineering robot. Please help me welcome to the stage Patrick Sayler.
Hi, I'm Patrick Sayler, and this is Automated Social Engineering for the Antisocial Engineer. I am a web application and network penetration tester here at NetSpy, but my primary focus is on social engineering. I lead the phone, on-site, and email social engineering service lines. Overview of what we'll be covering today, some background on phone-based social engineering and the problems that I've run into, the solutions to those problems, including a new service that I found, and covering the environment. new attack scenarios that really take advantage of this system, a demo, and some other links at the end. So how do you do a phone-based social engineering test? Well, your typical engagement, well, first of all, you need to set up the phone, whether it be Skype, your cell phone, whatever you decide to do. You need a way to actually interact with people and dial the phone and talk to them. You need to mentally prepare. You will be lying to them. You're going to be trying to get them to do something they shouldn't be doing and taking advantage of their kindness and willingness to help. It's not for everyone, and just be aware you might feel bad doing it. After that, you pick up the phone, you make the call, and then you tell them to do that thing. Impersonate the help desk and get them to give you their password. All well and done, you hang up, chill out, and then just do it all over again. That's not so bad, right? So it's a little cliche, but I broke it down into the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's effective, it's very fun, there's no two tests that are alike. You could be super creative in what you do and how you get things out of people. The bad, there's a lot of downtime between phone calls. For example, I've gone hours and days on end without actually talking to someone because it goes to voicemail, or they hang up on me within the first 10 seconds, and then I don't even get to say anything at all. And then finally, the ugly, asterisk. I'm just going to leave it at that. It's super annoying. Yeah. So what can I do to actually make this better? And more importantly, how do I avoid talking to someone? First thing I tried was recording my voice and just playing it back over the phone, like through a soundboard, like a prank call show kind of thing. That really didn't last too long. It was way too much work. I could not deviate from my original script because if I didn't have a recording, I didn't have a response for something. So, very by the book, leave it at that. So I decided to try text-to-speech, as if you're talking to a real voice system. I found some voice generators, some more legitimate sounding than others, but it came down to just picking one, and then I recorded 4 phrases. You have a new message, please say your username and password, and then first message, just letting people know it's there. And playing that back to people came back with some really surprising results. I can't say too much here, but it worked. It was our entry point into a customer's internal network environment. The credentials they gave us were valid for an external facing service. Long story short, we got domain administrator that time, all from 4 WAV files that I played, and it was pretty awesome. Cool, so now what? That was pretty fun to pull out in those less structured tests, you know, your creative red teamy type of things, but not so much for your standard phone test. It was pretty annoying to set up. Didn't really scale well when you brought in multiple other consultants. So I needed something that was easy to set up and maintain. I don't want to deal with updating the operating system or making sure Asterisk is in the latest version. Scalable, multiple consultants and multiple phone calls at the same time, and centralized, where we can store all our recordings, manage all of the different phone calls at the same time instead of keeping track of WAV files on your desktop or whatnot. A lot of this sounds familiar because it already exists. It's called a call center, and there's software that exists for it and has existed for several years. One such platform would be Amazon Connect. It has everything I was looking for. Super easy to set up, has a point-and-click web interface where you can register numbers and set up different workflows. There is zero maintenance because that's all managed by Amazon outside of the initial setup and your general other Amazon configurations. Not much more to it than that. And finally, it's centralized. So, for example, the system will track all of my recordings, and you could just dump them into an Amazon S3 bucket for storage. That's super awesome. So what can you do with it? Of course, it handles inbound and outbound phone calls. It's a call center, audio recordings, routing and triaging of different calls and where you want them to go. You can have one tester pick up a call for this specific caller ID, and then, if the same caller ID is recognized again, make sure they don't talk to that same specific consultant. Then their voice might get recognized. Overall, the best thing about it is its integration into the Amazon Web Services ecosystem. So all the Amazon AWS suite of products. For example, Amazon Transcribe, speech recognition. You can convert voice to text. Super useful for looking over results after you've completed a test. If you're like me and you take really bad notes, I usually end up having to re-listen to my voice for hours on end because I didn't take notes and figure out what I said in this particular call. So building the report, you got to go back and listen to it, and it's all sorts of annoying. But with Amazon Transcribe, you can feed it recordings straight from your S3 bucket. It can dump out a text file, and then you can search for stuff like password and like, oh yeah, I remember how that call went. AWS Lambda, if you want to run code, you can process the information in those recordings. Maybe flag on specific keywords. Again, if we're just looking for the word password, and then maybe they mention an internal website or some web service that they log into, you can have Lambda take that information and then, for example, try making a web request and pulling down content from the website, or recognizing names from phone calls and then telling Lambda to search LinkedIn for that user's profile. Anything you can write, it can do. And finally, the coolest one, Lex, the conversation bot. It's what powers the Echo and Alexa, so it can recognize voice and then do something with that voice. So chaining all of these things together, you could build your own social engineering robot. And I thought this was a pretty neat idea. I was really proud of myself. I was like, oh, that's super cool. And then I realized it's all literally right on their front page and is an existing use case, a call center bot. So there you have it. So to recap, chaining these tools together allows you to programmatically place a phone call with Amazon Connect, request and receive information from targets with Lex, the chatbot, and then third, process the requested data and then do something with it with Transcribe and Lambda. So here's the interface, pretty simple. You can dial your numbers here straight from the browser. You could just claim some phone numbers by searching for an area code. All calls are managed by different workflows, or contact flows as they call them in Amazon Connect. So when a phone call comes in, it will follow this route depending on what the user says and what the system provides. So send them down a different queue, check if it's within 9 to 5 business hours, see if anyone's available, transfer it, stuff like that. So I've outlined a few different attack scenarios that really take advantage of this automated system. We'll start with inbound phone calls. First one here, SMS phishing. It's like your standard email phishing, except it's over a text message instead of email. We're looking for mass delivery and a broad reach, not necessarily targeting individual users. You can use Amazon's Simple Notification Service, SNS, to send a text message to your targets and then include a phone number for them to call. For example, your account has been disabled due to malicious activity. Please contact phone number to reactivate your service. Once the target calls the phone number, they'll be prompted to provide their credentials. You can send out a text message with a single command, your account has been disabled, all through the AWS CLI. There's the text message that I received with the phone number to call. And once someone calls that number, they'll be dropped into this contact flow. Here, they are going to be sent straight to the customer input function, which in this case will be the Lex chatbot. So here's the Lex interface. Up here we have different prompts. So in an inbound scenario, think of it like you're calling your bank and they say, to check your account balance, say account balance. For customer support, say representative. It's just whatever you want the person to say to activate that workflow. Right here, we just got some pretty basic account reset 1. We don't want to give them too many options here. Next are slots, or what Lex will be asking for. This is a password reset scenario, so some common items to look for here would be the first and last name, date of birth, social security number, or rather the last 4 of the social security number. And then down here, we're sending it off to the Lambda function. Right up there at the top is the Lex content, the variables that are being sent over, first, last name, date of birth, social security number. I want it to just notify me when someone calls, so I've got a SNS set up to send out a notification, and then what you want the system to respond to the user with. In this case, we're just going to say thanks, your account has been reactivated, and then we'll go back over to Lex. You can set that information there as well. After the customer works through that, they will be sent over to the next part of the workflow, and since there's nothing else, the call will just be hung up, or the call will end. For our next scenario, we've got email phishing, pretty similar to the last one, but instead of a text message with a phone number, we're going to send out an email. Pretty common situation or pretext would be sending out an email from the help desk, perhaps notifying people about new work from home guidelines, because that's a thing. They can call the help desk and learn more information there. The system can then accept the call, place them on hold, maybe play some Chuck Mangione hold music, and hold on to them until the testers have been notified. Once you're ready, the system can then reroute the call to the legitimate help desk, and then connect the two together, the end user and the help desk. Amazon Connect has this concept of managers, which is there for oversight, and their case would be making sure that the customer support representative is doing their job and the manager can listen in whenever they want. But in our case, we get to eavesdrop on a call between the end user and the help desk. So to break that down more visually, email goes out with a phone number. The specific target calls the help desk, or our Amazon Connect phone system. Amazon will then notify me, the malicious threat actor in the middle. Yep, we're good. You can move the call. Amazon will then contact the real help desk, and then with the employee and the help desk now talking to each other, there I am, hearing everything, listening in on identity verification procedures and sensitive information and reset passwords. Outbound phone calls. So not only can you accept phone calls with the calls center, you can make phone calls. Connect provides an API that you can use to quickly make such a call. Outbound calls will then be placed into one of the workflows, and then you can follow an automated system. If you think back to that flow chart where it's moving around, instead of having someone select a prompt, you could just force that prompt onto them if you make the phone call. One thing we could do here is just recreate that very first scenario that I mentioned way back in the beginning of the presentation, where I had those 4 different manual messages I made. In this case, we're just going to have Amazon do the talking for me. Super easy to make a phone call. Again, we're just using the AWS command line interface here. You set the phone number. Sure hope I don't have anything in here that I didn't redact. And set the caller ID. One thing to note is you cannot spoof caller ID with this system. You can only issue a phone call from a phone number that you own. So I put together a little Python script that just gives me a few different options that I can automatically make when I'm working on a project. I pick from any of these scenarios. I type in the phone number that I want to call, and then it will issue the call for me. But to get a little more creative, this is something that I actually ran into in a real test. I couldn't find direct phone numbers or extensions for specific employees. When I was digging around in their call tree, I did find a dial by name directory. That's the thing where you search for a person, you type a number for their last name, for example, 2 for the letter A, start typing out a name, and then the phone system will prompt you to select one of these different extensions and matches all the names up nicely. Great, I was able to use that, but then I found out I could only get to that directory if the operator or receptionist didn't answer the phone. So going back to that Python script before, I was able to put together a workflow that would automatically call the operator. Once they answered, it would play a voice clip. While the operator was on the phone, I could then manually call back and then talk to some specific employee that I wanted to. So to see it in action, all of this, I'm going to connect to a VPN. And for the sake of time, we're going to pretend that you have received a phone call that says our record account flagged malicious activity. And this chat window over here is what you're saying over the phone. On the right side is my terminal with a proof of concept Python script that will interpret that data. So, to start, you give it your full name, David. You give it your password. Oh, your password is spring 2019. Good job. And then finally, you have to read off the digits from your physical authenticator token. These recycle every 30 seconds to a minute, so you have a very limited time window to work with them. So, looking over here, the Lex correctly interpreted all of that and then matched up some different names. I'll cover that in a second. So we're going to try logging in as David's account, which is D. Anderson, the password spring 2019, and then that one-time use token. Here we have the current network interfaces on a Linux system. It's just got ETH0 and the loopback interface. In the background, it's passing these credentials to the VPN client. For this demo, it's OpenVPN, and I'm using OpenConnect to connect to it, so it's just feeding those in as different parameters. Any second now, and congratulations. We are now successfully connected to the VPN, the TON0 interface is active, and you are now on the customer's internal network. So going back, it matched up David to the username D. Anderson because I had already put together a spreadsheet of potential targets. David Anderson was the only David, and most usernames will follow the syntax first initial last name. It matched up with D. Anderson. That's where that came from. So some party resources for everyone. Links to all the different Amazon services. This will be available on SlideShare later, easy to find. Lex, Lambda, Transcribe, some competitive services. Azure has some speech recognition and Twilio as well. And finally, where do we go from here? Just throwing these scenarios out there. You could really turn this into some advanced war dialing. So previous phone systems would recognize dial tones, press 1 for this extension, press 2 for this extension. Well, with the voice recognition and speech systems here, you can recognize what the phone system is asking for and then provide it that way. Desk phone intercom. If you're not familiar with a rubber ducky, it is a USB device that just acts as a very fast keyboard. Phone systems or desk phones now have USB ports, and some of them you can plug in a physical keyboard. I'm trying to hold up a keyboard. You could plug in a keyboard and enter keys on the keyboard, and that will react on the phone or the actual device. So you could make a little rubber ducky script to enter a phone number very, very quickly. If you're on an on-site test, you run through a cube farm, plug in the rubber ducky to every single desk phone you find, or a couple different desk phones, whatever you want, and you could have it automatically dial your Amazon phone system. The phone system could be configured to automatically answer, just remain completely silent, and then record everything. So you've basically wiretapped an office and can hear everything that's going on without being there. I have a phone system set up here that you can call. Just dial that, and you'll get prompted to enter through 3 different scenarios, and that will be tweeted out to Antisocial SE. And that's everything. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Well, that was great. This is honestly one of the ones I was the most excited for, and I think we got a really good response from the audience on this one. So, do you believe that scammers are already using the techniques described in your talk, or no?
Oh, for sure. I think this has been used in credit card scams and such stuff like that. I feel like I've actually gotten a phone call about this before. So I'm not the only one who's doing it. It's probably a known thing.
It really made me think of all those times when I get a phone call, this is a very important message about, and I just hang up and I think, who would be stupid enough? Like, why do they even try? But apparently, like, this seems kind of like a human fuzzer, like you can just leave running, and with Lambda and everything, just when you get a hit, when you get a password that actually works for something, then you go check it. So it's like, and especially if you don't have the manpower, you don't have to pay people to go do these things, and it's just running all the time, you know, there's no loss.
Yep.
For the impact. That's
yeah.
insane.
It's kind of scary. I already didn't answer the phone because I was paranoid, but this has just put me to the whole next level. And don't try calling me, please. Just email.
Sounds good. Okay, so we actually have some good questions from the audience. First one was, how is this different from social engineering attacks and scamming call centers? So I think that the difference is that this is automated, and there doesn't need to be somebody sitting behind a phone or a desk, right?
Yeah, that's one part of it. I think there was a follow-up to that in Discord around the legality of it. My whole context for this was I'm a penetration tester. We are paid to do this and have approval from the client, from the company to perform these actions. So that's the biggest difference, I'd say.
So you're like a red team. You're hired as an external consultant for a specific company. You're not just attacking people in the wild. So
exactly, yeah.
Great. Another question was, how much does this kind of attack cost to set up?
I don't have the exact pricing in front of me, but I believe it's just up on the Amazon Connect website or any of the AWS documentation. I close my window. It's pennies per minute. It's pretty cheap. I think the biggest costs would come from how many phone numbers you own, because there's a $2 a monthly charge for that, as well as any other Amazon services that you're using alongside this. So S3 storage costs or SNS for the text messages, you pay per message you send out. So that I'm less familiar with, but it's competitively priced. I'll put it that way.
Wow.
Pretty affordable.
So question from a participant, are there any offline systems you could train to better work for this use case? Also would be more private.
That's a tough one. The only thing I can think of off the top of my head would be the asterisk phone system, the PBX and everything, but I kind of alluded earlier in the talk that I'm not a huge fan of it because it's fairly complicated to set up, but it's also highly customizable. So there's probably some way to use that. I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. So another question, would deep faking a CEO or a help desk person voice be a next gen version?
Yeah, that would be a really cool attack. You could even get actual recordings of the CEO if you place calls beforehand, either just trying to talk to them over the phone and making up your own scenario for that.
Say the right thing. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. My voice is my passport. We're just recording parts of their voicemail, stuff like that. You could pretty easily manipulate and tweak to fit whatever your scenario you're trying to do. So I'd be interested in seeing more of that.
Crazy. So another question, was this automated social engineering approach prompted more by a need for better productivity or the desire to avoid direct human interaction, or a mix of both?
A mix of both. I'm not quite sure how much of it, there were a couple versions of this talk I had to edit down considerably. But when I'm making those phone calls and you pick up the phone and you try to talk to someone, or they hang up, or it goes to voicemail, or the call just doesn't go through, like there's a ton of downtime that you could be much more productive. If you have an automated system making the calls for you, then you're better off doing, more advanced attacks or doing more recon and trying to find out who to target. But also, I don't like talking to people, so that was a big part.
Yeah, the best hacker is a lazy hacker, right?
Exactly.
All right.
I do remember some other questions in Discord that I'll call out here too. There were some particular questions around consent and recording phone calls. Really good question that I get to touch on during the talk. But the Amazon Connect recording system allows you to record individual parts of the conversation. So you can either record only the person initiating the call, or the help desk agent, in our case would be the pen tester. You could record only the other person on the phone, so the target, or you could do a blend of both. So you can, usually if you're only able to record yourself, that's it gets you good enough in most cases, and it kind of jogs your memory and you can remember how the calls went and you get a good amount of data from that. But also when we're performing pen tests for clients, we kind of have that implicit permission because the company owns those devices that we're making the calls. They know we're doing it, and there's no real expectation of total privacy on a corporate device that someone else is using, like an employee using their desk phone. So that we have that permission from the client.
So in two-party consent states where you could only potentially record yourself, maybe you could even repeat what the other person is telling you, right? So your password is XYZ, correct? Okay. So you'll just record yourself, but that's good enough. Yeah. Interesting. Another question. We have a lot. So have you ever had success with doing social engineering engagements through support chat channels? Can this tool be used to log and track those interactions? If not, are there plans for it?
I haven't personally performed any attacks like through a customer support live chat window, but between the time I first set this up and started using it and put together these presentations, they did release that functionality for the platform. So you could set up your own phishing website and then set up your own fake chat system that has the attacker sitting there interacting with someone and then forward it over to a phone call or something. So there's some next steps involved.
Wow. Question. Have you ever been burned and gotten an abuse complaint from Amazon?
Not yet. Amazon, yeah. They're pretty open about other pen testing activity, and I haven't heard anything yet, but I'm not going to say it's not going to happen. We'll see.
Sounds good. Okay. So is there anything AWS could or should do to try to make sure their services aren't abused for evil?
That's a really good question, and I'm not sure I have a good answer because the whole goal of the platform is to anyone can set up their own call center, and there's very legitimate reasons for people setting up their own call centers. It's kind of like locking down domain registration or registrars to only allow good, legitimate people from doing it. You can't really tell without some sort of abuse or reporting system. I guess that would be my one recommendation to Amazon, but how they go about that is anyone's guess.
Right. If they could report people and say, I got scammed by this thing, but how can people even know that it's an Amazon thing, right? So do people really share their hardware authentications tokens to random numbers they were called from or received in an email?
Yeah, I've gotten a few OTP tokens, and it's a little heartbreaking every time, but it gets us something. So I'm both happy and sad about it.
So this makes me think about one of our end user talks this morning by Sydney on the elderly and how they're most vulnerable. Have you done any work to understand the demographics that are most at risk to your antisocial engineering robot?
I have no experience in that realm, but that would be something really good to look into.
And for most of your engagements, though, are they normally like younger people? So do young people fall for it too, I guess?
It's all over the place. There's no one demographic that's more susceptible. I guess the one thing that I look out for is how fresh to the industry or fresh to that particular role someone is. So someone who's been working on the job for 2 years kind of has a feel for what they're supposed to do and they're not allowed to do. But if you were just hired, like you're a fresh intern, or you just got this new job 2 months ago and you don't know the right policies or processes, then you can kind of find that right time to exploit it. And yeah, you can trust me. This is how things are supposed to be.
That's the name of the game with social engineering, right?
Yep.
So there's a question regarding consent. Could the attacker just say, this call may be monitored or will be recorded for monitoring purposes or whatever? And is that good enough to?
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, so I won't say 100%, but I believe that would be enough. But I'm not a lawyer, so don't take that at face value.
Don't worry, neither am I. Okay, so you mentioned rubber duckies as attacker in the middle tools here. So rubber duckies as modern wiretaps are terrifying, and I can see how together with transcribe and lambda, this can be weaponized further for other types of attacks. What defensive recommendations, like if you had to stand on the other side for a second, what defensive recommendations could you give people and establishments to avoid falling prey to automated social engineering systems?
Oh, that's a really good question, and I need a second. So at the end of my talk, I did have a few defense bullet points as for particular systems or services that you can use. The first thing that I think of is Google's call screening assistant, where maybe it's just an Android or Pixel thing, but if you receive a call from an unknown caller ID, they have to introduce themselves, and then you kind of listen in as they say their name and what they want to do. And then if you accept the call, then it puts you two together. But if you don't know who it is, you could just hang up and then immediately kind of reports it to a spam thing database, I guess. There was also the Jolly Roger service, which is a paid one, consumer, and unknown caller IDs or telemarketers or whatever, when they call, I believe they have to answer like a math question. So it's kind of like a CAPTCHA from what I've seen. And if the automated system can't figure it out, then it doesn't notify the person on the end. On the corporate side, unfortunately, it's going to probably fall down to awareness and having a policy in place to everyone has to answer the phone as part of their job. Like, it's expected. You can't just ignore every call that comes in, but having a process to identify suspicious calls and then report them in some way. So employee gets a call, they get the fake pretext or scenario, they can reply, okay, that's great, give me a number to call you back at, and let me verify you, and then they can escalate the situation there. So they're not totally shutting it down in case it is a legitimate call, but it at least is on record, so if they need to investigate it later.
And that's great, but also, like you mentioned, connecting people to the legitimate and just listening in. So yeah, that doesn't
Yeah.
really. Mhm.
I don't know how to how to stop that, to be honest.
Is there a way to know
Yeah.
how many people are on a particular phone call? Because I would be interested to know.
Probably not from the end user side, so I couldn't tell on my cell phone if someone else were listening in unless it were specifically placed as a conference call. But this system doesn't set them up like that. It just kind of does it in the background invisibly. There may be some phone system logs that tell you caller IDs and the number of joined parties, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
So what's next for Patrick? What are your next goals of things you'd like to evolve your robot into?
So some of the stuff I mentioned at the end of the presentation, the rubber ducky wiretapping office, whenever we can start going physically seeing people again, that's going to be really cool, and I can't wait to take advantage of that.
You could even take advantage of the fact that they're empty now.
Exactly. I could just wiretap them and they'll just be listening for the next 6 months or 12 months. I think finding more believable voices or some way to figure out if voice recognition, more of that, and then tweaking the voice to match a particular caller. I don't know how to go about it, but that would be interesting. And I had another one and I lost it. Just trying to think of more sneaky stuff, basically. I like this one in the Discord here. What's next? Evading capture. Yes, I don't want to be caught. That's probably my number one thing I want to work on.
Excellent. And I guess I wonder if Google publishes stats about their phone spam filter, but I guess that's maybe not so much a question to you. I don't know.
Yeah, it would be really nice if they did publish that information, kind of like the Google safe browsing features, or Chrome, where if you go to a suspicious website, Chrome will block it and warn you that it's a malicious site in some way. But that also kind of falls under Google's internal information. They don't always share very specific data, so it would be nice if they do it, but I don't think they do.
Awesome. Well, I think that's all the questions I have, unless you have any last parting words.
No, I'll drop the phone number for the sample demonstration in Discord. It went pretty fast on that slide, and then slide deck and other info will be tweeted out and shared in Discord. So thank you for having me. It was fun. I'm glad everyone
enjoyed. Thank you so much for your time, Patrick. This was fantastic.
Awesome. Thank you.
And now we move on to our last talk of this theme. The talk is called Breached, Notification Requirements for Everyone. The talk is by Robert Wayt, and Robert currently manages a team of penetration test engineers as Director of Governance and Compliance for Structured Communication Systems and has over 25 years of experience in IT security, compliance, and networking. Rob has worked extensively with the U.S. Department of Defense, state and municipal governments, school districts, as well as commercial entities. Today, Rob will talk to us about some of the compliance frameworks that provide specific direction on breach notification, focusing on compliance, as well as best practices for incident response problems in preparation for the day we hope never comes. So with that, help me in welcoming Robert to our virtual stage.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this BSides presentation. My name is Rob Wayt, and I'm the Director of Governance and Compliance for Structured Communication Systems. Today, we're going to discuss some notification requirements your organization might have in the unfortunate consequence of suffering an IT security breach. For today's agenda, we're going to discuss at a very high level some compliance responsibilities you may or may not realize that your organization has, as well as doing a deeper dive into breach notification requirements coming from compliance, but also from security best practice. First, we'd like to discuss payment card industry, or PCI compliance. If an organization stores, processes, or transmits cardholder data, or CHD, then most likely they have responsibilities for PCI. This applies to merchants, service providers, acquirers, processors, and card producers. And just as a reminder, non-compliance fees apply to all of those types of entities. As we perform PCI assessments, we run into a lot of misconceptions about PCI, scope, and potential scope reduction. One of those misconceptions involves service providers. Some entities think that if they use a service provider, for example, for an e-commerce website, that exonerates them completely from all PCI responsibility, when in fact, they usually have responsibility to make sure the service provider is adhering to PCI. Website links are another area where you might be redirecting from your e-commerce website to a service provider, and those portions of your website would still be in scope for PCI controls. Just because an entity doesn't store credit card data doesn't mean that they don't have PCI responsibilities at all. They may still be transmitting or across their environment and still have responsibilities for those portions of PCI. And lastly, encryption. Encryption doesn't completely exonerate an entity from PCI and remove all scope. It's actually a requirement for PCI and usually can't be reused for scope reduction. Next, I'd like to talk about the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, better known as HIPAA. HIPAA is comprised of three rules: the security rule, the privacy rule, and the breach notification rule. And those three make up what is known as the omnibus rule. HIPAA applies to healthcare organizations which are processing health insurance claims. And in the course of their business, those types of organizations are involved with storing, processing, and transmitting protected healthcare information in an electronic format, better known as EPHI. Organizations that HIPAA applies to are typically called covered entities, and service providers that do business with covered entities are called business associates. Doing business with a business associate requires that a covered entity has a business associate agreement so that they are covered by HIPAA as well. Although HIPAA is very powerful and closely regulated, it does not apply to all types of organizations with any medical information. For example, schools K through 12 typically fall under the guidelines of FERPA, and the information that they hold, say at the school nurse's office, doesn't necessarily fall under the rules of HIPAA if they're not processing medical claims. Likewise, organizations that have HR records, those records typically fall under the rules of personally identifying information and not under the rules of HIPAA. NERC Critical Infrastructure Protection, or NERC CIP, applies to power companies that generate, transmit, or distribute electrical power across the United States on the bulk electric system, or BES. In order to be regulated by NERC CIP, a power company would have to meet certain capacity thresholds for voltage and wattage. NERC CIP is comprised of stringent electronic and physical security controls, and as with PCI, non-compliance fines apply. The CCPA is privacy legislation from the state of California and affords the residents of California with significant rights to the control of their personal information. When they're engaging with a vendor such as an e-commerce website online, they have the right to opt in. They also have the right to be forgotten. That right makes business transactions for the vendor extremely complicated. They must accurately document all of their workflows to include backup systems, because if that right is exercised, they must purge the data across all of their systems. They also have the right to know what information is being stored by the vendor about them, and they have the right to have their information upfront not sold to any other entity. If any of those rights are exercised, they have the right to not be discriminated against for making a transaction. The CCPA has far-reaching implications as it applies to organizations that gross more than $25 million annually, those that buy, sell, or receive personally identifying information of more than 50,000 residents of the state of California, those organizations that generate 50% of their revenue from the selling of personally identifying information, and also to those that do business within California. With the CCPA, an organization is also responsible for the security of the information and should use what's known as responsible measures to ensure the safeguarding of the information they hold. The security program should be based on a security framework such as the NIST Cybersecurity Framework or the CIS controls. And they should also be using a risk-based management approach, so they're continually looking for evolving threats to the information. Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, or CMMC, was formerly covered under the NIST 800-171. It applies to contractors who work for the Department of Defense and handle information called Controlled Unclassified Information, or CUI. It also applies to the subcontractors of those prime contractors who work for the Department of Defense. Under NIST 800-171, it was a self-assessment, but under CMMC, they're going to be certifying third-party assessors who are going to actually certify the contractor's network in order to continue to operate and handle CUI in an acceptable fashion. This is kind of an evolving standard, and the third-party assessors have not yet been certified in order to carry out those assessments. If you're doing business with the United States government under the Department of Defense, you're probably already well familiar with most of these guidelines. State statutes for personally identifying information vary from state to state, but as this BSides conference is centered in Oregon, we're going to cover the statutes that apply here. A covered entity is an organization that maintains consumer personally identifying information, and PII in the state of Oregon is defined as a first name or initial and a last name, plus one other piece of identifying information such as a social security number, a driver's license, a financial account, physical characteristics, a health policy, or username and password. And encryption is very important with these statutes. As properly applied as a control, it can remove the requirement for breach notification. Now let's shift gears and look at the specific breach notification requirements that pertain to your organization based on compliance frameworks. The first we'll look at is PCI. As with any breach scenario, one of the first steps should always be to engage your incident response plan to guide your incident response activities. In that plan, it'll identify notifying your acquiring bank as one of the first steps per the merchant contract. Also, in close coordination with the acquiring bank, you'll need to hire a forensic investigator to lead the deep dive forensic look at the root cause of the breach. Also, you'll need to escalate the notification to the car brand so that they're aware of the breaches happening within your organization. As a note, there is no notification requirement to the end users in PCI, but those notifications usually are guided by state statute for credit card information. Breach notification within HIPAA has a time requirement. Notifications must be sent out within 60 days of discovery of the initial breach. Those notifications must be written and be either in a letter or email format. If over 500 records are lost, notification must be made to the Department of Health and Human Services. And the business associate agreement has to have notification requirements written into the document. If the business associate itself is the one who's breached, they have 60 days of discovery to notify their covered entity so that they can perform the necessary actions required. Due to a power entity's classification as critical infrastructure, NERC-CIP incidents tend to become very serious very quickly. NERC requires a fully defined incident response plan, as most security frameworks do. NERC also defines reportable cybersecurity incidents, and when those incidents occur, they must be reported to the EISAC, which is the Electricity Information Sharing and Analysis Center run by NERC, and also to the NCCIS, which is the National Cybersecurity and Communications Integration Center run by the US CERT and the Department of Homeland Security. Breach notification under CCPA is fairly straightforward, following the California breach notification statutes. If over 500 records are breached, a notification must be made to the California Attorney General. In that notification, a full description, scope, and impact individual users must be provided. Penalties of $100 to $750 or actual damages will apply to the entity. For CMMC and NIST 800-171, breach notification is currently handled under DFARS 252-204-7012. The entity is required to perform a full review of all CUI and report the breach itself to dibnet.dod.mil/portal. Under the Oregon State Statute for Personally Identifying Information Breach Notification, in case of breach, notice must be sent to the consumer and to the Attorney General if there are over 250 records compromised. This notification must be sent within 45 days of the discovery of the breach and must include a full determination of the affected scope and a restoration of any information possible. Criminal investigations may delay notification, as the notification may impact the investigation itself. In order to prepare for an incident, make sure you fully document your incident response plan in accordance with any compliance requirements you may have. At a minimum, your incident response plan should include notifications such as to law enforcement, the FBI, service providers, your internal management, and the marketing team so they can make external notifications. The IRP should also include identification of the type of incident that is currently taking place, any containment strategies you'll use, any eradication and recovery methods such as backup and restore, and working in a lessons learned so you can continually improve the plan and the processes that you'll use. In order to continue your preparation for an incident, provide training to all those who would be affected by a breach. That includes end users, administrators, and any responders that you may have identified, such as a CERT team. Conduct an annual desktop exercise of the incident response plan to make everybody aware of the contents, as well as review those steps needed for each individual so they know what to do when the time comes. An incident resilience assessment is a great way to analyze exactly what your organization's resilience would be to an actual breach or incident. It's an executive or management level assessment, and it's completely risk-based. It can be specific to one threat vector, such as ransomware or phishing, or it can be more generalized in nature. Specific guidance on how to conduct an incident resilience assessment for your organization is provided by the Department of Homeland Security. As part of your overall incident resilience strategy, make sure you have data protections in place for backups. Your backups should be immutable, which means they can't be overwritten, and follow the 3-2-1 backup strategy, which means you have 3 copies of the data on 2 forms of media, and at least one of which is offline. And always perform recovery tests on your backups to make sure that in case of emergency, you can restore the data that you need. In conclusion, the best time to prepare for an incident is before it actually takes place. Clearly identifying your compliance responsibilities is a critical first step, as it's based on the data, operations, and regulatory responsibilities you have. From there, it's easy to identify your breach notification requirements and properly document them in your incident response plan. I appreciate your time today, and thank you for attending this session.
So we're grateful that Robert was able to come. This is a last-minute swap out for another speaker who was unavailable. We're not going to have a Q&A because Robert's not available, but what we are going to do is we're going to pull the keynote in a little bit because we're running a bit ahead of schedule. So it's about 3:30 right now. We're going to take a few minutes to remember who our sponsors are, and then we'll kick off and introduce and start the keynote, the closing keynote. So see you in about 5 minutes. Don't mind me while I sit here and push buttons. Right click, open with Control C and full screen. There you go. So, let's see. Audio looks good. We've been swapping back and forth between systems the whole time. I'm going to try one thing quick. No. So I've got an interesting audio video set up here. I figure I'd give you a few minutes about describing it. I would show you it, but for some reason that camera doesn't want to show anything on the screen right now. And I'm too lazy to get another camera and pick it up and move it around. So what we've got is, hold on, let me mute this. No. There we go. Okay, this computer needs to be quiet. Sorry, one moment. Speakers, headphones, speakers. Tech. Oh, yeah. So, sorry. Yeah, so basically we've got Atom Pro mini switcher that's switching all the video. It has a camera. I have two laptops here, and I have one that has all the videos that talks, one that has Jitsi, which is a video conferencing software on it, and we basically have the speakers and the moderators go in a Jitsi chat, and then we flip them over to the video, and I just sit here pushing buttons all day, which is actually kind of tiring when you get down to it. So we are going to go and play our last keynote. We were supposed to do this a little bit later, so sorry if it's a little early for you. Luckily, everything's recorded, so we'll be able to see it no matter what. Now, Sara Jayne is someone who's on my short list of people to ask to keynote things, because the work she does is pretty much amazing. Very much so for the past 4 years, she's been focused a lot on disinformation and how it works and how it spreads and how basically everything aspect about it. And I will probably not do justice to the organization that she is a part of, but basically they have worked for the past 4 years documenting a lot of this. CogSec Collab team. So yeah, when she actually submitted to the CFP, I was like, of course we're going to accept this, number one. And number two, this ought to be our closing keynote. I think it's particularly relevant right now, this week and next. And actually, one of the things we had planned for B-Sides that just got here today is we've got these little wallet cards. So, you know, we'll figure out a way to distribute these. But basically, they're little plastic cards, but on the back are some tips on how to spot fake news. So, should you carry this with you and remember B-Sides Portland and encounter someone who is having trouble discerning fake news from real news, you could just give them this card. So we've got, I believe, 1,000 of them, so we should give these out. Grab a few. And I have a feeling that, you know, we might think that there's going to be a change in the next 2 weeks about the amount of disinformation, but I think the reality is that we're in a disinformation world that's going to be very different going forward. So with that, now normally I would be switching between someone else who's moderating and the video. I need to go and manually pull up this video. Give me just a second. And of course I'm doing it on a Windows computer, so I don't know what I'm doing. But we got the video. I'll cue it up. This is a longer presentation than the others. Actually, Sara was going to go and make a short version, but then when we realized we had some time in the schedule, we stuck to the long one. So here it is. And again, in Discord, hop back into the keynote chat. After the keynote, we will hopefully have some Q&A. And after that, I'll give some closing notes about the event and more details. So with that, I introduce to you Sara Jayne Terp and her presentation. Somehow. Push the button, that one.
Hi, I'm SJ Terp, and I'm talking today about distributed defenses against disinformation and cognitive security. So, we've spent the last few years establishing that there are now 3 layers to security. There's physical security, getting physically into things, cybersecurity, we all know and love, and there's cognitive security. This idea that instead of the endpoints being machines and wires to get to the machines and networks, the endpoints and the networks are human brains, beliefs, and the ways to get to them are human communities and the networks between them. So let's have a look at the threat landscapes on here. Let's have a look at some of the responses, and let's look at some of the ways you can set up those response networks. So, threat landscape. We have the ones that everybody hears about, like the Internet Research Agency over in Russia. So repurposed marketing teams. China used to do like influence campaigns that were basically love us more, please. They're switching much more to more aggressive. Iran is another big player. But you're basically talking advanced persistent manipulators. So teams that are well-resourced and have InfoSec chops as well as influence abilities. And as well, you also have media. So nation-state media, they're not even trying to hide anymore. Next layer down from that, you're getting this industry of disinformation as a service providers. So again, there are providers who have pivoted away from things like marketing and spam provision, become full service disinformation shops. So they can set up a disinformation campaign for you. You're also seeing things like ad hoc teams in other countries. So EBLA in Ghana is a good example. So a bunch of kids, kitchen table, fake non-profit, being paid to produce disinformation targeted at black people in America. Peace data in America was interesting. So we're seeing more things that are using native provision. In this case, it was journalists, American journalists, who didn't realize they were part of disinformation campaigns. And we're seeing the usual opportunists. There are whole websites which are set up. The for-profit part is generally they're making money off clicks and eyeballs. So you visit, advertising money, things are selling. Pink slime, this is an interesting vector. So this is setting up a whole bunch of news, in quotes, networks in spaces where local news has died away. And these are interesting because they're basically large scale. They're mix of machine generated human. Your most good disinformation is mostly true with a small amount of disinformation or biased content in, and these are that on steroids. So it's very hard to counter. Where's sellers? This year has been a bumper year for people who are basically jumping onto a disinformation campaign and selling T-shirts. You can get the hat, the T-shirt, the mug for QAnon, various extremist groups, various conspiracies, and then the conspiracy groups, extremists, people doing it for the laughs. There's some interesting work on some of the big disinformation campaigns as games, for example. So that's the where's it coming from? Why is it coming? On the country level, we're talking the geopolitics of nations, things like the buffer zones around Russia, for example. Power, so looking at the divisions between groups. So it's a lot of, especially in the US, has been about dividing communities. So we're seeing a lot, if we're talking about narrative warfare, a lot of in-group, out-group, trying to split apart whole groups. Money, this year lots of money, and then the whole looking for attention. And there's always satire. Satire is hard to detect. And the usual opinion conspiracies, all the things that generate misinformation. So misinformation is content that's false. Disinformation, the content doesn't have to be false, but there is falsehood. It might be that the amplification is false. It might be that the apparent origin, so the user accounts are not the people they say they are, for example. So there are lots of different ways to be wrong on the internet. And that's the threat side. On the response side, we've started talking about disinformation socks. We were quietly starting to talk about these, but chatting to the UN the other day, they were talking about socks. So it's like, okay, we'll be more open about this. So how do you set these up? Basically, we accidentally created some. So there are different ways. You can set up a dedicated center that handles just disinformation information. So there you can see these in terms of ISAOs. For example, cross-cutting ISAOs across that feed out to the other ISAOs. They're dedicated to looking at influence operations, disinformation. So we're seeing that on some of the nations. So NATO, the EU, some countries. We're seeing that in some of the platforms starting to set up. We also see for some large events, things like elections, you'll see war rooms being set up around those. More likely, and given this is an InfoSec conference, this is where you're more likely to be affected, is you'll probably see within existing SOCs and existing organizations, you'll see a disinformation desk appear. So it won't be a whole dedicated part of organization, it'll just be a small piece. So as you have things that come in that you can affect, that are affecting you, that's just a small corner. There are also, at a smaller scale, there are investigation teams out there. So these are the ones that have been there the longest. So like the journalist teams that have been looking at disinformation and trying to clear it from the media for years. Academics who've been looking at this, independent researchers. So we I think, CogSec CoLab probably fall into the independent researcher bucket. So these groups on the left, these are the groups that you would form networks from, who would be sharing information, who would have trust networks, who would need to quickly share things like flash alerts the same ways that you would across ISAO networks. On the right, you have other people who can respond, other people who can be parts of alerting and information. Some of them already respond, so we report out to people like law enforcement. We already have educators and influencers helping respond to disinformation as it happens. So either by helping people become more resilient to disinformation, being able to spot when it's happening, or by being able to dampen down campaigns as they happen. So and policymakers, because somebody has to start thinking about the legals of this. So that's the response landscape. Talking about the SOCs, so what do they do all day? So these are the activities that we ended up doing in the CTI leak. So the CogSec CoLab is a group set up to build out processes and tools for cognitive security. All volunteer organization, we run small deployments, and we ended up running the disinformation team within CTI leak, which is set up specifically to handle InfoSec incidents around COVID-19. So we looked at CTI leak response and looked at how the disinformation equivalence to the rest of the response would be. So this is inform. So as stuff comes in, you need to share information. You can't always respond yourself, but you need to get to the people who can respond. So generally these are, again, law enforcement platforms, registrars, anybody who can be part of a coordinated response. This is part of Neutralize. So a lot of what we've done is triage, takedown, escalation. But you can also start talking about prevention. So if you're working with affected communities, in this case medical, you can start talking about things like indications of compromise, you can start talking about vulnerabilities, and you can start talking about how to mitigate those. So think about direct attacks, think about preparedness. Things like red teaming, you're always thinking about what might happen next, how you might get ahead of that. And then clearing houses. So if you're handling that much data and you're in a position to do it, you can become the clearinghouse for the data coming through. And not just on ongoing incidents, but also the background data you need. So response, counter campaigns. These are how we did it. We didn't realize we were doing this at the time. So 10 years ago, several of us were part of the crisis mappers community. So building out things like crisis camps, building response organizations around disaster data. So how do you build situation pictures? How do you direct responders to the right places? How do you get them the information they need? And this is pretty much the same with disinformation. So 10 years ago, we saw disinformation. We handled disinformation in our data feeds, but we just saw it as something that was there. We just needed to handle and throw away. We had verification procedures to deal with it. Now the focus is on that disinformation. But it's actually on disinformation and information. You need to look at both of them. So there are other organizations coming part of this constellation of ours. There's something called the Reality Team, whose job is to build counter messaging, so counter narrative. So as we find narratives that are specific, so one of the things we're looking at is black voter suppression. So as we find narratives, we pass them over so they can build counter narratives. And that gets me to, okay, what do you do all day? So we talked about response. What are response? So types of response actions. So one of the things we did at the end of last year, beginning of this year, was to start listing out what you could do beyond what Pablo, my co-author, describes as admiring the problem. So here's 6. These came out of JP13, which is one of the military documents, and in order of severity, I guess. You can damage the ability of those threat actors to act at all. You just destroy their ability to do anything. Remove the electricity of the building, whatever it takes to stop them being able to work. You could deter them. So if you have a lot of financially motivated actors in your space, then you can remove that financial motivation. One of the examples of that is the ad tech funding. If people are building disinformation sites because they're gaining advertising money from it, are there ways to stop that advertising money reaching them? And if you do that, do they go away? Other ways, again with the Reality Team, they've found that if you put good information into the spaces where the disinformation is thriving, the disinformation tends to disappear, which is nice. There are kind of ways to just stop them being there. Deny. Stop them getting into your system in the first place. So there's a whole bunch of moves, access moves. So again, this is humans. This isn't sort of machines and wires and metal. So there's community resilience moves you can make. There's a whole bunch of moves you can make on a social network side. A lot of this is about left of boom work. So this idea of you want to work on disinformation incidents and you want to stop them happening before they hit the general public. So these are harder things to do. Deceive, honeypotting. This is beautiful. You can mislead. You can use up the resources of somebody trying to run a campaign. And there are some lovely examples of where a disinformation actor has carefully set up a campaign, carefully set up the hashtags, and then somebody has just scribbled all over the hashtags. So there's kind of between deceive and disrupt. Disrupt is somebody has set up an incident and they're starting to run it, and then you're breaking that flow of information. You're just making it really hard for that to work. For example, the K-pops. This year has been really interesting because finally we started getting good defenses. We started seeing really interesting countermeasures to disinformation. It's been, up to now, a lot of that admiring the problem, a lot of the despair of, oh God, they're heading for us, we're not seeing anything happening. And this year, actually, it's been nice to see pushback. And then degrade. At the far end of this is, this stuff has got into your human systems. All you can really do is slow it down. Just put some friction into it. It's still going to make it through, but at least you've slowed it a little. So that's some of the response. You're always aiming towards response, because otherwise it's onanism. You're just like, say, admire the problem. It's like just looking at it isn't going to fix it. So you do need to look at it. You do need some form of detection, and you do need good models of what it is, so you can start sharing information about what you're seeing. You need good descriptions for that. So one of the description models we use is this idea of the disinformation pyramid. And it's the idea that from the top downwards is what the person creating a disinformation campaign sees. So generally, especially if it's a persistent threat, so something like one of the nation states, or say one of the persistent conspiracies like 5G, or some of the consistent conspiracies like the anti-masks, the anti-vaxxers, you tend to get these longer running campaigns. So they'll go on for years. But within that, you get smaller incidents. So Pizzagate was a smaller incident. They tend to be time limited. We tend to look at those in terms of resources. It's like you think somebody's put a team on this, they put a bit of effort into it. They've set up a hashtag, they've sorted out the channels, they've sorted out some narratives, or they've got narratives ready to go, but they've pushed them out. There's some effort going into it that you can disrupt. But that's sat on top of narrative. So usually most disinformation, most cognitive security is happening at this layer of stories. And this is easier to track than artifacts now. So this is about stories are the way we transmit narratives. Narratives are the stories that we tell ourselves about who we are. So identity narratives about who we belong to and don't belong to. So in-group and out-group. So those are used a lot. And about what's happening in the world around us. So we're pretty much, humans are made of stories. And how they manifest what you see online is artifacts. So artifacts are things like text and messages and images and videos and user accounts and groups and links between them all and all those relationships. If you're defending against this, you tend to see the artifacts, you're working out what the narratives are, you're tracking those narratives, you're working out that there are incidents. We track at the instant level. And you're attaching those to campaigns. Working out who did it, attribution, who was it, which country are they from, is useful. in that it gives you some clues as to what they're likely to do, why they're doing it, how you might be able to stop them. But it's difficult. Attribution is hard. And if you're doing this at speed, then generally it's nice to have, but it's not everything. So just like word to the wise, you might only get the first 3 layers of this, and that's fine. You're here to do something about it, not to completely describe. That's for later. Okay, so 2020. 2020 has been pretty interesting. So examples. Yeah, it's been a long year. So just looking at the COVID-19 stuff, I've already talked about misinformation versus disinformation, and then malinformation is like real information, like, oh, whoops, somebody dumped some emails. Yeah, we've done that. COVID-19 narratives, the big thing this year is lots of crossovers. So people have been picking up narratives, really existing conspiracy, including black helicopters, 5Gs, you name it. They've kind of tried it, crossing it up with a COVID-19 myth and creating new ones. So interesting was we saw anti-vax mutate into anti-mask. We also saw the anti-mask and the Second Amendment and anti-immigration and extremists kind of merge into this huge group. So there's a lot of disinformation out there. Blue check, a lot of this is overt. It's not even hidden anymore. So it's like, it's not hard to find. It's really not hard to find anymore. This is one we tracked early. This is just like looking at number of lockdowns. Tracked it back to another country, and it's tracked it as part of the health incident. This was when there were stay-at-home orders. This was the initial stuff, and it was just interesting because there were incidents just spread across geographically across the country. So it was interesting to watch the spread. Interesting to watch it mutate over time and become more professionalized. Another thing that professionalized was the face mask exempt cards. They went from this misspelt, very folksy thing on the left to a website. People behind it were selling stuff, as always. Much more professionalized, much more legit looking, crossing to another country, but a different demographic. So it's moved from my freedom to I'm protecting my children. You're seeing like Mothers Against and Hugs Over Masks over there in Canada. Canadian response was basically cut it up. So different countries, different responses. Also, as you started seeing countermeasures. So you show geeks cards, they come up with other cards. So the mask exemption override cards. The reality team started with their very simple explainers. So I'd put these in the spaces where the mask cards were starting to be seen, and you were getting to see these other explainers turning up. So it wasn't just a space with disinformation. There's a space with disinformation and information both being pushed out. Financial stuff, lots and lots of that. People selling everything from t-shirts to blood. Yeah, fake cures. That's been kind of quiet recently. I think we've kind of been busy with elections. This is one of the persistents. So Natural News is a network that was originally health-based, but has changed a lot. They were running the anti-firearm buses stories earlier this year. So you're getting, again, these crossovers between different types of conspiracy, and just everybody is going everywhere. Company stuff, we're seeing deepfakes being used, we're seeing 5G affecting companies, we're seeing disinformation used company to company. We're seeing some disinformation being used as part of other InfoSec incidents, but not that many yet. My personal marker on this is it as low risk and high gain as ransomware yet. And I think until that question is yes, we'll probably only see it as an adjunct. I personally, the recent rulings on ransomware means that you'll probably see more misinformation come into play, just because this could put extra pressure on people who have ransomware on them. But we'll see. We'll see. So, SOCs, what do we do? Instant tracking response. So this is the stuff we were doing over at CTI, and this is how we were doing it. So you need people, process, technology, culture. Culture is a biggie. It's very easy to get sick doing this stuff. So safety processes aren't just OPSEC, because sometimes you're dealing with some nasty people on the other side. But it's also, you're dealing with difficult material. Even the stuff that looks benign can be difficult. So mental health is important. Things like pairing with people who are working on this, things like taking breaks, things like understanding that you cannot spend 10 hours a day looking at even the simpler material without becoming unwell. Technology changes all the time, so you just use whatever works for you. The answer is to get the data to the responders ways they understand. So bring your own if you have to. And then processes, fast and lightweight is good. But if you're running SOCs, you will probably end up building out more solid processes in time. People, connections are important. Again, just admire the problem. You actually need to be able to connect out to people who can do something. This is the stack we were using, all open source. So DCAN for the big data sets, Hive for instant tracking. So any instant tracker, we ended up using D3PO as well. So a ticketing system. So any ticketing system will pretty much do there. Hive was good because it connected straight up to MISP on the object level, and MISP was an object store, and it was an object store already set up for instant response. So we didn't need to add that much to it. It already had sticks in it. We could put in our own TTP layers. And then Cortex microservices is just a bunch of add-ons we could add onto Hive and MISP. It was just a way to stick little pieces of Python to do the things we used a lot. Slack on the teams, humans feeding in for alerts. So fairly simple stack. It was fairly painful. So yeah, I would go with a ticketing system and whatever works to get stuff out. The minimal stack, really, you could probably, in fact, one team we did this on Google Docs and a Slack drive, so you can. Starting this, if you're going to start an instant, you need to think about a few set of questions. So you have an instant start. Usually what you get in is an artifact. So somebody will send you a message, usually an image. Images somehow connect to humans more. And this year we saw a lot of images with text in. So you need to be looking at your resources versus their resources. So you have limited resources. So is this worth responding to? Is this doing harm? So is this doing harm? Is this doing harm in the area that you're specialized in? So if it isn't, then is there someone else you can pass it over to? Is it disinformation? Again, there may be a better team to respond to it. Is it already being tracked by everybody else? Again, this year, there have been a lot of teams set up. So there are dozens of teams on COVID. There are a lot of teams on elections. There are a lot of teams on violence. So is this the right place. If you can answer these questions and say yes, then great, get on with it. So that was the Hive using for task excuse me, task tracking. For sharing, we use MISP. So MISP is already used for threat sharing. It already has a lot of connections out to things like Threat Connect. It already includes a bunch of open data standards for sharing. So we've been talking to a bunch of organizations, including NATO, and working with them on standards. So it made sense to use this and adapt this. So we just went with it. We needed to do a bunch of extensions. So MISP is sat on Sticks. Sticks is probably familiar to a bunch of you. So we picked that up. We have inside this the idea of threat actors. We needed to change the standards for the types of threat actor because you have types of actor that you don't necessarily see in other types of attack. Tools, there are new types of tools. Some of the observed data is different. Indicators, we've got different indicators and vulnerabilities, and that's fine. But the Sticks objects themselves are okay. But we needed to add 2 more objects. So we added incident, which is kind of equivalent to intrusion set, but we added the new type, and we added narrative, which is kind of equivalent to malware. So this idea of a malicious object that's sitting in your system that has effects and that you can see observed artifacts from. So you can see this idea of observed data, indicators of artifacts. But again, it needs to be there in its own right. And the thing in red, the attack patterns. So these are the TTPs. And we talked before, but we created our own set of TTPs. So this gets us to Amit. This is a version of MITRE ATT&CK that we created for disinformation. And we've handed that over to MITRE now. But we're still working on this. There's lots of things that we need to do with this. Not least is lots of writing. But the idea is that you're mapping out the stages that a incident creator would go through in that creation. And you can see it's not just after somebody gets into the system. So the first set of stages, so strategic planning, objective planning, develop people, develop networks, micro-targeting, develop content, and channel selection, they're equivalent to pre-attack. They're things that happen before you see misinformation out in the wild. The pump, priming, exposure, physical persistence, and measure effectiveness, those are equivalent more to classic attack. So these are the steps, these are the stages, these are the tactic stages. But within those, you see specific techniques being used. So we listed out the specific techniques. And one of the reasons for doing this is if you can list out those specific techniques, you can both look at the signatures of different attacks to see if you can see classic signatures, but you can also talk about countermeasures relative to those technique stages and relative to those those tactic stages and relative to those techniques. So one thing we did was produce a course of action matrix. So those Ds that we listed earlier, the deny, disrupt, degrade, deceive, destroy, and deter, we listed against each of these 12 stages and came up with, I think, 186 different ways to counter disinformation campaigns. So, Amit. Other objects we needed taxonomies for things like actor types. There's an existing taxonomy called the DFL Lab, Dichotomies of Disinformation. That was too detailed in some places and not enough in others. So we were working with NATO to build out a disinformation taxonomy that was more tactical, faster. And we needed to add a whole bunch of social media objects to MISP. So if you go to MISP now, pick up a copy, you'll find it's got things like Twitter group, Twitter post, Facebook group within it, and some extra relationships, just so you can do social media. Responses. So there's the Ds versus the tactic stages. This is another way of looking at it. So it's looking at larger scale bins of how you respond. So it's things like, are you diverting? Are you creating fiction? Are you removing objects from your system? So things like you've got old accounts. Take out the old accounts, then they can't be used in botnets. Are you creating resilience in your population? So just different ways of looking at counters. And one way we've been looking at how to respond is doing red teaming. So every week we red team, we look at, from the red side, how we would approach something we've been running on the blue side. And that just teaches us things, and we go help respond, change how we respond. It's about the learning. It's not about the thinking about how to do bad stuff. Speed ups. This is very slow when you're doing it by hand, so you need a lot of help from the data. So one thing is that this isn't a single discipline yet. You're pulling from threat intelligence, so you're looking at the recent current future threats, and you're also pulling in intelligence analysts. So this idea about what is the situation picture of what's happening around you in the information space and the disinformation space, and how's that evolving? You need OSINT in there. Some of the best work is chasing the accounts, chasing the flows of data, and finding those data sets and telling the people that can respond, whether it's platforms like here's your botnets, here are your accounts, or telling the educators, telling law enforcement, whoever, what they need to respond. But also the data science is about these speed ups. It's like you can do that lot by hand, but it's slow. So it's like pull these big data sets. Now what do you do? How do you build those situation pictures faster? How do you do that analysis faster? And some of this is about analytics maturity. So on the right is something called the data science ladder. And we've been watching disinformation, so cognitive security, move up this ladder from this admire the problem of what's happened and why diagnostics, through to this prediction of what you think is going to happen next. We've been moving through to doing something about it. So prescription of response. We're now at response, and we're heading towards the data science helps with okay, what am I missing here? So one of the responses I'm doing at the moment, one of the interesting things that's changed just now is I'm now looking at the gaps in the disinformation, not just the disinformation itself. So yeah, it's self-learning is getting fun. Timescales, that's changed as well. So early disinformation work was pretty much long investigations. Long-form journalism is the stuff that's going to take you weeks. You're going to be hunting out who did this. You're going to be doing lots and lots of legwork. So, Bellingcat, Schoenstein, DFR Lab produced very long reports on what Russia did recently. They're moving much more to tactical. So there's fast response now. So this idea that you have an incident, you have to respond to that incident. Data journalists have been working on this timescale for a while. Some of them have been coming, overnight to a couple of days. That New York Times team works on those timescales. We work some of the MLSec because you have to respond at that time, and crisis map. And now we're seeing this change in time. So this is the SOC. It's changed from being this very bespoke, gentlemanly, leisurely, you can just take the data and study it in nice academic fashion, to shit's happening, you've got to deal with it. Some of the tasks you're doing, so it's moving from you've got articles coming in on these news places and you're not sure whether they're kosher or not, and you're checking article by article, through to I have these networks coming up. There's one of 400 accounts, 400 sites at the moment, and working out whether this is a pink slime setting up. It's finding those account networks that aren't just botnets anymore, and a lot of time you're looking for activity. So you're looking for those AMIT techniques, you're looking for amplifications, you're looking for account patterns, like creation dates, and you're looking for those narratives. So again, you're tracking up that pyramid of looking at the narratives, looking at the instance, looking at that top level. But you're doing it quickly. And some of the things you're going to do are things like graph analysis. So you're hunting for rumor origins, you're hunting for artifacts you hadn't spotted, you're looking at movements over time. You're doing text analysis. So you're looking, again, for those narratives, you're looking for clusters. You're doing image and video. You don't want your team looking at a difficult image repeatedly. And quite often you'll get tens, if not hundreds, of the same image. So similar image detection, clustering, shallow fakes. And we built some stuff for that. So we've been building training, we've been writing a book. But this is the sort of thing you're going to need to do as part of your SOC. You're going to need to build up those processes, train up your team, set up those tools, but most importantly, as always with everything, the most important thing is always going to be the people. Okay, that was a long run through disinformation SOCs and some of what we've been up to this year. Thank you so very, very much.
So we are now on. Sara, can you hear me? That's Jay, can you hear me? Hold on. That's Jay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear you. There's a slight delay as we do it this way, but I hear you. Thanks for being here today. Thanks for your presentation. Sorry that we played the long version, and I know you worked today to put together a compressed version, but then we ended up with the time to give the full version. So I think people appreciated it from the looks of all the applause in the Discord channel.
I missed my own talk because I was trying to finish my own talk. There's irony.
I think it's a first. I think you get a badge for that. So one interesting question that came up, I'd like to get your take on. Is it getting better?
I think so. So when I started, I mean, God, it's been bloody decades probably, but I worked 2013 on a disinformation project and we couldn't find enough data. 2016, we were swimming in it, but nobody knew what to do about it. It was all fake news. Nobody realized it was a massive attack. They didn't even recognize what it was. 17, 18, lots of people doing beautiful big studies. Nobody really thinking about defenses. This year, lots of people pushing back, defending against it. Communities, like I love the K-pop stance. I love that the Proud Boys token was taken over by the gay guys. It's just like the Deviant's card, the counter to the anti-mask cards. That it's not just people looking at it and feeling helpless anymore. That there is structure. That there is defenses going in. And it's not just in disinformation. Disinformation is just one part of cognitive security. So that we're seeing defenses going in on hate speech, extremism, and flavors of disinformation together. I feel confident. I feel like it's turning this year, starting to head the right way. Long answer.
Awesome.
Sorry.
Well, so do you think that there's a potential in 2 weeks or maybe on January 20th that things are going to magically change and our issues with disinformation are going to go away?
There is no magic. There's hard work to be done in any direction, but one of the things that you see, so we've been tracking incidents. So one of the assumptions on an incident is that there's a team that's driving that incident. So when they go away, the incident tends to just disappear out. So if you haven't got people pushing the incidents, it should get quieter. So it'll get quieter. Disinformation, I don't think will ever go away. Like spam just doesn't go away. So you'll still get outbreaks. I mean, a little like you probably get, say, a pandemic. It's everywhere. Then there'll be outbreaks. Then it'll be something that happens occasionally, if it works right. So that's
disinformation a pandemic.
It's been called an infodemic. That we had this twin problem of a pandemic plus an infodemic. So yes, it's been absolutely everywhere, and it's been damaging to the point of, yeah, okay, yes, it does kill people. So yes.
It's interesting too, because you can't fight a pandemic by yourself. You can't fight an infodemic by yourself. You kind of have to have some organization to do that. Is correct?
Yes. Pablo calls this a 1,000-bullet solution to a 1,000-bullet problem because he's military. I prefer to think of it as a joined-up solution. But you can't. Nobody has the whole solution. It has to be community solution.
A 1,000 seed solution to a 1,000 flower garden, maybe.
Maybe. 1,000 weeds.
So 10,000 weeds. So why is OPSEC information? Why is OPSEC important for disinformation fighters?
There are some pretty not good people out there. When we started the MisInfoSec groups, we hid one of them. We deliberately gave them exactly the same name so that you'd find one of them and not notice the second one, because we didn't know how safe people were. We didn't know because we were fronting up against countries. And it wasn't just a fight with a few randoms. They were countries trying to take each other over. We didn't know how nasty it would get. So OPSEC was important. Some of the people who are using disinformation are people like violent extremists, not people you want to really tangle with. So it's useful. It's useful for that. And then there's just like the general thing of you want to keep your streams clean. You want to not have your daytime personality tangled up with all the conspiracy theories. So safety and separation.
How do you cope? How do you de-stress? How do you take a break from seeing too much of the disinformation?
You try not to look at too much of it if you can avoid it, which is part of why you automate as much as you can. I have needlework behind me. I did a little bit of a road trip last year. You might have noticed that there's a teensy-weensy wide article about I got in my car and went driving. The answer is that sometimes we don't. You know, sometimes we crash and burn and have to go away for a bit. But generally, we have, as part of process, as part of safety process, we have OPSEC as half of it. The other half is mental health. And it's things like you don't go into the nasty stuff on your own. You make sure you take regular breaks. You make sure that you have interrupts. So if you are going to deal with this, and I'm looking at the people who might be thinking, hey, look, let's go dive into some disinfo myself. If you're going to do this, make sure you have something that pulls you out of it after a couple of hours. Like if it's a dog, if it's an alarm clock, if it's somebody dragging you out, just make sure there's an out. Don't sit there for hours and disappear down the rabbit holes yourself.
Yeah.
And chocolate. Chocolate is always good.
Chocolate. Yeah, something that's actually kind of particularly difficult at this point in time, given the current events, is getting out and interacting.
Yeah.
And not falling down the rabbit hole that other people are falling down anyway. So for people who are new to hearing about this, new to the approach, are there any case studies for going from artifacts to narratives to campaigns? Are there proactive playbooks that you can follow for defending against disinformation?
So we wrote a manual for the CTI leak. We've got that online, but it's turned into a bit of a huge dictionary. So we're writing a book of it. There are some good training courses. So Craig Silverman has just put out a 4-part training course online, a MOOC. If you want to really look at that artifact going up through narratives or incidents, that's become a fairly standard format for outputs now. So I would look at what's coming out of FireEye, for example. So Lee Foster's team at FireEye produced that. I think they're at Mandiant now. Read the Graphica reports. Just read what other people are outputting from the labs. It's probably the best way to get a feel for how it comes out.
And I guess there's probably a lot of people who think that they don't need to worry about this, that they're not affected. But what maybe businesses, what people, what organizations need disinformation socks, and why are they in the group of people that need this?
Okay, so most of the time you're not going to need a disinformation SOC. If you've got a SOC, you might have a disinformation desk, or you might have a connection to. We accidentally built a disinformation SOC inside the CTI league just because we had a volume. We had a lot of volume coming through. We had a very unusual circumstance. There are some organizations that will need them. For example, the big platforms, social media platforms, because that's what they deal with. Some of the say countries are going to need those. I've already set them up. NATO, the EU, organizations of that scale. I've been speaking to the UN about setting up chains of SOCs. Most of the time you won't. There is a cognitive security ISO. It hasn't really got off the ground. So if anything, there'll be a cross-cutting. The more valuable thing is this idea of a network, a sharing network. So SOCs will be rare. It being something you connect to is going to happen more often.
And maybe that might even tie into another question. What are the role of the social media platforms and the way they show content? How are they related to any of this? Is this going to be a source of information? Is it going to be a help? Is this going to be a hindrance?
They've been pretty good about trying ways to help deal. So, for example, if you've got election-related stuff, they're putting up tags on it. They're putting up markers on stuff. They've got a lot better at taking down obvious disinformation recently. I've just seen the sign for chocolates on the side of me. So it's like flashing up next to my head.
Smile.
So they are hunting and removing some of the big disinformation surges. So if you get things like the Christchurch event happening again, that tends to go down faster. Things like the pandemics, where you've got pre-positioning of artifacts and then an attempt to push out. One of the things about...
Would you say plandemic? Is that what you said?
Plandemic. So Plandemic was a disinformation video, huge amount of health-related misinformation all at once. One thing about modern disinformation is it's basically the dark side of marketing. So if you think of it as marketing campaigns and how you would boost or you would stop a marketing campaign, that's pretty much how you're looking at it. So that there are things beyond that are structural that would be useful. So one of the problems is that you get everything in your feed at once. Like we're all looking at the internet through these tiny straws. Or, average person is looking at the internet through these tiny straws called social media. So you get your news and your opinions and your contacts with your friends, all unfiltered, all at the same trust level, all at the same emotional level at the same time. But that's a different thing. So I've been talking to some of the people at things like Society Library about what you could do. Sorry, I'm talking too much. I'll stop.
No, you're good. So not to try and brute force a password reset or anything, what's your favorite chocolate?
So there's a caramel one at the moment I really, really like. But my favorite chocolate in all the world is Antisocial chocolate. So L'Artisan Chocolat is a little chocolatier in London, and they do a full selection of tea-flavored chocolates, as all the different types of tea. For this country, there is a little chocolatier called Jayne Manuel in New Jersey, and he does deliver now, and he does wine-flavored chocolates, and again, different flavors of wine. And he tested this out. He does this great coffee and what's it called? Lemon chocolate. If you're ever there, try it.
Never underestimate the drawing power of the Garden State, right?
Indeed. It really is that good.
Well, Sara, thank you so much for joining us. Do you have any closing comments or notes or thoughts or...
It seems like this has just been, like everything else for the past 4 years, just everywhere and relentless. But it is getting better. There's been a lot of people working very hard, and it will improve. That's all I gotta say.
I think that's the most reassuring thing I've heard about the whole thing, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. Have a good day.
You too. Bye.
So we will, let's see if you actually see the slides. Hopefully you can still hear me. I think that you can. So I think that we're going to go straight into our closing notes. So thank you, Sara, for joining us. Making sure I have all the wires and cables connected. You can't see me. You really want to see me? I don't know. So that's BSides Portland for 2020. We did a very different event this year than we have in previous years, and I think it all came together pretty well, despite the fact that mostly I, as well as a bunch of people, didn't get started on things until way too late. We can still hear you and see a slide. Okay, good. It says BSides Portland. So let's move to more slides. So by the numbers, we had 2 keynotes, 11 talks. We broke those 11 talks into 5 different sessions. We also had 7 workshops. As of yesterday, I'm going to take these out because the echo is annoying. As of yesterday, we had, 650 registered people as of last night. As I was looking at it, it probably is more as of right now. Let's see how many people we had accepting the code of conduct. If I can find the right mouse to go to the right room to look into information. And we had a scroll wheel that doesn't work. We had 413 people accept the code of conduct, so that's kind of a good gauge of how many people were in here. We had 540 total unique views of the video stream, but I have noticed that Vimeo has a hard time getting those numbers right. It's usually quite a bit more than that. So considering how we did this year, I'm kind of happy to have all these people here at the event. So thank you for joining us. But here, I'd like to admit, like, we messed up a few different things. Now, again, this is our first time doing an online event. We started too late. I think one of the factors that came into play is we normally are, a lot of people go to DEF CON and Black Hat in August, and we get back, and that's like, oh man, we got 2.5, 3 months. We got to get everything done. We're pumped and motivated and psyched, and we just get rolling through this stuff. And we didn't have that same kind of flow this year, so we kind of maybe slacked off a little bit too long. We started too late. I personally started too late. We've never done an online event before, so all the swag we ordered, we knew we were scheduling some time in there, but again, like, the masks are here, the t-shirts are on their way. We've got, actually, I forgot to mention, we've got these stickers, and they are mask stickers, so you can get a mask and stick it onto something that needs a mask. It's probably a little too small for a person, but it might work on something else. So we have some mask stickers. We also have the disinformation, spotting fake news cards. What we'll do is I'll send an email out tonight, maybe, hopefully tomorrow. We'll have times that you can come and pick stuff up at Control H in Portland. And we will basically figure out how to mail or ship the rest for people who aren't able to travel or don't have time. So we'll do our best. We'll get you the swag, the t-shirts, the masks. Yeah, we got the masks. We don't have any more of these, but the other part is we underspent and you overpaid. It turns out it's a lot less expensive to run this event online than it is to do in person. And you all didn't let that curb your contributions. You kept throwing money at the event, as you have in previous years. So that gives us the question of how do we fix this, right? So one thing we've done earlier this year when everything changed, we BSides Portland opted to contribute $10,000 to Control H, Portland Hackerspace, because they were going and basically buying supplies to make PPE, personal protective equipment. They were at first 3D printing components to go and snap into masks, and then laser cutting polyester, the plastic sheeting, in order to make masks. And those masks were provided for free to first responders and healthcare professionals and more. And slowly, over the course of a few months, the actual industry that is designed to accommodate this stuff caught up to the demand for it. And so we were able to taper that operation off. But, we thought it was worth spending a bunch of BSides Portland's reserves to go and fund that. So we've already put this money in a place that matters. We do have a surplus this year. We have a few options. I have not had time to even look at what the surplus is, but it's quite a bit. We can roll it forward to our 2020 expenses. We can contribute it to worthy causes, preferably local causes, whether they are like first responder or health related, or whether they're more InfoSec related. We could refund it. So I won't hesitate to say that if you feel like you didn't get your money's worth, just respond to the email and you get your money back. Don't worry. We can also roll that forward and have some really killer badges in 2021. We had ideas about badges. We actually managed to get a few badges put together, which are going to be guests for speakers. I should have had mine with me. And the speaker badge is basically a mask with lights in it that is a smiley face and talks. Maggie was great at putting that together. But we've got a handful of those to give out to the speakers and moderators, so thank you very much to them for those. But badges seem to be one of the things that every dollar we spend, people appreciate. So we might take that and hopefully make some killer badges for 2021. The other option I mentioned last year at the end of the event is maybe we should get some professional help. We should hire someone who is actually an event manager who can actually do some of the things that we do haphazardly and mixed up and late. So these are options. We are happy to hear your input on what you think and why and how. And so, yeah, let's see. Sorry. So here are a whole bunch of the organizers, not all. And well, let me see. Is audio hooked up? If you talk, can you guys talk?
Hey.
Yes. So when you talk, it goes out there. Can you hear me?
Hey. Talk, talk, talk.
Let me change that.
Party.
So,
Oh God, we're on TV.
microphone.
Oh
Oh,
God.
you should be able to hear me. Thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay. So, sorry, people in the stream can hear me. I should put this on so I can hear them. Would you guys like to say anything? Guys and gals, people, would you people like to say anything?
Anything.
Hi. Thank you for coming.
It was great.
Yeah, we had an event. Cheers.
Yeah,
I've got
thank
a
you
couple more
everyone for
slides. Shall I go
not
through those
being
slides
terrible in
and
the
then
Discord.
bring you all back? Okay. I'll do that. I'll be right back. So
Look at that dog. That's a good
where
dog.
was I? So let me mention the CTF. The CTF is still going on. It will go on through tomorrow. So we don't have any prizes or announcements to make. But yeah, it's happening. If you spent all day today listening to talks or going to workshops, you still have all day tomorrow to participate in that. We typically do a 2-day event, a Friday-Saturday event, because we know there are a lot of people who are doing this professionally and have the ability to take time off of work. We know a lot of people in this community are hobbyists and don't have the ability to take time off of work. We figured that since this was remote, people might be a little more flexible, and since it's all recorded, it'll be available. So we opted to do a 1-day only event just because, you know, we're already exhausted. So apologies to those who weren't able to make it to all of today, but again, we'll post videos of all the talks. I believe we'll post the Q&A as well. You know, we still have this Discord chat log of discussions that you can follow up on. So for thanks, shoot, I had some updates that I needed to make to this, and I forgot what they are, but whatever. So we've got the whole board, all those crazy people. Well, some of the board members are here. We've also got the CFP review board. They're the ones who selected the talks. We've got the CTF team that basically made the challenges for the event. And we've got a few volunteers who helped around with setting up Discord so we could use it properly and actually have civil conversation. It's funny that they call a chat platform Discord when it's supposed to be about people getting along. Well, maybe that's not what it's supposed to be. We had some all-around help. Shady Project helped as our volunteer coordinator. Lacey was great in grabbing all of the sponsors and just getting them to contribute money that we didn't end up spending, but we will in future years. And Scott, thank you for backing me up. The most helpful thing that Scott did is basically he set a weekly meeting so that we had to stop and think about B-Sides every week for the past couple months. And that was probably the single most helpful thing that made this event happen. So wow, I have double Lacey vision. I don't know how that is. There's two of her. Oh, one disappeared. We're down to one. That means we'll only get half as many sponsors next year. Lacey raked in all these sponsors. She contacted the ones we've had in the past. We were pretty upfront this year that we didn't need the same level of funding that we needed in previous years. We offered to the sponsors like, hey, you have supported us in the past. We are in good shape. We're happy to have your support at any level. So we didn't break them down into tiers. We didn't say you have to get this much to get this and this much to get this. It was just, hey, name your price, support our organization, and that's what they did. And so we appreciate every one of these sponsors that makes it possible. One thing Lacey also asked me to remind is not only do we have like corporate sponsors, but we have some partner organizations, other nonprofits and other community organizations that do great things that we do like to kind of cross-promote. So they're all here. We put them all together in the same bucket, so thank them for making it happen. As I mentioned at the opening, this is a free event. Despite it being free, 60% of you chose to throw money at this to make it happen. That means to me that that many of you believe in it and find it worth your time and money. So thank you for that. Hopefully we're living up to that expectation. And if we're not, let us know, because we strive to do that. And I'm probably sure I was supposed to say something else, but I will go flip back over to that large room of people before we go. See you in 2021. will we have it on a boat? Will we have it in a convention center? Will it be online? I have no idea. And I think that anybody who thinks that they have an idea is making it up. So I think the best advice is that this should be to be determined this spring. I think that we'll have something to say probably the April timeframe, and that's when the soonest when we can obviously come up with anything. So let me just peek and make sure there's no like someone reminding me to say something or do something so far. And let me get back. That's the last slide I had. So let me go back and Alt Tab here. So hey, thank you all of you.
We did it.
We did it.
Yay,
We're done.
We did it.
We did it.
I think so.
Hooray.
So what do I do now?
Go get yourself a drink.
We're on TV.
Drinks, Among Us.
Oh, happy hours. So we had expected to have some happy hours planned, kind of like swag, but we didn't really get around to it. So what we do have is we have the Discord chat. Go ahead, feel free to hang out in the Discord chat. If you have a meeting you'd like to open up and link off, just go for it. Just post, whether it's a Zoom chat or anything. If you want to use the topic categories to kind of focus your conversation, go for that. If not, just hop in general. So basically, thank you, everyone. Cheers to all of you. Whatever you've got, drink them if you've got them.
That's right.
And
I've got to tell the boat joke though. It's being requested.
Oh, tell a joke.
All right. So this is a very 2020 boat joke. Where do sick boats go? To the doctor. The doctor.
Oh.
Well done.
Can I boo you for that?
You're welcome, Andrew. Cheers.
Who's next?
Bye, Doper. That was a good call. And I figure I'll just go ahead and quickly mention the CTF is still running, and we're going to keep it running until 5 p.m. tomorrow.
5 p.m. tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yep. Just to give some kind of numbers, let me refresh the page real quick. We've got 119 individual users registered and 69 teams registered.
Nice.
We still have 3 challenges still unsolved. Other than that, each challenge has been solved at least once. And let me pull up the scoreboard, and I'll just kind of give a quick shout out. So the number 1 team right now is Bye Bye Putin's Orange Puppet, followed by Limza in 2nd place. 3rd place is Unwelcome Guests. 4th place is Void Star Vikings. 5th place is OSU Sec. There's still lots of time left. A lot of these scores are pretty close together, so it's anyone's game.
How does this compare to previous years and the number of people who are in it?
Let me pull that up. I'm pretty sure it's more this year. So last year we had 72 teams registered after 2 days. So that's then compared to so not quite. We're at 69 teams registered right now versus last year was 72 teams. So it's a little bit less this year, but there's still a second day. So maybe for people who are busy actually attending the con, they'll have some time to join us tonight and tomorrow.
Sounds good. Anybody else?
Yeah, if it wasn't said already, I just want to make sure that we thank all of the volunteers who helped us out. They were awesome, and they moderated the Discord. They were MCs for the workshops and walkthroughs, and in general were great to work with. Thank you so much. We hope you come back again. Thanks for helping us run our first virtual conference.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
I've got a quick announcement. An unofficial drink time activity, which is a social engineering game called Among Us, which is 2 parts fun, 1 part complete madness. So I'll be either creating a chat channel, but we already have the voice channel. So once that fills up, everybody can, play along and lie to each other.
Disinform each other?
Yes, it's disinformation campaigns.
Cool. Anybody else? Scott?
Awesome job, everyone.
Shady? Lacey? Maggie? Mike? Well,
we have
you
great content. We had great content this year. Submit a talk next year. You can do it.
There we go.
Yes.
Yay! We did it!
We did. Just in case anybody happens to hear from anybody who attended, if they have ideas for what to do with all that extra money, send them to me. I'm the committee guy for that, so we should probably try to get that done in the next couple of weeks, I would say.
Sounds great. Thank you, Malcolm.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to kill the stream now. It's really easy. I just push a button and it stops.